out who's gonna get it done. It's about to get spicy. He is shooting beams right now. Your Call of Duty Warzone champions. Today, you show your opponents they don't stand a chance. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. They are ready to prove themselves once again, so get loud and get ready. What is an LC-10 right into the face? He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series. It feels good. Birmingham is out of the way. This time, our focus is on Atlanta. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Novo, joined by Dandro and Enigma. Good to see you, boys. We're all dressed in black at somebody's funeral out there. Dandro, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. We get to send 5 European teams to Atlanta to try Waffle House for the first time. It's going to be absolutely a great day to have some Warzone action going on through. A lot of jam-packed, sort of teams here. A lot of high energy. The competition is high. I know that we are all delighted to be able to watch all of these games go on down.
Absolutely. Delighted to have you, Enigma. Always great. Look, you're looking great. You're making people mad on the timeline. It's been an eventful morning already for you.
Certainly has been a kickoff to the week. Smashed a good leg session, upset a certain professional player, and then, well, I get to talk over Warzone alongside some of my favorite people in the whole damn world. Going to be an incredible day. Of course, so much history to be written right in front of us, and so many different things being brought to the table. Can't wait to cover it all.
Well, let's start recapping what has already taken place. Obviously, DreamHack Birmingham. It was exciting. Enigma, you had a chance to be over there and actually watch them compete. And flying eye in Birmingham was Team Falcons. They ended up, I would say, not necessarily dominating per se, but they did in fact get the match points. One thing is for certain, Dandro, this team is still the best when it comes to Warzone competitive.
Yeah, we kind of got through those first couple of games, and I was like, oh my gosh, are we finally starting to see maybe the dominance start to falter? No, game 3, they come online, and they have some insane moments just like this, where they're able to kind of clutch it on up, right? They're making their way deep. They're dropping a huge number of kills. It was just really sort of fun to see them have to kind of play from behind for once, and also see that they still have that fire in them. But, you know, Falcons obviously doing a great job. They weren't the only team that kind of, I think, turned some heads. You can see Destroy getting loud on your screen there. It was just really fun to finally be back on LAN and watch all the action unfold.
Absolutely. 6 teams ended up reaching match point by the ends, but some of those teams who fell short, T1 Gentlemates, AG, Vitality, did not qualify for EWC, but they still have another chance, Enigma.
Certainly do, and obviously Vitality there was sitting 6th there just outside, but we'll cover them tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll get to their story. But the rest of the names that you listed were European. It was a tough event for those of us, to be honest. This side of the pond, our big names did not come out with the biggest of hits. There's a couple of things that you're going to be able to address. Team 1 will know what they need to do. Gentlemates, it's a bit more of a murky picture. AG Global, they've got a couple of things worked up for today. So all of those big teams will come out to make things right today, and I'm looking forward to the fireworks that happen.
By the way, shout out to Los Carrillos with Deus Samir. Phenomenal showing, fully confident they'll be at EWC. Always a fan favorite, especially for the Latin American region. We've got a lot of regions and, more importantly, a lot of teams and players still looking to qualify for EWC. It's a long road. Tiff, how did the competitors get to EWC?
Welcome back to the 2026 Warzone Resurgence Series. There was quite a road to get to where we are now. What routes did we take? Let's break it down. The Atlanta split began as an open qualifier available to all players in North America and Europe. The top 32 teams from the open quals were split into 2 groups of 16 based off of their performance. The top 16 progressed to upper round 1, while the bottom 16 were placed in lower round 1. From there, the top 8 teams from each round moved on, while the bottom 8 teams either fell to lower round 2 or were eliminated if already in the lower bracket. Today, we stand at the qualifier finals, where the top 5 teams from each region will book their tickets to the LAN Finals at DreamHack Atlanta, with a chance to make it out to EWC this summer. Desk, take it away.
It's a long road, but a worthy one for $1.2 million guaranteed. We've already given away $100,000 for Birmingham. This time we do it again over in Atlanta. The main goal, make it to EWC for $1 million, but our eyes are focused on Atlanta, Dandro. $30,000 for first place. We're doing it again.
They're doing it again, and another opportunity to continue to maybe have some prize earnings added to your name. I know it's a $1.2 million for the Resurgence Series, and everybody's trying to put their eyes towards EWC, but you still have a lot of opportunity between here and now to still earn some cash. My favorite thing here, Taylor, obviously, as long as you make it to that final day, at least your team is walking home with a little bit of cash in your pocket that's there. So love being able to see everybody be here, and I think we're all kind of turning our eyes towards that LAN final to see who will be those 16 teams and at least be competing for that $100,000.
Well, we have some big changes to the Warzone Resurgence Series. This time, we're adding in another map. It's a classic that you all know and love, Rebirth Island. Now we'll join Haven's Hollow. For the first time, Enigma, in Warzone competitive history, we finally have a map rotation.
Certainly shall have a beautiful thing added to the list here. We've been asking for this for a little while, and we finally get it delivered here in 2026. And my God, has it injected some wonderful bits and pieces to our storylines. For example, there are several teams such as the Gentlemates that will lean more heavily on Havens, whereas there are other rosters such as Abways, NIP, and so on that are very grateful that Rebirth Island is back in the mix, because this is where they're taking away a lot of their points. Individual players, of course, preferring what they've seen throughout the early stage of 2026, but some of them very much so enjoying going back through old familiar territory and reaping their rewards.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. 2 maps, you know and love them, and it's going to give an opportunity for a bit of a reset for the competitors. We'll see how it's going to affect them throughout the 10 maps, and we do have 10 private lobbies today, ladies and gentlemen. 16 trios for EU competing, obviously, to earn their ticket directly into Atlanta. For North America, they will be competing tomorrow. So we've got Warzone Resurgence Series, back-to-back days, a lot of fun, and you know you're going to love it. Make sure you're vocal in chat. Let us know who you're supporting all day today, because we got a lot of great teams to support. Dandro, who are we looking at?
There's a lot of good teams, like you mentioned, this sort of top 8 coming from that upper bracket, bottom 8 coming from, of course, that loser side that's there. I mean, obviously, we have our heavy hitters, you know, towards the top there. T1, Gentlemates, Ravens, NIP, Geek recently signed. Love to be able to see that. But I'm also looking at some of these teams in the bottom half, Taylor, that I think are about to be a thorn in the side of some of our mainstays. I'm looking at teams like Novo, like Lotus 8, like JD Gaming. It's going to be really, really fun to see how they can compare to some of the top teams.
Well, let's start talking about one of those top teams. In fact, the only team from the EU side of things to qualify directly into EWC. Enigma, it's Ravens.
Certainly is, and obviously this team, these Drenchmen lit up our screens at the time, very much so put on. He's the man who's going to be anchoring in for the 2 in front of him. And Nielsen, well, he's the superstar. Everyone got to see what he could do, and we've talked about him for a long time as this player that was able to do, you know, standout moments and put up big performances. But wow, he really shone in Birmingham. I'm sure we'll touch on him plenty more. But it's all about what this team can do in terms of their landing spot, and it's going to be the fact that they're playing out of Mansion, and they might well get that today completely uncontested. If that doesn't sound good enough with all the landing space that they're going to have and the control over the map, they also get headquarters uncontested over on Rebirth. So these guys are looking great. And we've said a little bit about Heat. We've said a little bit about Nielsen. But honestly, I think we've got to talk a little bit more about King Chalk, because what he's bringing to the table could well be the difference between a contender and a top-end performer, Dan.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with King Chalk through this entire sort of, you know, split. He's been around for a while, right? He's been in the competitive Warzone space basically since we've started doing anything here. And, you know, he's always been a contender there, but has never really been, I feel like, that real threat on the map that you've always looked at. That's not the case anymore. Absolutely shooting. And it's kind of right there, and is sort of just playing the number 2 to obviously Nielsen, because in a lot of those times, he's the one that's there for the trade. He's the one that's flying on through. You can see there, led the team in kills, 54 in that sort of time frame, and it's just dropping some great numbers. Game 5 in that upper bracket dropped 14 by himself. Really, really solid. I think as much as we give a lot of credit to Nielsen on that roster, not able to happen, of course, without King Chalk also being one of those X Factor players.
Gotta have an X factor on your roster. King Chalk is it. Now the question is, how far does this roster go? There's no pressure on their shoulders at the moment. Naturally, they want more money. They want to continue to prove they're the most dominant team in the EU region, but they've already qualified. So for them, it's smooth sailing. In fact, that might loosen up their play style in today's competition. But from one team who's been dominant to another team that's been dropping the ball, we'll talk NIP, Ninja in Pajamas, a team that I was excited to see. When we talk about a storied roster, you think NIP, but man, their qualifying sessions was just not good. However, they go back to the drawing board, Enigma, and they make a big change.
They certainly do, and yeah, you're right to talk about the disappointing performances. They finished 12th at the end in the open stage, so they didn't even manage to get through to finals, and we just can't really say that about players like Wars, Prodigy, AJ. 2 years ago, this team would have been a top 3 team in Europe without a shadow of a doubt. When they came together on paper, we all had the same kind of feeling, but it just wasn't there. And they had such a lack of confidence that they were actually playing for random drop spot. They didn't feel a certain way about things. However, that change comes through. Prodigy is out. In comes Vision. This man's been an underrated fragger for a while. This is that team coming back together now. They basically finished 4th at EWC 2 years ago. My God, they're looking good right now.
Now, they're looking very, very solid. I love that Vision gets to kind of come back on in. You know, nobody is, I think, going to be surprised that Vision is playing as well as they are, but it is just kind of nice to see, obviously, a team that we've seen perform together before kind of come back together, right? Which does make a lot of sense because, like you mentioned, this was a squad that placed 4th at EWC not too long ago on Rebirth Island. So now that we're bringing Rebirth back on into the mix, I kind of wonder, is this going to be this time for this team to finally start putting some points on the board, be in those top 5 in order to get to Atlanta? But Vision, I think, is going to be a lot of sort of the resurgence, no pun intended, of how this team can make their way back up the leaderboard. He's a shooter, you know, him and AJ, no surprise to see them kind of running around the map here together. Really, really, really fun roster.
Well, now from one roster that obviously is going to be trying to land and right the wrongs from before, but let's talk about the challenger who might be contesting their drop spots all day today. It's JD Gaming, and well, they also make some changes, and they're hoping some new additions, Enigma, bring improvements.
Yeah, certainly so. This is an interesting roster because FLS, who you're seeing on screen now, is the anchor, and he and Gui were part of the long-standing, very successful European duo on Big Map. But FLS brings in Melvin for that extra fragging support. He's so impressed by him, in fact, that actually by the end of Split 1, he cuts Gui apart. That partnership now just completely removed from the table. Melvin's very happy, but he needed a second player. He needed Slappy to come in and support him. And my God, if they stepped it up. They end up going in through lower brackets, so it's maybe a little bit of a case of, okay, did you just smash some lower end lobbies? But my God, if they could step up today, because the man on your screen in the moment, Melvin, has been putting up ridiculous performances, not just in terms of upper bracket or lower bracket in WRS. It's been pretty much any scrim that we've seen this team in. This guy has not left that top 5 fragger board. And Dan, I know that you and me are huge fans.
Yeah, it's great. Like, we've obviously had our eyes on Melvin for a while, and it's just, this feels like the year that you're finally maybe seeing some of these players that we've known and loved for a while maybe finally be put on teams that help really showcase their abilities. And that's what I feel like with Melvin, right? Being able to come on in and, just like you mentioned, just any lobby that they're playing in, he's not afraid to be able to take some of these chows and to be able to find some of those kills that are there. You can just see there, even in that LR2, right? It's a pretty solid lobby, 2.6, but it's also this kill efficiency, okay? Is basically, once he starts shooting his gun, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be able to find a kill, and it's that efficiency that you're looking for in some of these fraggers. You help maybe turn that 3v3 into a 3v2, and the next thing you know, you're going to be able just to kind of start reaping across some of these squads. JD Gaming, we definitely have to keep our eyes out for.
We do. And Nick, but does T1 challenge them again? I know that was an issue that they ran into at Birmingham.
Yeah, so T1 ended up going over to Cole because they were losing the contest fight against Vitality. I don't think we see that today. I think T1 are going to be looking to nail down that drop over at train station. They want to make sure there's no chinks in the armor there so that when it comes to LAN, they are managing to then lock down that fight. I think what you end up with JD is simply that contest with NIP. It might happen on both maps. What you have instead is JD. They're very comfortable with Cole over on Havens. They take away a lot more points there, especially Melvin and Slappy. They're loving roaming that map. However, it's all about Rebirth. For NIP, they're much more comfortable winning that chem fight and pushing out from there. So I think that's how both of these teams actually get through. It's not often you can say that when two teams contest, but they're going to alternate. You're going to have 2 big maps on Havens out of JD, 2 big maps for NIP, and kind of vice versa that situation. But, well, I'm predicting that. It's all about these boys to kind of settle that, and I'm looking forward to it.
3 teams we've covered. Let's cover some more because we do have some heavy hitters once again here who did fall short. First, I want to cover T1. Dandro, T1, a team that was very hyped up during EU qualifiers. You go back last month, we were watching them. They were absolutely dominant. Nobody in the EU region could touch them. Spam Gola was on top of the world. We interviewed him. The young gun going to his first LAN. Super excited, very confident he was going to perform, at least during the interview. So he said they go to LAN and it just doesn't work out for them. They're back now in the qualifiers for Atlanta. Have you seen any improvements in the other tournaments taking place leading into today?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think, you know, T1, this is a roster that you can never like overlook them, right? Echo is so smart, and alongside Spam and Disrupt too, like this is a very intellectual team, no doubt about it. They went back, they VOD reviewed a lot of what happened there, of course, in Birmingham, and said, okay, let's figure this out. How do we want to make some of these changes, right? This is a team that loves to lean into that sort of classic sort of 2-1 sort of split where Echo, he's that anchor, he's really hanging back, and it's all on Spam and Disrupt to really go forward. But what we saw is sometimes it was just like you have just 3 people rolling up on you, and if Echo loses both of his fraggers, those teams would then be able to convert that and be able to bring them down. So I think we're going to maybe see Echo get a lot more active, especially here today. And, you know, obviously if they make it towards Atlanta, maybe play that final LAN lobby a little bit different than we saw in Birmingham.
I think that's a great call. Actually, I like the idea of Echo getting more involved and lifting that pacing a bit. I think their big issue right now is going to be whether or not they can figure out the Rebirth situation, land stronghold, and if there's any zones on the other side of the map, that's a hellish route to get across map. So that's where they've got to really nail down in order to make sure they are that top tier team that we expect them to be, not just here in Europe, but globally.
Nigma, Novo, another roster that's coming into today's competition. All eyes on them. We're excited, obviously, to watch Blade and Vortex, but they've got this trio now. They've got this third. What does this new addition bring to Blade and Vortex, who have been competing for so long?
Yeah, so Fede is an extremely exciting prospect, and we're going to talk about him for Italy in the same way we used to talk about Enkyo for France. This is a young man that just turned 18, didn't manage to get there in time for Birmingham, but has certainly stepped on through now for Atlanta. He's in a weird position. He's largely had to slay out in ranked lobbies and slowly earn his route in through lower-end tournaments, because you obviously can't take part in Activision events until you are across that 18 threshold. As such, this squad have slotted him in as a support player, which is not his preference. He's much more of a frontline man typically. You gotta say, it's certainly working. Vortex dropped 60, Fede 58 in their lower round 2 performance to qualify on through. Their kill numbers are terrifying. Their placement's pretty good. And again, Italy are looking at this squad, putting a lot of weight on their shoulders to say, bring us back to the promised land. 3 years ago, Italy dominated in Europe. It's now all about that French and UK battle, but can he be the boy to take them there?
And Enigma, just quick turnaround there. Fede just turns 18, I believe, so kind of in the same ballpark as the conversation we had with Spam Gola earlier. You know, that young gun. Fede, LAN experience, are you familiar? I assume he hasn't played on LAN yet, being as young as he is.
No LAN experience at this kind of caliber, for absolutely not. Maybe some locals and so on, but for me, you can already see the inexperience and yet the way he's fixing it in the way he played low round 2. Map 1, he instantly got knocked, being a little bit lackadaisical about the way he was going to play his way out of research. It put his team into a blender situation. He was then a huge part of regaining and winning that map. So there's the good and the bad. The problem today, the lobby's a lot stronger. If he makes the bad happen, he won't get a chance for the good. They'll get snuffed out. So has he picked up on that experience as quickly as he needs to?
Well, one thing I love is Warzone competitive. I mean, you boys have been there since the very beginning, right? We've been doing this a long time, and it's nice to see fresh blood still coming in and interested in competing at the top. But let's talk about Gentlemates. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That was the big talking point, right? Going from World Series of Warzone to EWC, or flip that, but EWC to World Series of Warzone, and now they're here. A lot of expectations on them, Dandro. They go to Birmingham, and they fall short.
Yeah, I mean, they end up coming in 10th at Birmingham LAN, which is, you know, there's a lot of variables that go into that, right? You have obviously now G2 who's in that roster, you know, kind of from NA, a team that they don't normally have to play against unless it's maybe in some scrims, who kind of is just a thorn in their side. We also see Los Carrillos make their way on over. They want to get involved at Lumbermill, and I feel like they were just caught a little bit flat-footed on that Birmingham LAN final. Now, for the Gentlemates, it's been basically back to the drawing board yet again. So I think we have some high expectations for this team because we know what they're capable of, right? We know that they can be able to come out and be dominant in a lobby like this, but to me, it's about, have you been able to maybe fix some of those mistakes when you're in those higher caliber lobbies, and then be able to apply them maybe in this lobby, which you're not trying to be as competitive in, right? That you're there. So, I mean, a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations. Wouldn't be surprised to see them qualify here today, but it's all about expectations.
Yeah, I think they'll do just fine today. I'm hoping. Anyways, we'll see what Atlanta brings. That's going to be in the future. Let's bring in our casters for the first 5 maps. Spider, Tiff, and Goj, welcome in. Great to see you. Goj, you're already smiling, man. That makes me happy. How you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling fantastic. Of course I'm smiling. We're back, man. Warzone Resurgence Series was so much fun for Birmingham. So to qualify for Atlanta, also to see all of the competitors probably only a couple hours away from me. What a win. I'm excited.
Yeah, really close, Tiff. Atlanta, it's going to be coming up quick. Right?
Really, yeah, it's like a less than hour drive from me. DreamHack Atlanta is a really good time regardless, and I can't believe that we get to have the Warzone Resurgence Series there, so I hope to see you guys all there. But we got to get there first, right?
Got to get there first, and the competitors have 10 grueling maps to get through before they even know if they qualified for Atlanta. Let's find out. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and our amazing desk. What a great breakdown of some awesome teams. I will say I'm hoping for some underdog stories. I'm hoping for some upsets. I think Lotus 8 will be a fun story to talk about. We'll get there in just a moment, though. We need to remind people, if maybe you've never tuned into Warzone Competitive or you just totally forgot how the scoring works, folks, let's break it down yet again, this time around scoring, because, Tiff, we've got 16 squads, 16 trios dropping into 10 private lobbies today, and every kill they get is only 1 point. However, we've got our classic placement multipliers. These have been tried, these have been tested, and this is where we've landed now for a while. 1.6x multi here if you win the map. Second through fifth, 1.4x, and so on and so forth. Generally speaking, we find it a success if you're a top 5 team, Tiff.
Yeah, I think you completely took the words out of my mouth. I couldn't have said it better myself. 1.4 is where you want to be. That way, at least every kill that you get is about almost 1.5 points. You want that average to make sure that when you get to the end of these 10 maps, you've solidified your spot going towards LAN in Atlanta, because maybe you want a little bit of vengeance. Birmingham didn't go your way. You want that top slot. Well, that journey, we're about midway through, but it really is the time to show us what you're made of.
Yeah, right now we're just trying to get to Atlanta. However, the big question mark is who's going to make it to EWC, right? That's a whole part of this conversation. Once you get to Atlanta, that's then what you're qualifying for. So far, the only EU team that's qualified for EWC is that Ravens esports roster we were talking about. So they're just playing for money. Like the desk said, they're still trying to qualify for Atlanta. We have a lot of storylines. I think the game's about to get started, though. I think the big one for me to remind everybody, if you're just tuning in, you maybe missed the top of the show, Tiff, we are playing Havens Hollow for the first 2. We will then go to Rebirth Island, our first time we're rotating maps. So we're going to see both of those today, a total of 5 times. It'll be 2 and 2 all the way until the finish line. 9 and 10 will go 1 and 1 to show 5 maps of each. I'm excited to see what some of these teams that thrive on Havens Hollow back to Rebirth Island on main stage today. Trying to be a top 5 team in general, you've got to put up good points in both.
Yes, 100%. We always talk about flexibility and needing to adapt whether or not your circle is going to pull towards the western side or the eastern side of Havens Hollow. But now you have to worry about that once we're going back to Rebirth Island. And during the top of the show, I did a little check-in with chat to see how everyone was hanging. Thank you so much for joining us here today. But some people were like, yo, why are we making a big deal about Rebirth Island? Guys, we said it at the top of the show. This is the first time in Warzone competitive history that we've had rotating maps. This is actually a big deal because we do want to see who can adapt, and let's get into it. Havens Hollow's up first.
Speaking of adapt, we're starting out with our first zone, and it is headed a little bit western. So you're only going to see one team land in the main part of Research Center. So keep that in mind, is that a lot of these teams, as you've probably noticed, do change up their drop spots depending on the zone. And it looks like our chapel or church position there in the center of the map is already hotly contested. And I believe it's going to be AG fighting for their lives in mid-map. But either way you look at it, we're going to swing over to JD Gaming, a team that has a bunch of storied professionals, but a new roster this time around. It looks like they're winning out so far as they're in an early engagement.
Look, there's something to be said that when I'm on the timeline prepping for shows that we have orgs coming into Warzone, that they are picking up qualified individuals, and I think that likes to give them a bit of a buff. And if you're going to drop into Havens Hollow map 1 here in the WRS, this is where you show us that you can lock it down. Of course, it is Resurgence, you're farming some kills here, but we talk about those points with the multipliers later on. If you can grab 5 off the start and not get wiped early, it's a great trajectory for your map 1.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're going to take a look at all of our different teams. As you notice here with Codcaster, they're actually seeded based on how they perform. So number 4 is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. That's Nip, who have been put in a bit of a blender here at Cole. We'll continue to take a look at the rest of some of our hot drops and the fights that are happening on the map. Generally speaking, I was actually looking back, and I believe that Chapel conversation actually wasn't AG. They should be number 8. So we'll take a look at them here in a little bit. But for now, we're going to check in with Guts, new member of the roster here for Momo and Huis, who seemingly is hanging out by himself, making sure his team gets back into the lobby, fighting for their lives in Barn. It's going to be Team 12 fighting Team 13. That's Zakar on the other side, getting the better of Guts, player advantage, or frankly, just catching him unaware as he was trying to get some loot up and get his teammates back. Momo in deep trouble.
Yeah, I'd say deep trouble. We're on 3 kills, so we don't want to lose out on that. But knowing that the timer is coming through, we take a building and it's already in shambles for the teammates as they try to come back. So we always love to see not only flexibility and adaptability, but that survivability, chat. I'm going to break a dictionary out and I'm going to say this is what you got to focus on. You need to live your life and get into those higher multis and maybe pick up some kills while doing so. You see the inklings of a player just ahead. And if you can grab some more action here, can we catch him? No, instead you give up the cover, you dive down the stairs, and King AJ down and out.
It's a great job by Momo to find any scrap kills that he can while his team's just trying to restabilize and find some weapons. There's going to be a lot more folks here, though. Now, they're not swarming in numbers. This is early game, which means you need to keep your team alive, which means you've got your anchor hanging out in what would be a safe position, according to whatever information you have. But as Momo is warding off some advances, his teammates are getting cut down, so they still have to play slow. Weiss doesn't even have a gun, it looks like, at this point. A pistol in hand. It may actually still get the crack, but will not get a trade because Momo is still hanging out, making sure his teammates can get back into the map. A little bit of a weird start for this team, Tiff, but I will say Momo picking up 4 early is nice. These scrap kills do add up as we get into the late game.
Not only that, but if you're taking players down, it allows your teams to fly back in and grab whatever weapons those players had. Of course, there is a ton of action throughout our map, so keep your eyes back onto JD Gaming, right? The Gentlemates have moved in. We know they like to kind of land down a little bit south in here, but Coal Depot has stayed action-packed since the very beginning. If Melvin could drop a streak on their face, maybe force them off the roof and then catch them off guard. This is a brilliant way to do it if FLS can stay out of the line of sight here.
Yeah, JDG doing a pretty good job of trying to win out this side. Unfortunately, a couple teammates weak, gonna have to back off. They actually trade with Gentlemates a little bit, so both losing a teammate. FLS was started in a pretty good position. They really wanted to win out this eastern side of the map, and right now being put in a blender by Gentlemates, and I think they're all gonna go down. Our timers, we've got a self-revive. I want to say he was able to just maintain his position on the ground without popping the self-revive, gets the teammate back in. Not the end of the line for JD, but it was not looking great for them. We'll see if they're able to restabilize and move to the opposite side of the map, most likely, as our zone continues to pull to the west. We're headed not all the way to train, but somewhere in between Pond, Mansion, Barn area. Likely we're going to end up Zakar on 5 with some early aggression, finding a little bit of a farm on Momo's team early. Now they're set up in Main Street, a little bit further all the way in.
I'm okay with this, right? You have an influx of teams in this vicinity as everyone's trying to make their way up from the south, like you mentioned. And if Zakar can just be patient, he might pick up a couple more for Prodigy, Scummin, FIFA Kill, AG, Global. We are slightly in shambles over here. And that's okay, because it's still not super action-packed. You mentioned we're going to be pulling towards this area, and if you can secure a decent spot here, you're playing for endgame.
Yeah, AG's actually been in a bit of a blender. We found them actually out in the water to start things off. Lost their contest. You see Scummin on 0. Just really hasn't been able to get anything going, unfortunately. They have made their way back to Chapel, though, so at least all 3 are alive after the buyback, and bodies getting onto the map should be able to find their loadout, no problem. We'll check back in with them a little bit later. They are safely inside of the zone. When I say safely, they're already in engagement off screen. We'll check in with them later, though.
They're trying to survive. This isn't about thriving in map number 1. It's just setting a precedent for Kiriko. This is the things that can happen, right? You immediately just get sent on by 2+ players, and you have to stabilize. I know a lot of talk was mentioned about this team in particular at the top of the show, and more importantly, I saw some feedback on the timeline talking about them and seeing, hey, are they going to be a team that can find themselves nestled into the top 5?
Yeah, this is a very interesting team because they surprised some folks back in Birmingham. Made some roster changes, but it does look like, by the way, I'm taking a look at the teams that are eliminated thus far as we swing over to some more action. This is the Gentlemates catching another player unaware, doing a pretty good job of that. That is Hollow's first, but not the team's first, as they're trying to clear out this side of the map, and there's a lot of folks over here. So just playing through this train wreck area, you're gonna have to win north, south, and everywhere in between, and I think they're realizing this is not a good position for them. Gonna hit the double buy, try to get the heck out of here if they can, but don't want to get shot in the back while they do so, and unfortunately that's exactly what happens, Tiff. Brutal for M8. Inkyo does have 6 though, which is good.
See, and there's still 12 teams alive in this lobby, so we're not getting a good multiplier just yet. And knowing that everyone is trying to use that resurgence and the respawn back in to set their stakes into that next circle, it's costly, right? Because you're going into endgame with minimal resources, and you need to be able to have that stand. We saw AG Global. They were looking to reset out by Pond. They get evicted from the lobby. Next thing you know, we're into top 10 as we say Abwiz fall.
Yeah, it looks like Abwiz's team probably out as well. L8 is out, AG's out. Some of these teams that are kind of these fringe squads, we were saying that they need a good game to start things off. Unfortunately, not getting it. Those look like Zakar's team maybe got somebody back in. Didn't see the full squad elimination, but newly signed to Geek Esports, Decky, Lays, Stukex. Having a pretty decent game, actually, in terms of the kills category. Made it to top 10, so at least some multiplier to write home about. And they're actually going to get the buyback as well. So doing pretty good on the south side of our zone. Going to be battling here with JDG, who have moved into the south side as well. And it looks like Stukex actually able to get the early knock, which is going to give them player advantage. Do they want to full send on this without info? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think they're in a great position. Now, if they do get another knock, they're going to feel really comfortable about it. However, you can see there's another squad in that vicinity that's going to want to go straight into this. Elsewhere, Gromalok falling. The Gentlemate's trying to stabilize, but we got streaks coming in. We are sending, and things are getting hectic over here on the south side, especially with T1 right behind them.
Yeah, really tough situation and a great read from, of course, T1. They won 3 games, I believe, in upper bracket. Just a really strong team. And again, online, they're nearly unstoppable because they're uncontested. On LAN, things went a little bit differently, but today, yeah, it's online, and they are cleaning house on the western side of the map. They've completely won out on the western side of the map. There's nobody else over there, and so because of that, they full send towards a fight, able to pick up 1 in transition, which means Lays is down. So Geek Esports, they'd re-stabilize, found themselves in a good fight, and unfortunately get third-partied and lose 1. Now, they're not out of it. You can see our zone now moves back towards center. Gonna still have a decent bit of mansion, but everybody's on the south side of the zone, and T1's actually gonna have to back up here as they try to take this fight. They do have player advantage. The third for Geek has been bought back, though. Just doesn't have the weapons yet. Maybe should be able to get that loadout and get right there into the mix to fight T1.
I'm seeing about 18 kills across the board with my quick math, which is never good, right? But I think that they could pick up even more and go towards endgame with 20. Now, the final boss is already waiting up at Mansion. It's Ravens Esports. They have been there since the very beginning, right? They like to land in that vicinity, and they have wiped every team that has set their sights on challenging them. And you can see in the kill feed there, they're doing it again. These are the S-tier teams of Mansion. Is going to be super fun to witness. Now, who is going to be that next challenger that will arise? Will T1 rotate in early and try to get top of Mansion, or will they bide their time?
No, it's a really good rotation from T1. We saw them skirting their way through the pond, skipping over the pond, and going to move their way into the western side of Mansion. Slowly but surely, though. They don't have to full send because there's nobody over here. There's only 5 teams left, actually, which is, frankly, not very many. And you've already got your 1.4x. We're looking for the win now. That's all that matters. So if everybody's playing for the win, you have your teams on the south side. Team number 7, a team to watch out for. You see yellow 7 on your screen. That's going to be Eclectic. That's Zanks, Freddy, Kibbies. The Italians looking for some action as they work their way all the way from boat all the way up to barn. They've won the south side of the map, as Geek still fighting in zone off screen. Ravens have control of Mansion. This next zone is going to dictate where we go and whether or not Ravens need to move. And it's looking like they do not. Part of Mansion still in zone. T1 basically dead center of that zone. Nice. Everybody's got to come to these top 2 teams.
That's a pretty stellar pool, especially if you're T1. You're like, thank you so much. Now, do we see a little bit of infiltration happen? Maybe send one player out to try and wreak havoc onto Raven Esports? Regardless, what they're doing is exceptional work, because you're right, they have place to play inside that next circle, and they can extend out, send the fraggers to look for the rest of the kills into the lobby, especially now that we're into the top 3. The only thing better is more kills and the 1.6.
Look who's taking over Mansion, though, because they heard shots fired. They said it's our time to move. T1 skirt their way over pond into Mansion, like we talked about, but they moved to the roof to be able to play the high ground position. So with high ground, it looks like it was going to be nice, but Nielsen comes up from the top, and then does he break his ankles, or did he get knocked on his way down? All I know is Ravens in deep trouble, tried to overextend to the south side and now get punished by T1. We still have 1 alive, though. Nielsen able to crack. Gonna back off and replay himself. He is in deep trouble and gets pinched. Down goes Ravens. They may get 1 back in lobby. No, we're down to 2 total teams. Eclectic versus T1.
T1, they take over Mansion. Now they just want to hunt the remaining players in that eclectic roster, which honestly, it's looking like that we are going to see a 1.6x for T1, barring anything chaotic that happens, because it's Freddy versus the world. Zanks gets the full right there, so he's out of here. 3v1.
I mean, Freddy might be able to trade one out here. Oh no, we're gonna switch off of it.
Slide out.
As we do, he gets double chowed. Yeah, I think he just didn't have all the information. Maybe thought there was a solo at the top, but well, this looks like a repeat of history. I feel like a black cat just walked across my screen because T1,
Seen this.
they're your drop one winners, and it wasn't really all that close. What a banger map to start out for T1. Uncontested, zone pulls, great rotations, read the map perfectly. Final form for T1.
Well, we gotta watch the victory moment for it to happen.
Nice, last team's in front of wall. One's on the water fountain somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going out.
Made it. I can come up.
I got more of them.
Mortar, be right. Mortar in front, like, yeah.
I'm gonna take him up here a sec then.
3 PM as well, D right, like there. They're gonna run through more. Do it.
It's on the wall. Oh, not. I have no AR armor, by the way.
Why did you just do that? I didn't click anything. What the fuck just happened?
They might have already rode, bro.
This game's Mickey Mouse.
It's only one. It's only one.
Alright,
You can just clear this out.
I'm dropping down.
Come at me.
Bro, I've had a PA in my hand. I've aimed in and put it down. It's not put it down. It's maybe took this 4.
19 kills, Goj. And it's business as usual, right? There's something to be said. We talk about Echo a lot, just being kind of a cerebral player. But not only that, he brings the calm. Like, he is just like, this is our plan. I want you to mortar here, blah, blah, blah. Maybe they already rode, but we're going to look for that. And it just really sets the stakes for such an easy cleanup. Now, things that need to be said, we need to kind of back it on up and replay what the heck happened to Raven Esports, because you see them get wiped right there. That was a downfall of them all, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good play by T1. If I'm Ravens, maybe I'm just a little bit more patient. They saw the fights going on the south side of the zone. They had mansion control and they pushed out to go for those kills. They already had the 1.4x. Should we play for the win or should we play for the kills? I think you can go either way. I think the kills probably come to you though. Getting a little bit overextended, T1 is able to swing into mansion for free. They take high ground for free and they win the game for free. It's essentially how it happened. And so if I'm Echo, I'd be calm too. I mean, we just walked into the best POI on the map of the final zone and wiped everybody with basically no bullets fired our way. It worked out flawlessly for T1. Well earned, well scored, and frankly, based on what I'm seeing from Ravens, I know it's a frustrating way to end that map, but generally speaking, their score was fantastic as well. Yeah, I think they had like 16 kills. Like that was a great game for them. We're gonna swing over to the desk though and see what they had to say. See if they got some extra insight from behind the scenes. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good cast. Blistering speed, man. That ended incredibly fast. Map 1 Haven Solo done. T1 back on top. The online stages going well for them once again. Obviously to land, but let's celebrate their win here. Big win, 19 eliminations. Danjo, that's a massive game to start for T1 and reminiscent of what they were doing in the last qualifier we watched.
Yeah, not a bad way to kickstart your day at all if you are T1, right? We kind of had our questions about how this team would perform on Rebirth Island, so I think getting off to a hot start here on Havens is really, really good. And basically, they kind of just are almost gifted, Taylor. It feels like a lot of those early kills, because we basically look, when we get to that mid game, they're sitting on 12, and I'm looking at our map feed, and they have legit like 50% of the zone for free. They clear out everything that's around them, sort of over by Pond. They flex onto Main Street a little bit, and then it's just cleaning up everything else, and then they just set themselves up for a power position. So really good, but it's sort of what you're seeing on your screen here that allows them to be able to get those kills. It's Oki, AB Wiz, and Enxian landing Pond, and then being able, they try to flex down to train station. They're not able to hold it. They go up towards Mansion. They're not able to kind of make anything happen there, and it just feels like T1 just reap a lot of the rewards.
Yeah, T1 looking phenomenal. I mean, 19, that is a big, big game. It's going to be hard to match that for sure. Positioning looking great, and it is encouraging to know that you drop the ball on land, but you come back even stronger, it seems, here online, which gives me good faith going into Atlanta. They're going to be just fine. Ravens, though, they secure a third place. Enigma with the, what, 16 total kills. Very impressive from them. I mean, again, a team that has zero pressure on their shoulders. Despite taking fall damage, they're still looking okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Some broken ankles, but certainly no broken hearts today. They're well and truly on their way to Saudi. But the thing is, for this team, an interesting conversation around them is we've spoken for a long time about how a lot of Frenchmen basically are auditioning to get onto that Gentlemates roster should things start to fall apart there. There's been a couple of whispers, especially with how well a certain Nielsen is performing, about whether or not he's got his eyes on other prizes, looking over his shoulders at maybe a couple of different patches of green grass. And right now, just got to lock in with the boys and get the job done consistently through the year and make sure they walk into Saudi in the best possible spot. You could certainly say that they've done that off of the great map 1. And well, we get a look here at some of the results. Of course, this is largely ordered on placing, but off to your far right side, a 30.4 score for T1. We're saying an average of around 18 or 19 per map is going to get you that top 5. I'd say they're feeling pretty confident about that right now.
Heck yeah, Dan. T1 on top, but some others. High scores all around, it seems, at least for our top 10 teams.
I'm looking at Gabs there, coming in 10th. You had 17 kills and you went out in 10th. You at least secure that 1.2, so it's 20.4. But that kind of has me wondering, that's a team we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on game over game. Because if they're able to end at 10th and still manage to get 20.4, I mean, boys, let's look at this right side. There's so many teams that made it to the top 5 and they're not even close to 20 points. So if Team Gabs, if they can maybe figure out the placements a little bit, all of a sudden, they're going to be towards the top of our leaderboard and maybe be another squad in contention that a lot of people, I think, were overlooking a little bit.
Well, who are we overlooking at this point? I mean, obviously AG, they have a bad game number 1. They clearly in the struggle bus at the moment. Not even digging into the online stuff, or at least the social media stuff, but they clearly have been struggling. A team that needs to step it up for sure. But there are some key takeaways. Novo, also another great game. Enigma, we were big on them at the very beginning. You know, Fede, a new player, just turned 18, now looking to soar high, and he did so. I mean, 8th place, not the biggest game, but honestly not a bad performance as far as I'm concerned.
Not at all. They tend to land over in research, so this is quite a bit of a rotation for them to make. They'll have had to batten down the hatches a few times, slow things down. I like that out of this team. The experience that you're going to gain, there's going to be some nerves there. You're 18 years old. I don't know what you boys were doing at 18, but he wasn't playing on a global stage in front of hundreds of thousands. So yeah, he's gonna take his time and kind of figure his way out through this afternoon. But that's a solid start for sure. I think another team to maybe take a quick look at is Eclectic. They get 13 kills in the end. We spoke about this last split. In fact, I pretty much remember Goj flaming them for it. They were relatively passive. They would land on boat, do pretty much nothing until the end stage, and then start to get involved. Much quicker into it this time round. Put a body into Main Street. Didn't even win boat in the end. Had to fight for that back off of Gentlemates and slowly picked apart some pieces of the lobby. If they can do that consistently through this afternoon, they'll look a lot better than they did last time.
But what about JD Gaming, Dan? Because, you know, JD Gaming at the start, obviously we highlighted them as one of our top teams, but we did mention that NIP might challenge them off the drop. JD Gaming does get 4th place, but they only secure 7 total kills. Is this a team that might struggle to get heated up? Obviously, they can last till the end, but can they get the kills? Is it a slay-heavy team?
It is a slay-heavy team, and I think it's just given just where the zone starts pulling. Obviously, it's going to pull a little bit more west, so where they are kind of landing more over on that eastern side of the map, it's just like, okay, yeah, you can win that contest, it can be fine, but now you also have to make your way across, and we saw a number of squads kind of in that little bit of a sawmill area that were there, right? So it's not as clean of a rotation as maybe they would like. This is a squad, though, that understands they can basically play for placements, and yes, it's only 7 kills. 7 kills in placement is better than 7 kills in no placement, so you get where your points where you can. I definitely expect them to heat on up, though, as the day moves forward. Like we mentioned earlier, it was maybe a little bit too, maybe not too easy, but they've gone through some easier lobbies, right, through LR1 and LR2, and now here they are in the, obviously, EU finals, maybe just getting a little bit of heat checked here in map number 1.
Look, Birmingham was exciting. The Opens was incredible to watch. And for you that might have missed it, you have a chance now to do it once again, this time in Atlanta. Team passes on sale this Thursday for the Atlanta Open LAN. It's your chance to join these boys that you're watching on your screen right now. You think you're the best. I know you do. I hear it all the time in my pub lobbies. I'm the best. Okay, well, if you are, now it's your chance to prove it. Go to Atlanta, get your team pass. Maybe we'll be commentating over you and watching you compete. And who knows? Might be seeing you go to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup to compete for $1 million. There's less than 100 3-day passes left, by the way. So you can check them out at all the Call of Duty action at DreamHack Atlanta. There's a lot of great things happening whenever it comes to DreamHack Atlanta. It's coming up soon. So get involved on sale this Thursday. I don't know if I could put together a team. I definitely would. Like I said, you can get your tickets. There's less than 103-day passes left. Don't laugh at me. Okay, I'm serious. I would compete if I could. You can check out all the Call of Duty action at DreamHack Atlanta. Get your tickets. It's coming up quick. What, May 15th, May 17th? Not a lot of time. Not a lot of time, but we do want to see you guys involved. Maybe we'll see you there. And if we do, that'll be a lot of fun. Come up and say hi and say hello if we have a chance to get there. I don't know if you want to say hello to Enigma, but if you do,
wow.
I don't know.
Why am I catching flag? I had a great time in Birmingham.
I have no idea why I did that.
I was absolutely having a great time in Birmingham. Got to stand there behind all the players. The setup was glorious. Although production, if you're listening, some seats would be absolutely delightful, please. In 10 hours of being stood up, my legs were killing me. But
behind the players competing in open?
Yeah. Being able to interact with everybody. I get no promises in my ear. So, ladies and gentlemen, stretch those hamstrings. But it was great. Could reach out and talk to everybody you kind of stood behind and kind of supporting all the little side stations and everything. Wonderful setup. Great time. And, of course, you know, with that watch point and everything being there as well, just had a phenomenal time. So I can't wait to see what they put together for Atlanta, to get to watch the players over their shoulders and see how they come and interact in person. Nothing quite like it.
For sure.
We also have to we can't forget too, like for the CDL Major 3, that's the Pro-Am, right? So you're gonna finally get some challengers participating against some of the CDL teams as well. It's like, that's why Atlanta's so excited for me, man, because it's obviously we have Warzone Resurgence Series going on. That Pro-Am is gonna be lit.
Gonna be lit indeed, man. DreamHack, it's fun. This will be I'm hoping anyways to be there. It'll be my first time at a DreamHack in person, which just a great time to get together with a whole bunch of gamers, right? Which is just a ton of fun indeed. Havens Hollow map 2 gonna be coming up very shortly before we head into Rebirth Island for the first time, at least on our broadcast for the Resurgence series. That's gonna be a fun conversation to see what teams are going to be able to perform there well. You do have some returning champions, at least from the NA side of things. We'll be watching them tomorrow. Once again, revisit Rebirth Island, where they won EWC just last year. But Havens Hollow coming up in the next map. Yeah. Let's talk NIP, man. NIP, though, a team, again, that I want to see do well today. Enigma. They get 9th place, 9 kills. I think they're doing better already than they did last time.
Certainly are. This is, again, a much more confident team, a much freer team. They are actually landing at real drop spots rather than making it up on the fly because they just don't know what they want to do. With that addition of Vision, that man who is yet to be unlocked here on our roster. And what it is for this team is you tend not to like Havens either. So I like the fact that we're bringing up the fact that we're going back in there, because can you win this cold drop consistently? Suddenly this makes you a 2-pronged team. You really like Rebirth. You're strong there. So considering you had those 9 kills last time in a 9th place, you won your drop. It's only looking up for this team, and it's the start of a very good day.
Well, at least for Havens Hollow, it's T1 who continues to dominate. Can they do it? And back-to-back maps. Let's find out. Spider Tiff Ghost, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and our amazing desk. Tiff, can T1 go back-to-back? The answer is certainly yes. There's no question they can, but will they? I think it really depends on the zone. I don't think anybody's challenging them. Fun conversation as we're about to get into our second Havens Hollow map of the day, Tiff, is you're playing for top 5 to make LAN. If you're gifting T1 and Ravens their drop spot every time, everybody else is playing for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
You're just an advocate of chaos at this point. You're always shouting for people, hey, can we get some people to go land over there? Just, you know, take that chow early on when it's going to be your best bet. No, honestly, play your game, stay in your lane. I think Dandro calling out Team Gabs on that leaderboard was exceptional, right? They had the 2nd most kills in that entire lobby, and they go out in 10th place, bro. Yeah. Imagine what they can do if we're getting into endgame. We're getting a 1.4x multi. That means they're solidified inside the top 2 with ease, right? So back it up. Throw down the kills. I want more.
I totally agree. They actually landed mid-map. They landed Chapel from what I saw, and usually they had landed like over in Lumber Mill, and so they're kind of changing things up playing mid. I was surprised to see them there, but it worked out really well for them. They picked up like 17 kills, like you said, and they were fighting with that Guts, Momo, and We Squad, which we kicked off with them in around mid-map, and they were in a blender, so it makes sense why, right? When we hopped in, they're down to a solo because, well, apparently Gabs' squad was off to the races to start things off. So I love to see it. Our desk talked about you can buy tickets now to go witness EWC live in Riyadh. We got a lot of roads still to get there with ATL, but the end of the road with only one EU team there currently, that's Ravens Esports. Go join them at EWC. Pick up your tickets live there with the QR code on your screen. That's going to be August 5th through 9th Very exciting stuff. And I'm really excited to see which other teams will get there. But first, we go to Atlanta, and right now, T1 Ravens leading the charge. Tiff, based on our first map, what we learned through Haven's Hollow, any like other major surprises for you? I think yet again, Gentlemate's struggling early. You can kind of take it away as we jump into this one. And well, it looks like big surprise to me, our zone is going all the way to the west yet again.
Yeah, it's relatively similar to what we saw in map number 1, right? But you do have T1 that is out on their kind of train station island. They know what they need to do, stick to your loot path, play your game. They are not looking to shake things up at all. They're just doing business as usual. So I'd imagine another solid game for them, right? But when you look at teams that really do need a strong performance, it's AG. And to already see a member of their roster go down this early on, I need some stabilization.
Yeah, this is the other side of the coin. It actually looks like NIP was able to maybe strike first there. King AJ out in the open, playing entry fragger. AG has decided to land mid Main Street, roughly. After a couple teams contesting them on Chapel, makes sense. They didn't want to go there and be a third team landing there. Or Barn, both of those areas. So instead they go mid Main Street. We'll see how it pays off for him this time with this western zone. Now, yes, Tiff, you said it reminds you of the first map, and it definitely does in terms of our zone. All the teams on the east are going to fight early, which means we're probably going to have a little bit less teams than we usually do around mid game. However, this zone is pulling even further west, which means T1 probably don't need to move for like 10 minutes. So what they'll probably do, leave their anchor in train station doing literally nothing and send 2 out to go get aggressive somewhere else. So we'll take a look maybe what T1 decides to do a little bit later in this map. For now, we got to take a look at the action around mid as Geeke in a bit of trouble as they lose that actually in 2. So Stukex is going to go to the water, swim around until the teammates are back.
Look, you have to do what you have to do. It. If it's be a shark and be one with the water, great. I know it's about to be summer over here and that Shark Week happens originally sometime soon. I don't know if it's before or after EWC, but sure. You have to like really lock it down. And of course, they're going to know that you went to the water to try and get your teammates back, and you're basically a sitting duck, so you have to keep diving down. But what he does is he gets the homies back, and then they'll go ahead and reset on land.
Yeah, this is classic Resurgence play. Just swim around, teammates are back, so they're going to be flying back in. We'll see if we can just peek over to the action here shortly as AG... According to our kill feed and according to 15 out of 16 teams, I think that's real. AG Global go down first in this lobby. Apparently Main Street not working out either. I'm getting confirmation that is correct, folks. AG Global out of here.
Bro, don't go to Main Street if you're not feeling like Mickey Mouse. Like, let me just tell you, okay? This is not the parade that I wanted for AG Global. Sorry, I don't know why like Disney just came to my life right there, but it did, okay?
Sure. Well, on the other side of Maine, we'll take a look at a team name I'm not going to pronounce. We're going to talk about Team Momo.
Try it. Why not?
Guts. Algersinfran. I think it's literally just an abbreviation of certain names, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong if it means something in a different language. But either way, Guts is alone in a shack waiting for some help or his teammates to maybe find some kills. Either way, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 teams around him, and he is hiding for his life. I'd love to get over to some action if we can, as there is a big fight happening off screen, it looks like, and on screen. We've got Fede finally finding some kills here in our kill feed that we can see. Cluster landing nearby, but doesn't connect on him. He's going to back up and play with his team as they're looking for a couple more over here on the train wreck side. Again, this has been the big fight for the east side of the map that we were talking about before. Everybody just trying to get to the zone, and it looks like Novo Esports was able to do that.
The best part about them trying to carve their path through train wreck here is they can't actually go up towards Mansion. What we've seen Raven Esports do is not only that, they take Mansion, they know they have it, they leave their anchor there, and they extend out and look for the kills. They did the same thing in map number 1, and it's pushing everyone clustered down towards the south, and we're going to have this massive catalyst of event that happens. So T1, they do the same thing. They're leaving their anchor over in train station. They send out their 2 fraggers, and they're like, let's do it. Let's get whatever we can out here. And this is just a chaotic lobby, Goj.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally do whatever you want right now. Nobody is over at train station. There's not anybody actually within a country mile. Closest
like, who's going to punish them?
Yeah, closest people to train station is Pond. The one thing that can happen is if you're T1, you have your 2 out playing hyper aggressive and they go down and a team's able to get a read on that who are respawning, they can potentially try to land on your anchor and wipe you. Highly unlikely that happens though, as we swing over to L8XESC. That's Master 5K, Dragons, Kiriko. They've got 5 at least on Curacao, which is solid numbers for the early game. Again, this is the battle for the east side of the zone. This is southeast. We're down in Main Street. You do see just on the edge of our mini-map there, that purple 2, that's Gentlemates. They have made it to at least play for zone. Still a lot of work to do, though, to get inside of zone. There are so many teams in Main Street. EU is playing only on the south side of the map for a majority of these rosters, trying to rotate through south to get to this zone, but everybody is here. Every single one of these buildings is inhabited right now. Good luck going through Main Street.
Yeah, I told you I wanted a parade, and I'm so glad this lobby's giving it to me. For Gentlemates, though, they didn't get any early action over at Lumber, so they're looking to find it here. Now, they're going to go under fire from multiple teams, so you have to play to perfection, and all of these angles throughout the buildings will be difficult. You see one, Enkyo getting fooled right there. Grom looking for some retribution, not going to find it, instead playing safe.
Okay, really quick update. While there's a lot of action on screen, I said it was unlikely, but apparently it has just happened. T1, are they still on the map? Yes, but they are in deep trouble. Geeky Esports gotta read that Echo was alone inside of train station.
Did they hear me?
Whether that was from UAVs or whether it's because they killed one of their players on the map, I'm not sure. Either way you look at it, here's a quick look at T1. They are in disarray. What could have been the easiest map of all time. Finally, somebody punishes them for leaving Echo in train station to, I don't know, twiddle his thumbs, because he was alone and he gets jumped by all 3 members of Geeky. So they're going to try to restabilize. We'll check back in with them later. On the other side, what hasn't happened is the same for Ravens Esports. They've been chilling up in Mansion this entire time. Finally having to leave Mansion, they're now swinging over towards Barn. Watch out for the fight if we can, as Gentlemates move in to the north side of Main Street to try to eke their way barely into the zone.
There goes the swarm. They've got the rooftop. They're going to have plenty of angles. And for now, they're sitting on top of Team Eclectic. But instead, they send forth. They go through the window. Grom getting some early shots off, but immediately dives out. However, gets decimated.
Yeah, there's so many teams in this area. Talk about a layer cake, carrot cake, fruit cake. I don't know what it is, but it is utter chaos all around. Not even in the new zone, which is pulled up towards Pond. So the Gentlemates trying to restabilize. They're actually going to get the quick buyback, which is the right call. But the problem is, now what? How do we even get into this zone without running through 7 teams? It's nearly impossible. Maybe one in the air flies in. Maybe gets the double buyback, or no, he's going to play with his team. So all 3 going to rotate together, play with stims, play slow. There's no huge rush to rotate, I guess, through the chaos. Gonna let it all ensue. And it looks like the winners of that chaos gonna be Team 7 in yellow. That's Eclectic, yet again, winning out on the south side of the map for the most part, holding this position, waiting on Gentlemates to come in.
I see some T1 going down. Let's get in with a listen in.
I can't see.
One's on the buy and then the one's on the hut.
What hut?
I got peered.
Loady hut.
Fucking AR, man.
One's gonna be on these, man.
Okay.
I'm trying to look for him. 1 hour. Weak hour, cracked hour, 1 hour.
Dead. It's Thursday.
Back in 7.
Utter chaos over here at Pond for good reason. Comms were nice and calm still, even though they're in a bit of a blender. They tried to chow for Pond, and they were winning it first. They do trade out one. One gets knocked, but unfortunately disrupts on the other side, getting chowed by Gentlemates, who have rotated all the way in, and down goes T1. That is a false positive, though. We do have one in the air. T1 is still on the map, but it is not looking good for your Map 1 champions. There's Spam. He got some value over at Pond, and now in deep trouble flying onto the map.
Okay, we're in. We've got some weapons. Thank you, treasures from the deep. We're on 4 into the top 10, but everyone knows where we are.
Good luck.
So what do? You flirt with the combat area. You're like, I'm going in, I'm going out of bounds. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta send your best warriors into the water to suss out T1, and they are wiped. Elsewhere, Gentlemates have fallen.
Gentlemates out, T1 out. Still looking for a top 5 position. This is a crucial time. Unfortunately, Momo and Guts are the team that go out in 6th place with a well-aggressed move to jump into the water and find those fishies. That is going to be a top 5 position there for Bonnie and co. So that's a big win for them, but they're having to play in the water, which is a not great position, especially because it's not in zone. Take a look at where our new zone is. Ravens Esports in complete control of our zone position. They've got one out playing aggro in the water. They actually lose their life, by the way. You saw that little circle in the water go dead. Ravens down to a duo now. with control of Pawn, but there are full teams of 3 rotating in, especially Geeky. That's going to be green. Off screen currently, you'll see them playing Pawn, while on screen, JDG trying to win out on the south side to rotate in and be a top 3 team. JDG, FLS win the trade, but not the full team wipe yet. One more player deep in the gas, probably going to be stimming for a while.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas is trying to like stabilize here. You're not going to get a better multi until you win this. And it's Wars left standing. You're right. There go the stims biding their time. But maybe we find another one. Okay, good. Last one. We've got to get in. And you've got squad number 10 on the minimap. That's JDG, the one that's forced Ninjas in Pajamas into this precarious situation. How do we get out? Do we go towards Geeky? They don't know that they're over there.
Yeah, I think Wars, unfortunately, I don't think he found another stim. We'll see if self-revive comes off to a point where he's able to stay alive. But really, we've already gotten your multiplier. The chance of you getting a win here is pretty unlikely, or extremely unlikely. So really paying attention to our final 3 teams, one of which, oh no, it actually looks like Wars actually able to get the buybacks.
He had money. He had money.
And was able to get teammates back in.
You rich
all
man.
3 up. A nice save for the roster. Unfortunately, while this is all going down, Ravens Esports, who had a great map 1, are having an even better map 2. Neeson down to, well, now double-digit kills as he finds 2 members of JDG, and the third goes down as well. JDG give up a position basically for free because at the same time, NIP's coming in from the south side after the buyback. So now we're down to the final 3 teams. We do have all 3 up for all 3 teams. Ravens easily in the best position, but if the zone does pull a hair towards Geeky, we could see Geeky get a win here.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, and I think Ninjas in Pajamas is going to be the catalyst for Geeky, right? Because we're going to swarm in, and if they take, oh my god, they do get a trade, right? But they get that deterrence. So now, if I'm Raven Esports, do you full send on this and not allow them a time? They're too far across the other side of the circle, and at this point, it's going to come down to who has more resources, who's going to bring in the streaks, and what is that going to look like?
Yeah, such an interesting play there. Luckily, or rather skillfully, it does look like Ravens Esports was able to get the cleanup with the PA across the screen, which does give them player advantage going into the final fight. A huge win. And unfortunately for Geeky, they didn't have the info. They thought they were getting full scent once they lost Lays, so they PA'd themselves to push the equation, and then Ravens just get the zone pull. They got player advantage. They got the zone. DK now in deep trouble. They go deep into the gas to maybe play some heroic rotation. It's not going to work. One goes down. King Chunk going to go clean up DK. Ravens Esports, a top 3 team in map 1, going to win map 2. There's no question about it. With a lot of kills. This is going to be a big game for this roster. Neeson on, what, 11 or 12? It looks like King Chalk was on 10. This is a gigantic game, and Decky doesn't want to give them an extra kill because he knows all is lost. Still a great game for DK, but an even better one for Ravens Esports. What a win. What a map.
It's just been absolutely phenomenal for them. I think they were north of 20 kills easily, so let's look back at that victory moment.
Je scanne un petit peu, ok? J'ai pas le pool par contre.
Vas-y. Ils sont dans les toilettes, les deux?
Ouais. Y'a un mec qui a peut-être cross à la cabane là, non?
À tout moment, hein. J'ai aucune info moi.
Non, ils attendent le pool,
Ouais, dans la cabane 100%. Il faut aller chercher des kills les gars, faut pas...
Ils vont à droite. Un dead. Ils vont dans l'eau, ils voulaient se suicider.
Je me mets au top, ok, je me mets au top. Ah, il va se tuer les gars.
C'est pas grave. Là on a déjà 1 kill au moins.
Vas-y, tu le choc.
Je dois pas, j'ai pas le full. J'ai mon full.
Bien joué les gars.
Good shit baby, bien joué le frère.
24 kills top 1, magnifique.
C'est beau les frères.
Ça c'est magnifique.
Well, all calm in the victory moment because they were just hunting down the last remaining members of Geeky, but a fantastic map. It was 24 kills, by the way, at 1.6. That's nearly 39 points, okay? Ravens Esports, they've already got their ticket to EWC. They're looking to make a bit of cash, and it's looking good for their chances to go play for that cash in ATL, Tiff.
Yeah, plus that's a big journey for them, right? Anyone from EU, like you're making your way over towards the east coast of Atlanta, you're probably gonna try some Waffle House. It's the equivalent of Nando's from Birmingham. No, I'm just kidding. No, definitely not. You're gonna find your own last stand basically if you go to that. But this is interesting, right? You called it out towards that end game. It was gonna become just streaks, right? And what Geeky does is they drop the streak on their head to prevent any third party. However, they thought they were already on top of them.
Yeah.
I think it was great preventative measures, but honestly, looking back on it, it is tough, right? Because immediately Raven Esports just dives down in, forces them into the gas, sends them scrambling, and then that hunt basically occurs here.
Well, yeah, it was a tough position. I mean, NIP did a great job getting the buyback deep in the gas. Shout out to Wars for that. Making a top 3 position is big for them. They probably had a decent amount of kills as well. We'll take a look at their scores here in a little bit. But because of that, they're playing kind of the weaker side of the map. So they have to be the aggressive one with 3 teams left. Usually you lose if you do that. And then Geek was caught in between. I thought they were going to get out for free, but then the PA over the top cleans up their third. You're down in player advantage. You don't get the zone. Tough luck. Great game, though, for both teams. Let's bring back the desk and see what they had to say about that one.
There it is. Haven's Hollow, 2 maps in a row before we transition into Rebirth, but a good performance from Ravens. They take the win. What a big game. 24 total kills. Massive for them. We talked about the X Factor, and clearly the X Factor is in play for this team. Dude, Danjo, how we feeling, man? Game 2. At first it was T1. This time it was Ravens.
Kind of weird, man. Back-to-back games, we have the winning team just kind of able to play out from wherever they want to and just hunt down the final remaining player. And I think it's because a lot of what you're seeing on your screen, it's just like these pond pulls, man. They're forcing so many of these teams that are landing in that southeast and sort of up towards research area. They have to move on over, and they're all just fighting each other. Yet again, there's a moment where you look at that map and it's basically just Ravens that is there towards pond. Everyone else is out towards the gas.
We're going to get a look at some of the highlights here, and this is what they were doing an incredibly good job of. You had Dranker obviously sat off in Mansion with a hell of a lot of space, but these 2 boys in Nielsen and King Chol were going hunting through Barn, and any teams that were trying to rotate in late were just getting smashed. That's why we had so many teams after playing through main. That's all the work of Ravens. Gave them so much of the map size in terms towards the end of the game, and then what they did is just set up lovely for the end situation. We're going to put 1 on the house to watch the west, 1 on the wall to watch the south, and let everybody run towards, and they mop up so many kills.
So many kills indeed. Eclectic, by the way, just want to shout them out. They've been highly consistent, at least when it comes to overall kills. You know, game number 1, they walk away with 13. Game 2, a total of 16. Looking great. Ravens highly consistent naturally. And then, of course, over here for this fight. I mean, big fight, but more importantly, I want to talk about NIP because there was a big move made for NIP. Wars saves the team.
He saves the team. I think they were already in 4th by the time he gets that buyback, but I think they pick up just a couple more kills. When you're talking about being in that 1.4 times multiplier, hey, you're going to feel very, very good about that. But admittedly, at the end of the day, the Ravens, they just kind of watch all these PAs and bullets go flying, and they're like, all right, have fun. We're just going to kind of waltz up here at the end and be able to clean it on up. I think that this is basically sort of what we expected to see out of the Ravens Esports roster, right? We expected them to do well, but to see them be able to perform great in map number 1 and now come back and win in map number 2 in such dominating fashion, this is where they start to maybe give themselves that nice little buffer as we start talking about Rebirth Island.
Man, I mentioned Eclectic, but Geek K has been consistent as well, Enigma.
Yeah. Well, the impressive thing about this as well is they actually lost their drop spot entirely. Ninjas in Pajamas decided to land on them down at Gazebo. A big surprise to everybody. And apparently it's Geek as well, because they had to go scrambling, land in the water, and at one point even had to contest train station for T1, with T1, my apologies. And from there, they've managed to build themselves a ridiculously good game, just picking up bits and pieces and looting and scrambling as they go. Maybe this is where one of their strengths suddenly come to light. Different story for some of those teams down towards the bottom, but you mentioned them earlier, my friend. Eclectic, 16 kills and yet still placed in 10th. We talked about the lack of aggression previously and how they've needed to fix that up. And one of the things about this team as well is they play in a very similar way on Rebirth, incredibly balanced across both maps. This could be a big afternoon for them and a statement moment that they need in 2026.
Statements. That's how you become a champion, right? You play, you make a statement, you become a champion. Dandro, that's oversimplifying it, but that's just kind of one of the steps. Dandro, teams though, are we seeing the same EU that we witnessed going into Birmingham, or are we looking at teams maybe a bit more cautious this time around?
I mean, I'm thinking a little bit more cautious because when I'm looking at these first 2 maps, there's sort of these, I don't want to call them outlier teams, but there are these teams who are kind of making it a little bit rough for some of the other squads, right, that are there. You know, I'm looking at like basically Gabs in game number 1 dropping 17. That's huge. We see JD Gaming do pretty solid in that last game, and you're already seeing it kind of represented here on the leaderboard as well, where it's like, okay, great, yes, we see Ravens is starting to run away with it, but after the Ravens, dude, I mean, this top 5 is pretty close, that's there, and even looking down through 6th through 8th, all of those players are within just, I don't know, 1 game distance of, hey, do pretty okay over 1 or 2, and all of a sudden you're now in the conversation.
It's still a tight race, though, Enigma, right? You go a little bit further down towards the second page. Shadowmates are down there surprisingly. We'll see if they can step it up. But one of the interesting factors I want to focus in on, we've had 2 Havens Hollow. Now we've got Rebirth Island. Are there some teams teetering on the edge of top 5 or maybe even further down who you expect to make an explosive appearance going into Rebirth?
Well, 2 of the teams towards the bottom that suddenly become an interesting conversation is going to be Gentlemates and AG Global. Why? Because they actually land on each other at Turbine. So it could be a case for either of those teams, a case of, okay, well, how do you come out on top here? In upper round 1, both of them won 2 drops each against each other on Rebirth. So it's a case of, well, that wasn't consistent for anybody, and you kind of need it to be if your Havens Hollow is looking as bad as it is. The concerning thing for AG in those Rebirth maps, FIFA kill was your lead Slayer. You need a bit more from your front 2. For Gentlemates, it's a case of just trying to figure out how to push out. They've had no luck there so far, and that's continued today as well.
Well, it's Rebirth Island, map number 3 for the first time in our rotation for the Warzone Resurgence Series. Let's see how it plays out. Spider Tiff Goj, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, Dan, Enigma. Great job, gentlemen. Fun conversations behind the scenes. Tiff, I think as we look forward, they're right, though. Rebirth is going to be make or break for some of these rosters. You know, we have some statistical data. We have some data saying, for instance, Dragon's team should be scoring a lot more on Rebirth. But who knows, right? I mean, I think Havens played way different than I expected. Way, well, I guess faster. It felt slower because we were hanging out on the north side, but faster on the south side. So who knows how Rebirth will change and who changes up their drop spots going into this one.
Look, I mean, if Enigma's already calling it out, I am so ready to see AG Global and Gentlemates, because you're right. Gentlemates have not had that good start for them. Now, if you look back to Havens Hollow with the circles pulling towards Mansion and Pawn towards that other side, of course, Gentlemates are likely going to have that slower pace start, not able to get a ton of the kills on the board, and then kind of those cluster rotations in that mid game. Sure. Change your fate here on Rebirth. You got back-to-back Rebirth Island. I think we could see the come up on the leaderboard that they need. And for AG Global, bro, you're at 9 points right now, and the top of the leaderboard is sitting with 60. We gotta at least get to 30. At least.
I agree. Listen, it's good to be back on Rebirth Island. This is one of the oldest maps in the game. It is tried and true. We've seen it at so many levels of competitive play. We saw it at EWC last year. We see our Twisted Minds winners on the map itself. So really cool. However, the map is slightly different, right? We do have Turbine now. This is a little bit different than what we've seen in past competitive competitions, at least at the grandest scale. These teams have been practicing with it for a while. Turbine is a very interesting draft spot. It allows you to, if you win out in Turbine, it allows you to play for a lot of kills. You have a lot of action down in Turbine. There's a lot of ground to cover down there. Can definitely change some things up. So it'll be fun to watch what they're able to do here on Rebirth Island with a couple other changes on the map. Turbine likely the biggest. As we drop in, welcome back to Rebirth Island, folks. Let's see who lands where and who can win out in their favorite POI and therefore get a nice zone pull. And well, to start things off, it's looking like we could be headed to Stronghold pretty aggressively here, which means Tiff, somehow, some way, T1 is getting everything they want and more.
Wow, you know what? I love that for T1. Have a great start here on Rebirth Island. I do see Turbine to be relatively empty aside from the Gentlemates, but what AG Global did was they landed just on the outskirts. One kind of hovered over Industries. The other 2 went south towards, you know, a little bit over. And all I know is, do they full send that? Did you find a comfortable weapon that you're okay with? For now, Novo's at control. They've got a good oversight. There's plenty of decent loot here.
Yeah, Novo complete control of control. There's a couple teams going to be trying to play aggressively from them. NIP do have full control over Chem. Does look like a couple teams now rotating in the south and north. If they come in at this exact same time, maybe this complete control turns into utter chaos, and that's exactly what's happening. JDG, early chow on Chem, and they're winning it. Wars alone hardly has any loot to his name and can't take a fight because he needs his teammates back into the lobby. Should get them, but in deep trouble having to hide out. Not great if you're an NIP fan, especially as a team that was just barely inside the top 5. Could see them drop out if this doesn't go their way.
GK, 18 kills in the last map. They'd love to start off and have that momentum carry them forward here. Now, moving into Factory, they're still kind of hunting it down. This is an interesting side of the map because the majority of our teams are on this side, but we go up, we look for kills, we get dumpstered, and now we need stabilization from Blaze. So what do? You go to the water. It's the tried and true method, right?
I mean, it's a great way to stay alive. We don't have time to look around for swimmers early game. We got to keep fighting. So speaking of fighting, let's move back over to Control Center, where it does look like Novo's finally getting contested. They do know this team is here. Dragons has an angle to maybe, no, doesn't even get a crack. That's bad news if you're a fan of this roster, but This is a team that we're expecting to do really well on Rebirth Island. Statistically speaking, they've done much better on Rebirth over the upper bracket run compared to their time in Hollow.
Oh.
They're gonna take this chow here. Playing together.
Okay.
Dragons able to get one. The pitch comes in late. Unfortunately, still gets punished for it. We trade out back and forth, and Novo still has complete control. Master 5K able to stay alive. And just
Look who's coming. Look who's on the way. I see that mini map. You see that number 3 right there? That's Raven Esports. And if they're looking for early game kills, just know that they've already got 60 points and they're feeling damn comfortable to carry on. For Gentlemates and AG Global, we talked about it. Enigma mentioned it. That inevitable contest over here at Turbine. Sure, AG Global were a little late to the party. They've traded a few times back and forth, but we're still in that all-out 3v3. And Hollow looking to take an interesting jump spot here towards the top. Can we find him? Do we know that we're being stared at? Patience. We shoot across the way. We lose our life in the process. That's a little sneaky, Prod.
That was very sneaky. Absolutely had no idea. He was just hanging up there by the chimney. And because of that, gonna lose several life. Prodigy able to win the one on Ankyo. And now the Gentlemates in deep trouble. Grom just playing nice and slow on the outside. He's able to open the chest, reduce the timer. Now going to reach out now that teammates are coming back in. Able to get the reach out and able to get the knock. This is a great clean kill. Doesn't have place to put in. No, he doesn't have time for it. Down goes one, and Hollow's going to land with a pistol, try to find something, and immediately take this fight yet again. They're feeling very comfortable taking this fight at a disadvantageous position.
Nah, you just keep coming back. This is personal at this point. The battle of Turbine continues on. Now, if I'm a team that's looking at this from a distance and I've got like high ground advantage on a building neighboring it, I would just throw random streaks over here just to be a nuisance. But Enkyo's back, got 2 kills, and we're just gonna say, hey, is anyone gonna chow this? Not quite. We peek, we grab a ton of damage. Maybe one of our players just followed up with it, but we're looking to control the roof, and I'd imagine Prodigy's back up there.
Yeah, a lot going on here in Turbine. However, there's a lot more going on the map as well. These two teams are fighting. We have to make sure that we know what's going on in this fight, because this is an important moment for a team. Well, frankly, both teams struggling. Both teams not even in the top 10 on our leaderboard. So this is a big win here for Gentlemates fans if you're able to get this win and then rotate to new. Turbine usually a hotbed for activity, but because of our zone pool, those are the only 2 teams fighting on that entire side of the map. Everybody else is just trying to get into this southwestern zone, where T1's just been hanging out in Stronghold for a while. They've sent 2 people to play aggressive up by HQ and living quarters. In the meantime, Control Center back at a fight that has been going on for a while as well. The battle for control of Control goes to Novo. They landed here and they've won here, at least for now. We'll check back in with them later. So we swing to another fight here as teams continue to try to eke their way to zone, and JDG in a bit of trouble.
JDG and Orglis, look, they really need to get moving. But what path do you take? We saw that the factory side of things of Rebirth Island was going to be really tough to get through. Of course, for the Harbor now, we're okay for the time being because the majority of people have already set their sights towards that stronghold side of Rebirth Island. You can see from the kill feed, the teams that have made their statements earlier, they're like, we are full sending stronghold. I don't care if T1's over here. How's everyone else going to get there? Well, you go back to living quarters. That's going to be your next cluster before you have to commit.
Yeah, if you come through factory, you're right. Going to HQ or living quarters, your only option through grandma's maybe, but still, we go to Orglis, we go to Authentics, who finds themselves on top of Prison, which is still not technically in zone unless they go all the way over. We do have Ravens Esports who land HQ, and they have their anchor at HQ, allowing 2 members of Ravens who went down playing aggressive down over by living quarters to get back onto their feet. Gonna make sure their anchor's safe, while in the meantime Serial catches him unaware, is able to get 1 trade. Can he get more than that? Probably not. Goes down. They should be able to get this revive as well. Great effort from Serial. Unfortunately, not enough with no help.
I kind of like what he was doing there. I just wish he had nades, right? You pick up 1, you invest a couple of nades, then you can really do some damage onto that team. Instead, you're just feeling like a solo warlord trying to hold showers by yourself. Good thing the duo of your team is still alive here. But if the Gentlemates get top of Prison control and can essentially shoot down on the south side of Prison, I think this is a good thing for them, right? Because they basically walked away from that Turbine fight with AG to focus on their game, which they need to do.
Well, we got to swing over to Stronghold. This is, frankly, the most quiet part of the map usually, but T1 finally getting chowed. Does look like this is Squad 16. This is going to be Team Bonnie getting really aggressive here. Traditionally land living quarters. They're going to rotate down to Stronghold and try to play for maybe the anchor now with a bit of backup. Again, T1, they landed here alone to start things off, by the way. and then they rotated up to go get kills. After losing their lives, they regained back in stronghold. Should be able to back up their anchor, no problem. Either win that fight or just stall it out long enough to get a advantage in the fight to win it eventually. We'll see a little bit later. The zone continues to pull towards stronghold. No doubt in my mind that's where we end TIFF. Gentlemates, like we said, rotated over from the west side of the map through prison, now playing the low side of prison. See how it works out for him.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at it. South side here. Underneath. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can approach this because you do still have Orglis, you have Raven Esports, and they're all going to be looking for you. For T1, though, this stronghold fight, we have claimed it. The only thing about getting stronghold to yourself and kind of getting ready for endgame is the fact that you're not really getting a ton of kills in this early map, right?
Yeah.
So this, like, chow here that Squad 16 takes to them, Team Bunny, they need that, right? They want to farm that as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I was talking about before. They're just gonna wait on that fight to make sure they had an advantage, then they win it. Now they have one stronghold, so you're gonna see two of these members in red come running onto your mini map here shortly as they're playing through living quarters, while the Gentlemates continue to find some sort of real estate to lay claim to here inside of the zone. They've been running for their lives this entire time, but fully stabilized all together. They're able to make it into the bottom of HQ. It's a great rotation from them. Could spell disaster for Ravens Esports. We'll see if they're able to rip one out from on high as they play low. They might not even try to chow this because they're still not technically in zone, and they don't have a good spot here on edge unless they just hug the wall. Serial yet again. Okay. LRR2, I mean, just hanging down, aiming down sights, looking to play spoiler, and he's able to get one.
They're pretty rogue. Like, they're just like, hey, I'm gonna lay over here. I have no resources, but if I want to throw a wrench into this fight, I'm gonna do exactly that. With him grabbing that player, it forces Gentlemates into a 2v2 across the way. So Grom and Hollow, do we full send this duo to clear this out so we could focus on that rotation?
Yeah.
He has no idea, does he?
Oh, that's a stick. See you later. Unfortunately, knocks himself as well. That's kind of a bummer. I think he gets the kill regardless. Just weird timing. Luckily, teammates there, or skillfully teammates there to get the pickup. So Ravens Esports in trouble. Now, two members of Ravens Esports, you can see them. That's team number 3 on the edge of your mini map. Here they are on screen now. They've already rotated over. Unfortunately, this is not a rotation they wanted to make. They now have to go through 2 different teams through living quarters or rotate through gas to even make it to zone. The only team technically in zone is still T1. They've been just chilling in stronghold waiting for everybody else to get there. So JDG holding out Ravens Esports right now, but they're getting held by AFS, a team that frankly was very quiet on Havens Hollow and now is actually having a great game. That's Guts, Momo, and Weiss. They've got a solid amount of kills and holding edge of zone. This could be a big game for them.
Yeah, if they're north of 10, 15, like this is that comeback they were looking for onto Rebirth, knowing that we have back-to-back maps here. For Raven Esports, you're back up to a team of 3. You look towards your left, you look towards your right, you still have JDG in the mix, and of course, that AFS roster that we've been talking about. Can you survive this trio and then move deeper into the map? I hope so, but as soon as I say that, you see one from JDG, and you got Mobo, and Raven, this one's tough.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is not the rotation they wanted to take. They only took it because, well, Gentlemates took HQ. It's a bummer, but that's the way the game goes. And so now in a blender, they don't desperately need points. Reminder, they were way up there on our leaderboard. They won the last map. If Nielsen gets anything for this rotation, that'll be a win, as it does look like his opposition's rotated enough to not take too much damage from zone. And so because of that, he's now in zone and able to play nice and slow. Gonna have a team up on the top right here in just a second. It's Momo gonna look down and get the kill, but he is actually able to get paid. JDG loses a team member because they were caught unaware that Nielsen was able to get out.
I think you just play low here. You look for that top 5, you get your 1.4x, and you vibe. AFS definitely out of here. So unfortunate. I will say AG Global still alive. We have made it the farthest we have throughout the entire first 2 maps. So proud of them thus far.
Yeah, it's true. Still alive on the north side of the zone. Again, AG is the team that was fighting over at Turbine with Gentlemates. Gentlemates get pushed out. They go through prison. They rotate all the way down the south side. And we saw what was left of Gentlemates. One player in the water, hanging out for late game, looking for a top 5 position. Very fair and frankly the right way to play this. It's Hollow, last alive for the team, so we won't see Gentlemates getting involved probably. But Prodigy and Co, AG Global, they've got a decent amount of kills actually, looking like double digits as a team, and they're going to try to hold this team 9. Who's going to rotate from the north side of the map, trying to creep their way into the zone. This is actually a great hold from them and a huge rotation from team 9. It's going to be Novo Esports coming in from control. They went out in control, and unfortunately They're just going to be chilling deep in gas with stims, trying to make their way into a top 5 position by playing this extremely cautiously. And they get the zone pull, whether they had information on it or otherwise. I think they've got enough stims to live through this. I don't know. It's going to be tight. It feels like very early that they're here, but hey, we'll take it.
We thought this was going to happen, and you know, it's here. You're just waiting for everyone. And the best part about this is, look at the angles. He's just watching the zip line, and AG Global had already left. They went towards the south, and they get thrown by T1. FIFA does what he can, has the stims in pocket, hits the water, and looks for a rotation of their own. Will it be enough, though? I do know if we can get to a top 5, this is probably one of the most amounts of kills we've seen for AG Global, and would be their best game thus far.
Yeah, and T1 smartly gets really aggressive when they don't get the zone pull, finally, by the way, and the first time in 3 maps. When they don't get the zone pull, they get extremely aggressive and go play for AG. Do a good job of playing for AG, but they're also just trying to get to top 5. So they're deep in the gas and actually catch some strays and also take quite a bit of damage. Now they're the ones kind of getting zone pull. Not really. It's in between the two teams. There's no question that Novo's in the best position, and they were able to hang out in gas so long with all of those stims that they were able to hold the wall, play high ground, and now in the best position to win this map because of that. A great read, likely had intel on it, and a little bit of luck of the draw. Very well done from Novo in a great spot.
Can we get a stim count? Chat, I need you guys to work together. We need to count how many stims are occurring here in the last 5 minutes of this match. For now, Vortex on 7. High ground gets him Echo. Down to the final 3.
Yeah,
I say that, and just like that, into the final fight. This should be a Novo win. Lo and behold.
Yeah, 100%. That's Team Orgless. It's Sariel, Authentic, Swizzen, who frankly had a pretty good map as well, make their way to top 5, and likely just going to die to gas here. Again, Novo rotate extremely early, likely with some intel that was going to pull to them, hang out with a ton of stims. And because of that, it works out for them. There's nothing really anybody else could have done besides try the same strategy. They just already had this high ground position. Now, it's not all luck. It's not all stims. They won this position by winning out of control. But either way you look at it, stims and everything in between, Novo Esports get their first win of the day. Congratulations, Blade, Fede, and Vortex. That's a big win for them. Solid amount of kills.
It truly was. Look, if you start in control and you were in that utter battle throughout, you look at the victory moment and you hear it come together.
Nice. 1-1. Destra qua dietro. Presa.
L'ultima sinistra mi sa, raga, qua.
Non c'è da kill forse?
Mi sembra.
Non importa, bro, non mi fai niente una kill.
Guardo dietro che ero in sicurezza. Là ci sta bomba giù, dai.
Sento che ancora credo.
Nice! Bravi, raga. Vai.
Bravissimi.
Vamos, baby! 22 kills. Look, I'll take a win like that all day. It doesn't have to be flashy, Goj. You just have to win by positioning and putting yourself in that end game. And now you got 22 times 1.6. I'm not doing the math, but that points line is going to look real nice for them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'll do the math. That's 35.2 points. That is no problem. I'm here as the math guy. That's a good math. Frankly, the victory moment quite boring because they had already won the position, so there wasn't a lot to talk about until they got the win. But either way, you're 100% right. All of the skill, all of the high-intensity gameplay was well before this point, right? They won out in control. They were battling in control for quite some time and elected to stay and play for the north side, which ended up being the right call. T1, yet again, they do make their way to a top 5 position, which is a big win for them. This is probably the first time, though, that we can say, well, unfortunately for T1, the anchor deep into the zone position because they immediately get the stronghold zone to sending 2 out to go for kills didn't actually work. They didn't really find hardly any kills on the map. So yeah, we'll take a top 5 position, but I think they had less than double-digit kills as an entire trio. So it's kind of the curse, if you will, of getting the zone pull early is that you have to win some of those 2v3 gunfights, or maybe just play for picks as you send your 2 aggressors out to go for those kills. And unfortunately for this time, T1 wasn't able to get a ton from that. So should still see them in the top 5 overall, but not going to make some giant leap up the leaderboard for some of these other rosters. But let's bring back the desk, see what they had to say about that very early rotation from Novo Esports.
Yes, indeed. Great to see Rebirth, man. I missed it. I'm not going to lie, right? Whenever it came to competitive Warzone Resurgence Series, now it's here and gave a good opportunity for us to kind of see who was going to be able to perform well. Novo especially. Been consistent on Haven's Hollow, but dominant on our first Rebirth, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, I think Goach kind of teed it up well, that it's basically this zone pull that lets them kind of just reap the reward of so many of these other teams, right? And it kind of starts here, hot off the drop. They're taken up against this sort of LA ESC roster, and they're getting put into the mix, but because it's still in zone, they're A-okay, right? They don't have to worry about it, but because they eventually win out, they can take advantage of some of these, you know, kind of fights that are happening elsewhere on the map. It's AG Global and Gentlemates at Turbine. What do they have to do? They eventually have to run by this area, right? You have some of these teams down at the boat. They eventually have to run by this area. This sort of zone pull all the way over to Stronghold just kind of force teams to either fly over by Control, go down through Factory, or try and play their way out of prison. And for Novo, they can kind of take advantage of maybe getting some shots in at both.
Now, I mean, when you get this opportunity as well towards the end, where I know that right now Stims are a hot conversation in the community. I know there's a lot of talk, and obviously the way we see that play out the end with T1 trying to just stay alive as long as they can in the gas, I understand where these kind of thoughts and feelings come from. But the way Novo actually do it is the way I love to see Stims being played. It is, we're going to play this up here now, nice and early, to set ourselves up for what we are hoping is going to be the next pull. And it pays out for them. They get the RNG, but it's just that heads up play that I like to see work. And it's that call that comes through from Novo that's very brave, very decisive, and also kind of gives them the overhang and the look over everything else in front of them, lets them control that entire situation. Spoken a lot about how the Italian community are taking a good long look at this team, especially that young man in the middle in Fede. And I know there'll be an Italian watch party out there right now. Very excited to see what their boys are doing on the map.
I can't wait to get to Atlanta and maybe even EWC and have this conversation between Fede as well as Spamgola, right? The two young guns, the two new additions to the Warzone Resurgence series, and see how far they can go, because right now Fede is carrying that torch. He's looking absolutely stellar. A wonderful game coming out from them, and gets me excited for the future, not only of Novo, but also Rebirth and map number 4. Ravens Esport, another great game coming out from them. They've been highly consistent today. T1, 22 points. We'll take that, Dan. You know, they started off a bit slow, but granted, they had Stronghold all the way to themselves. They finally had to push out. They were challenged, what, I think at least one time, if I'm not mistaken. But outside of that, hey, it was like the Falcons 2024, right? Land Stronghold, anchor down, go out and slay if you can.
Yeah, and I think that's just really what it comes down to, and especially because in that map, they don't have Gabs landing on them, right? We were kind of all thinking like, okay, this Gabs roster, they usually are the ones to try and contest Stronghold, and the second that you finally manage to get a zone that's going to land directly on top of your landing spot, Gabs is nowhere to be found. They actually land over on red, right? So T1, I think, make that read early, say, wait, we can kind of flex this a little bit. We can sort of maybe kind of hold our ground, able to rack up a solid number of kills. I'm glad to see that this first map on Rebirth Island, they're able to get their feet underneath them, continue to put points on the board.
Well, let's take a look at those points on the board. The leaderboard, right? See who ended up elevating themselves up, and Novo does, in fact, do so. All the way up to second place. A phenomenal performance from them, starting or going into map number 3. They were in 6th place, now in 2nd, looking great. Geekay also highly consistent, but they do drop down from 2nd to 4th place. JD Gaming, though, will jump up. Point is, Nigma, as we were expecting, certain teams are just going to do well on Rebirth as opposed to Haven's Hollow and back and forth.
It certainly will, but it's almost a flip situation for the JD Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas here, because Ninjas actually walk away with nothing from that last map, and they'll slide from 5th to 10th on the outside looking in all of a sudden. A lot of different teams will feel a certain way about how they've done on Haven so far. Another opportunity yet to go again on Rebirth. I will give a certain team a shout out, an AG Global, that I know have been a hot conversation for me this morning, but it's a case of they had a really bad contest. They land to get wiped by Gentlemates, essentially put into that blender, not a full wipe, but it's a case of you then manage to stabilize enough to at least get enough points, keep yourself in the conversation through the back half this afternoon. So yeah, better from them. But I guess the big team, Senafran. Now, if I'm saying that name wrong, I apologize, but their kills in that map, the way they manipulated living quarters, sees them shoot way up.
Way up indeed. And what about AFS? You know, of course, as you just mentioned, right? That team obviously performing well in Rebirth. We'll see how well they continue to do going forward. But exciting stuff for sure. AG, glad you brought them up, Enigma, because that was a team that you mentioned, right? A team that typically does well on Rebirth. I think it's familiar territory for them. They just know that map very well, especially as a trio. hoping at least that they step it up because they're right there neck and neck with Gentlemates. But the reality is, you know, Danjo, at this point, it's still very doable to catch up the top 5. We're not too far away just yet. I don't think anybody at the moment is sounding the alarm bells, but we might get to that point. But going into this next Rebirth, what do you expect in Danjo? Who didn't perform well that you were like, they were kind of missing from the top level conversation?
I mean, Nip is definitely one of them that's there. I'm just kind of, you know, looking across at sort of our standings and where we were sitting. You know, I would love to see basically that early contest between AG Global and Gentlemates is, I think, you know, a conversation that needs to happen where it almost kind of comes out to that point where it's like no team did spectacularly well in that map. I love to see the improvement from AG Global, absolutely, but that's a team that I want to see. They should absolutely be able to win up that POI, and they should be able just to kind of, you know, how to get their feet underneath them, feel a-okay, and really rack up the score that's there. And I could also say the same thing vice versa with the Gentlemates. So maybe a little bit more decisive victories as some of these contests that can then help you snowball into really being able to control an area of the map and rack up those points.
Well, no back-to-back winners just yet, but it's still early going. 7 more maps to go. Speaking of which, let's hop into game number 4. Spider Tiff Coach, take it away.
Thank you so much to the Reflections Noble and our amazing desk. Great breakdown from them as per the usual. Tiff, I'm excited to jump right back into Rebirth Island yet again for the second time. We will then, after that, go back to Haven's Hollow, folks. So if you haven't watched some of these map rotation events, this is the first one kind of on main stage. That's how it's going to work. It's going to be 2-2 all the way through until the final last 2 games. We'll go 1-1 so that we play 5 maps of each map. But Tiff, first look at Rebirth Island, rather, was odd because, well, we get another crazy zone pull, which is all the way down to Stronghold. What do you think about that one? Maybe what are you looking forward to in this second map?
Yeah, so I'm okay with pools like that. It definitely allows us for the mid game to be kind of the center of the map, which if you can excel in that, great. We see a couple of teams really get the benefit of that. I am going to focus on Turbine for the start of this one. I want to know what's going to happen. We saw Gentlemates land there first. AG Global kind of swarms them and starts to try to pick them apart. I think both teams technically lost that contest, and here's why. Because it ate up your time. You're not having time to get your resources up, focus on the end game, and get those kills there. And as I say that, I think T1 also lost from having Stronghold by themselves, because what's happening is all of these teams that are getting all of the kills and getting into the 1.4, at least multi, they're gapping you on the scoreboard. Of course, your goal is just to remain inside the top 5, but you lose a lot of ground here. If you want to be the top 5, you want to get to Atlanta, you want to find yourself on EWC LAN and get yourself in the game like those boys. That is so sick, by the way.
Well, it is very cool that they are on the map themselves. We'll see if maybe a new team could be on the map once we get to EWC. Maybe. You're right, a long road to get there. Look, not to get too technical, hindsight is 2020. I think T1 have a much better map if instead of trying to play for living quarters with their 2 players as their anchor hangs out in Stronghold, they go to Control. There was an opportunity third party there that they could have gotten a lot of value and then obviously stop some teams that ended up in the finals. But hindsight's 2020. Let's jump into this map. It's looking like a fairly central zone. Still no bio in the end circles or even the first one, but much more middle of the map rather than everybody has to run to Stronghold as fast as possible. An early contest will come to Turbine, but not immediately, as you do see AG Global. Well, they lose one, they lose Scummin immediately. They're not landing in Turbine, but just outside of it. Should get this contest here shortly. We'll pay attention to other parts of the map as well to give you updates, but of course, this is an important one if you're a Gentlemates fan.
Yeah, bio was actually uninhabited in our first Rebirth Island. We did see L8 go up there as well. For now, looking to... Just kidding. Here we go. Havoc down in the... from Decky. I lied. They did not.
Yeah, it's a big fight here on the south side of the map. That's outside of living quarters down by boat. You can see a couple teams in the area. We swing back to Turbine because, well, things are getting really mixy as Hollow is down but not out because he had the self-revive, which means teammates should get back onto the map. But FIFA Kill and AG flying onto the Gentlemates. Is that a false positive? Yes, it is. There is one member left of the Gentlemates who was able to sneak into the map in time. Likely will not come back here. This is a nice win for AG Global. Ankyo flying back in, and well, he's maybe 1 pixel now, but I believe he makes it into the bottom of prison. Gentlemates in deep trouble.
No, he doesn't.
Teammates still alive. Gentlemates still on the map. I'm looking at the map feed, folks. I know you can't see it. They are still in the game. Don't you worry, but they are in deep trouble. We got to take a look at some of the other fights because Geeke has been in a blender or causing the blender, probably a little bit of both, as Kazu last alive now for Team Gabs, fighting over this bottom factory side position.
Look, shake it up. I'm all about it for real. But they're gonna have to leave the water at some point and maybe get into the mix. Now you got AFS, who was basically destroying living quarters and putting a ton of kills up. But we have the storyline of AG Global. Not too hot there on Haven's Hollow. Moves onto Rebirth Island, has their best map of the day thus far, and is looking to carry that momentum. And Hollow across the road gets picked off by FIFA. And FIFA wants to send Gentlemates packing. He's swarming down onto Gromalok, but they just keep coming back as it's Enkyo spawning in from the south side of AG.
So honestly, a great trade. It's so funny because I think if you are not a Warzone competitor, you're like, why would Gentlemates come back here? They know that
it's personal
this AG
now.
Global team is here. Well, yes, it's personal, but also they don't have any other info yet. This is the only thing they know. They know that this team is here and they're mostly alone until, well, frankly, now, as you can see, Team 6 is rotating in. This is the only info they had, and they feel like they can win this fight, and they were almost able to do just that. Now with the chaos on the map, both teams are able to restabilize. It is a resurgence after all, but still in a bit of a blender. We're going to swing over to some other teams, though, as we go back down to factory. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in the area, all fighting over this factory and boat side position. As Guts, Momo, are looking to better their odds on Rebirth, trying to rack up some scores so that when they go back to Havens, they just need to have some passable games to be in contention for top 5.
I'm not going to try to pronounce this team name, but I love that you guys all did it.
Algier Sinafran. That's what I'm going for.
Sure, so American of you. No.
Production said I'm right, so I'll take that.
You know what?
Win,
We take it all day. We take it all day, Goj. It was beautiful, almost as much as like their 15 plus kills in last game. I want to see them do it again, get into living quarters, get into the action. However, the circle being different for Rebirth Island has everyone kind of sprawling throughout. Ninjas in pajamas trying to get something moving here. They've got a team just ahead of them, a streak in their pocket, and I think this is going to be beneficial. But do you commit towards the north side of Rebirth Island, or do we say we're going south?
Well, T1 picking up some early kills. This time they do go back to living quarters, by the way, with their 2, and it's working for them. So this is what didn't work last time. This time, a little bit more action on the factory side, so they're able to work their way up into living quarters. Just the way the zone works changes the map completely. Nip, by the way, reminder, they had a brutal last map because they lost Kim. So far, it's been chill until Dragon showed up and said,
it is not chill.
Reminder, not chill. We are Rebirth Island Reapers. This is the map they needed to work their way back up into the conversation land. Bio alone. Where else do they go besides Kim?
They're looking for him too. This is crazy, right? They did. They went to Bio and it was uninhabited in map number 1, and this has allowed them to really loot up fine quality. They get access to a buy station and they just filter down through Chem and make it everyone else's problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, by the way, it does look like Momo's team first to go out in this lobby. They got in 16th. That is brutal for a team that had some high hopes based on some promising flickers of light. But we go down to Eclectic, who has wiped Gromalok, and I'm seeing 14 out of 16, folks. I believe the Gentlemates, they might have been a cat with 9 lives, but that must have been their 9th life, because good grief, they're finally officially wiped. Gentlemates been in a blender since the start of the map, and unfortunately don't get out of it.
Look, they're sitting in 13th place on the leaderboard. Now, I did call them out on the road to DreamHack Birmingham just a month ago, right? And I was like, after map number 1, that is not the Gentlemates that I've been seeing, that we want to see. And this is 100% identical to that. And it's happening later on in the series. Once you get to the mid-map of our 10-game series, you have to turn it up because the top of the leaderboard is going to run away with this.
Yeah, just losing your early POI, putting the stabilization blender, teams decide to pinch onto Turbine. They just couldn't get anything going. But to AG Global, FIFA on 5. We had a fun conversation before the broadcast started about this roster and kind of calling out the 2 fraggers. I mean, FIFA's technically the anchor.
You called them out.
I don't know.
No, actually, it was Enigma. It was Enigma. He can't say anything right now.
I'm not going into it. All I'm saying, FIFA's on 5 because they're just fighting off drops so much. Anchor be damned. It doesn't matter. If you're fighting off your drop spot, everybody's got to get the kills. FIFA's just finding them for the team. So it's a team effort. So far, so good. Let's swing back to Kim, though. Another big fight here between these 2 rosters who've been fighting for the last 5 minutes. Over the top side of the zone. Dragons continuing to farm Nip, who will stay alive on the map. Good news if you're a Master 5K fan, because this team is finding a ton of points off of a single squad.
I love that I was about to say ninjas in pajamas, back to all three, all is well in the world. No, they go right back to chemical. We're situated back into dragons, and it hurts a lot. Now down to a solo, has to regain again. We'll check in with them later. For now, JD Gaming on your screen. FLS with the 1v2. Not gonna get that one.
A lot of action has been down in the factory position. And again, because there's so much aggro down here, you can see T1 on your screen who have rotated up to living quarters essentially for free. Did look like Spam Golo was able to pick up some early kills at the very beginning of this game to kind of clear that pathway for them. And then everybody tried to third party this factory fight. So because of that, T1 is now free and clear on the south side of the zone, waiting on the rest of the lobby and waiting on this new zone. So over here on the other side, all the way on the north side of this kind of southern side of the map, if you will, holding Harbor, holding Kim, is going to be this JDG roster who are like, well, I guess we should try to find some kills over here because we didn't win factory. We've got a moment of peace. Here's a look at that zone as we get it. It does pull down towards T1. It does pull to the southern side of the map to some degree. Gonna pull towards factory. So this is good reason everybody's fighting down here.
Ooh, and as we look at the circle here, everyone trying to fight in, your gatekeepers in the north and AG Global just on the outskirts of it. What are we gonna do here? We've got the buy station. We gotta get in with them on the mics. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Whatever you do, you guys just gotta do it together. Like, time it. We're just rushing shit. Got loads of time. I peered above you again just to give you some space.
Yep. So just going to come in now.
I knocked in the buy as well. I knocked in the buy.
Kill this guy. I threw nade.
Let's go. Come.
Yeah. These guys are starting to rush.
Come on, drop me cash.
Here. They're starting to rush.
We can get up to zip. We can get up to zip.
Send it back.
Oh, get up there quick.
Yeah, he's in third. Play with me.
Yeah.
Come. He's stuck. He has nothing. I'm waiting for you.
Play together.
I'm waiting for you. Come.
Yeah, man.
Dead.
Nice. Bomb left, like Harbor. One guy coming out of chem. One guy coming out of chem. Yeah, I see him. 20 on the left.
Honestly, sounds good there from AG Global. And the way that they're approaching this, grabbing Orgless, FIFA is locked in, which this is good considering they didn't have the best start over on Haven's Hollow. So to sound like this, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it was really clean comms, frankly, and great communication. Say, hey, we got the knock. We have to push now. Once we push, we then chow together. Nobody needs to be a hero. A big move for AG as they go through another team, wiping another roster off the list. It does look like NIP is officially out of here. They do make top 10, but they don't make much more than that. Now looking for a top 5 position. Some of these teams are going to slow down a little bit. As our zones continue to close, this new zone will change quite a bit for teams down in factory. And well, I lied. I was going to say unless it is this exact poll, which is basically factory. We're ending factory, okay, folks? At least for now. So everybody's going to be fighting over this position. Dragons, Master 5K, Curacao, they went out in Kim. They walked their way through Harbor. They found their way to factory. And the only team here contesting them in true factory is T1. Reminder, T1, I was talking about them before. They worked their way from Stronghold up to living quarters basically for free. And then have just slowly skirted their way this way. Does T1 have a lot of kills? They actually have a sizable amount. Kind of off screen, Spam has been picking up quite a bit of kills. I think they're on like 11 total. He's on 4 as a team, so maybe it's Disrupt actually finding most of their entry frags, but either way you look at it, this is a huge takedown. Well-placed nades, well-placed shots, and the chow from the roster. T1 go massive for another 3, and wiping a team who's frankly was slaying out the lobby off screen. Bonnie Versities, they go down in 8th, Tiff.
Yeah, and they were on a run. You said it. They had double-digit kills. It was going to be their best of the day, and to stifle like that sucks for them, right? For T1 though, who didn't get a ton of kills on that first Rebirth Island match, they're doing what they need to do to answer back. The call is there, but you have to see. We go to the north, and AG Global is the pretty much everything that we're talking about. It is the story. It was the biggest question coming into today for me because they just hadn't been performing on that road to Birmingham the way we would expect from this team on paper. Changes happen, right? And FIFA, you mentioned it. We not only just anchor and we frag and we doing what it takes, and you have to on Resurgence.
my reaction is to our zone, Tiff. A great point, and the zone does pull up to HQ, so we are going to pull factory technically still partially inside a zone, but all the folks that were in prison have already jumped over to HQ aside from this AG global team, so they immediately rotate, don't hear anything besides everybody downrange, and so they're going to swing all the way up to Grandma's and say, how do you do, peekaboo? You didn't hear my footsteps, and I'm going to take you to the lobby, I guess, because Vortex goes down. Now, Scumming gets caught alone and loses his life because of that. So what looked like maybe a decent chow, both teams a bit surprised to run into each other, and they just trade 1 for 1.
Okay. Well, down to 2. The road for Raven Esports on Rebirth Island has not been the easiest for them. But I'm still loving that even though it hasn't been easy, they're maintaining almost a top 5 average. Like, this is insane, which is why they are where they are on the leaderboard. But from bioweapon to factory, L8 ESC has been doing phenomenal.
Yeah, 3 teams banking on the low side of this zone. We're on the top side, Ravens Esports. They lost 1 player to Novo, but then Novo and AG Global kind of bonked into each other. Both lost a player, and it opened up an opportunity for Ravens to get involved here. They do trade out 1. So FIFA down. Gonna be able to get this cleanup as well, as it does look like AG Global are saying, hey, with our final remaining player, run for your life. You have stims. Go deep into the zone, because our zone has pulled back up to prison. A gigantic rotation from a lot of our teams, because, well, what else are you gonna do? What are you just gonna run out in the open for Ravens Esports to kill you all on rotation? No, we're gonna go deep in the zone. We have stims. Now Prodigy gets read like a book, unfortunately goes down. Eclectic in the position as well, trying to play for prison. But T1 have rotated through zone from factory all the way up to HQ, and now have all 3 remaining, and there's 1 person on the other side for Novo who do make it to the top 5, but that is it for Blade and Novo Esports.
Well, into the top 3 we go. Team Master 5K, Eclectic, and now T1. And it's going to come down towards that positioning. And even though we look for a nice rotation through the stim play, you bring in the airstrike, we try to hit a reset. Will this give us enough time to reset into prison? Because, I mean, look at T1. We're chilling. We've got tower support and everything.
This zone changes a lot. It does go to the low side. Unfortunately, when there's 3 teams left, you don't like to be the 2 teams that are fighting, and it does look like if L8X ESE, if Master 5K, Dragons, and Kirkow can get out of this for free and not lose a player, it's definitely worthwhile. All of these kills are 1.4x multis. We're into the top 5. We take kills every day of the week, but if we want the win, we need all of these players alive. Now, T1 have an early rotation to the low side while they've kept one in zone on high ground, playing the trades over the top. It does look like Master 5K has read that and elected to back up and still play inside of prison, trying to reassess this fight maybe from a different angle. T1 trying to catch some strays, I guess, from both teams, asking who's going to peek first.
And it's the oversight onto the next circle that they have. They get access to a buy station for endgame. They get streaks. This is how you play it, right? You can only imagine that their comms are absolutely flurrying, but they're looking for angles and staying out of cover because they want them to be smart kills. Instead, Spam gets caught out.
That's a great find from Eclectic. Unfortunately, when the gunshots go up, Dragons finds him, able to trade it out. Eclectic goes down, get 1 killed, and then get punished for it, and they land in a streak, by the way, from Echo. Now in trouble, Kirko trying to be the hero with the stim and can't get it done. T1 Echo, unreal job to get the win.
Yo, we have got to run that back from Echo's POV 100%, because it looks like a collapse on T1 towards the end. Even with the access to the buy station, the grabbing the streak, it definitely does wonders. But oh my god, even Master 5K, that team right there picks up a ton of kills towards the end. Let's get into the victory moment. We need it.
Oh, Master's whole team alive, by the way. Wait, no, it's only a duo, Master.
I'll put more areas there. Yeah, literally areas.
Yeah, I got you.
Pretty straight on, pretty straight on.
I kind of have to go left though, I don't want to die to the PA.
Good. I'm going back up in
I think I have another streak here. I have another mortar too.
All the way in the gas, all the way in the gas.
I'm fucking dead. Bruce.
All the way in the gas.
Wait, no, they're bomb, they're coming from bomb. 1v3. 2 knocked.
Last one.
Well, fucking holy shit. What's your cluster? What's your
I'm
cluster?
a fucking scamming piece of shit, bro.
Listen, that's a big reaction for Echo, okay? That is a massive reaction for Echo. Not a big one if you don't know him, but that's crazy. Echo does clutch up. The cluster was perfectly placed, and because of the position of the zone, knocks 2, it makes it a 1v1, but a true 1v1 in a gas like that, still an insane play, and I think him buying the cluster, reading the map, saying, I can't get knocked by the PA, he loses both of his teammates, Tiff, and goes, well, I'm dead. No chance I win this. Cluster lands, he goes, well, there's a glimmer of hope, and he just ices up. Well done from T1.
Yeah, here's the deal. I don't think he smiled, but also when he won LAN, he didn't smile either. So you're right. This was probably one of the biggest reactions I think I've ever seen from him. And to be fair, well earned, because dude was literally 20 HP, taking that final chow into that 1v1 with the streaks coming down. That is absolutely a movie.
Yeah, that was a movie. I mean, look at this too. By the way, Master 5K Dragons, really well done to take that win over the top. Unfortunately, when you took that chow and you were on high ground, there was nowhere for you to go. You have to jump off of high ground at that point because you're deep in zone, or you try to play stims. They decided to try to play slow on high ground, and what happened? A cluster landed on your head when you were already weak. You didn't even have a moment to react. You only took one shot from the cluster and you all go down. Crazy moment and a crazy win for T1. Very fun to watch. Really excited to hear what the desk has to say about that one.
Thank you, Coach and Tiff. That's our second Rebirth Island. It's gone. Now we'll be coming back. We'll be heading into Haven's Hollow, but the story remains the same. T1, a dominant team, Enigma.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of things to kind of talk about, how they get out of Stronghold fast to get themselves into living quarters because they don't want to be caught trying to rotate in. They know the zone's definitely not going to end up there, so it's not wanting to be on that lower ground. So many different things that we can talk about, but that end play is insane. So what they decide to do is let everybody else scramble over prison. You want your layer cake action? Go have fun with that, fellas. Well, they decide, all right, we're going to put one in Grandma's, cover off any rotations, and two of us are just going to tuck into this near side wall, cover off the buy. They then end up with a situation where, okay, actually, opposing teams have taken prison roof, shooting down on us. What do they decide to do? Bomb the player who's been sat in Grandma's because they've run out of stims, essentially switching that player out, giving you more life to survive. But then it's hit the buy, put all of our money together, and drop a cluster on the roof. I don't think it's how they intended to play out, and obviously Echo's got zero reaction because that's who he is. But there's a 1v3 to see off the map, and that is some glorious Warzone.
Continue to tear it up, man. T1, they are that roster, but AG, positives for them, Dandro.
Positives indeed. I mean, that's a good back-to-back map on Rebirth Island. We kind of talked about it, where this is sort of where you're starting to look at to maybe kind of claw your way back up the leaderboard, right? Because for AG, I think they were happy to be on the other side of the map, because when you're looking at a lot of the highlights on your screen right now, it was just so much of sort of this chem and below where just so many teams felt like they just got kind of stuck, right? And they're all just fighting each other. And then as all of that's happening, you know, AG Global, they win that early contest against the Gentlemates. Now they can start to maybe play a little bit more freely. When we went in with that listening, I love what we're hearing from FIFA Killer saying, I just want you to play together. Whatever you do, I don't care. Just do it together. And that's been one of the big things that we have missed out from that AG Global roster. It's sometimes some hero antics, but they're able to kind of ice it on up, and that should be some good momentum for them to move in back onto Haven's Hollow. But they come all the way towards the end. It gets a little bit mixy there, but inevitably it's T1. And I think this is a big moment where they're kind of playing this headquarters side Enigma, and then it's this jump off over to Grandma's just to kind of look over the rest of the zone.
Yeah, it's one of those things to kind of talk about, like, okay, well, you get a bit of luck, maybe a bit of fortune with the cluster that rains down, but it's the setup before that. It's preparation meeting opportunity, and they sure as hell prepared. And sometimes we talk about Echo as this anchor, this IGL, this guy that sits back and releases the hound, so to speak. And Spam and Disrupt, he's got two of the best for sure. But when he needs to, that boy can shoot up there with some of the greatest, and he certainly makes it look great there. Although you wouldn't know, you might have just told him that he got an F in a recent assignment or something, because, well, as Gold said, if you know him, that is actually a reaction. And speaking of reactions, a look at the leaderboard here. Might be interested to see a lack of kills on Ravens. That's because the zone pulls to them. And I think it's an interesting showing of one of their few weaknesses, which is they struggle to play defensively. If the zone comes straight to them, they don't really know how to push out, and that's why you've only seen 12 as opposed to the 20 plus they've been rocking up through this afternoon.
What about this LA roster, Dandro? They're in second place. I think it's been, I mean, they've been in a conversation commentary-wise, but not really whenever it comes to the leaderboard.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're kind of seeing them obviously come on through. 17 kills, a 1.4 multiplier there, 23.8 on the board. Not too bad. I mean, listen, we all kind of were looking at Master 5K and we're like, all right, we know you've been around, you've kind of been in the conversation a little bit, and then being able to kind of come together with some of these members of sort of the L8 roster that you were kind of seeing there with Kiriko and Dragons, feels like they maybe just finally found an anchor that they can rely on. They needed this map bad, right? This was their opportunity to not let this run away from them. This is definitely one of these teams that's kind of looking at that 5th or 4th spot, not trying to be top of the leaderboard, but doing what they can to kind of crawl their way back on into the mix. But I gotta say, one thing that I don't think we had a chance to cover as well when it comes to Rebirth, there's just so many more kills that you can go ahead and find on Rebirth Island as opposed to Haven's Hollow. So for some of these teams that are really looking to get back on into it, these Rebirth maps are huge.
Well, we've had 4 completed maps. Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard as we hop back in to Haven's Hollow. It's Ravens Esports throughout the consistency. Enigma 98.6 points after 4 maps. You know, last month we were looking at T1. This Ravens roster taking charge. They've been unstoppable.
Yeah, this is where we want this Ravens roster to really be. It's not enough to just simply be a part of the top 5 conversation. If you have real ambitions of being a champion inside Warzone, you have to be able to put up at that very top spot in your region. Could Ravens get there? Nearson's sure as hell matured. He's filled out that anchor role. Is King Chalk the X factor that they have been looking for? They're certainly delivering today, and that's why they're cementing in this top spot. Their kills have been great. The one and only time they have struggled, and I'll put struggled in big quotation marks, was last map where they had to play basically just around their own landing spot, and that's a difficult spot for any team to be in.
But Dandro, Genomates, 14th place, 2 Rebirth Islands. I thought they were going to step it up. That's their map to take. They have yet to wake up.
They have yet to wake up. We still got 6 more maps to play, Taylor, so it's hard to count them out. But I think what's kind of crazy to me is I'm looking at this leaderboard, man. I mean, 4th through literally 10th, all within shooting distance of each other, right? Like, it's really not anything crazy to say 15 points. You could come out, drop 20 kills, maybe a 1.4 there. You're going to be feeling very, very good when obviously it comes to those points. But you think you're starting to see here when we talk about points, kills are a big reason of why you're able to get those points. And no surprise when we're looking at that top Ravens roster, boys. Nyson, King Chalk leading the kill leader way with 1st and 2nd. Keybase trying to keep it a little bit interesting there, but a nice little grouping we have here, Taylor.
Yeah, not bad. King Chalk, that X factor, but your X factor is 2nd just behind your teammate. I think Ravens is doing all right there, Enigma.
Yeah, certainly got the slaying prowess, that's for sure. What's that, 55 kills between the two? Yeah, that's not a bad return for anybody. Also, seeing Echo that high is quite surprising. Again, usually he just kind of goes spam, disrupt. You boys go do your thing. I'm going to put my feet up. But we did say maybe their plan is to get him more involved so that they can be more dominant across more space of the map. Maybe that's the game plan that's putting him right there in that top 5.
Well, it's time to go back to where we started. Haven's Hollow for map number 5, our halfway point. Let's see if it changes for any of those bottom roster teams. Spider Tiff Ghost, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Reflections Noble. Great desk analyst segment as per the usual. Tiff?
Yeah, good comms. Ghost, I don't want to stifle you or anything because I bet people can hear you, but I cannot.
Oh, okay. I got you now. You can definitely hear me now. W, look, everybody at home can hear me, and I was just saying that the Dust did a fantastic job, okay?
I love that.
What I was going to shout out is my Italian boat boys, all right? I got to say, Eclectic is actually looking pretty strong. Saw Kibby's up there in the top of our kill categories as well in the individual slayers, so things are going right for the boys by the boats.
Can you say that again? Italian Boat Boys? Why do I feel like that's some like crazy SNL band?
No, they land both maps, so I'm calling the Italian Boat Boys. And look, at the very top of the show, I was talking about Eclectic before we started, and then the analysts talked about it at the very beginning. They were like, "Hey, Ghost was yelling at this team to get more aggressive." They're doing it. Kibby's getting kills. The Boat Boys are flying around the map. Things are looking pretty good. And we saw the leaderboard just briefly. They were in 6th place, so they're not like chill and everything's fine for them, but things are looking good. As we go back to Haven's Hollow, they can keep up some aggression, especially as teams try to cycle into Main Street, because there was 10 teams there the last couple of maps of Haven's Hollow. They could find a lot of kills being unshouted boat. Things are going well for Eclectic.
Hear me out. It's in 6th place, right? 1 point. 1 point. That means that if we're going to continue this as we are wrapping up our final casted map between you and me of the day before we pass over to the other boys, if they continue that, someone's gonna miss out on going to DreamHack Atlanta by literal 1 point. Like, this happens all the time. Like, it is disgusting how close these margins definitely get. But of course, we will be moving back onto Havens Hollow. Now, you think back to the original time that we saw it in maps 1 and 2. It was tough. Not tough for Raven Esports and not tough for T1 because we had 2 west pulls where we pulled towards Pond and we pulled towards Mansion. So if you're outside the top 5, Goj, and you've really got to counteract a lot of these teams that are going to have phenomenal performances back onto Havens Hollow, what are you hoping for? You want to go back to research. You want a pool that's going to go that route because you need to shake it up. And if you're Gentlemates, if you're down on that southeastern side of things and you haven't been getting a lot of action in the early game, you also want the eastern side of Havens Hollow to pop up for the circle.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. As we go back to Havens Hollow here for the next 2 maps, and it's specifically for our 5th map, it's very important that you pay attention to the zone rotations and maybe change up your drop spots. If we keep pulling to the west, things aren't working for you on the east. I'm looking at Gentlemates, frankly. Maybe you change things up. They've been known to do that in the past. Who knows? Maybe they just full send Pond if we get another one of those zones. But some fun conversations about map rotation, and I love it. Now, look, as we get into the competition here shortly, I do want to remind you that team passes for DreamHack Atlanta are on sale Thursday. So there might be some folks in this competition that may need to take advantage of that, but also you at home could take advantage of that. Go get your team passes on Thursday. Make sure you sign up, get the team pass so that you can participate in our open qualifiers on LAN at DreamHack Atlanta. Very cool format this year that we're able to do just that. We have our online qualifiers. We get 5 teams from this competition that make it to LAN, but then we also have our team passes. Okay, so some fun stuff there. But not only do we have team passes here for DreamHack Atlanta, but also at DreamHack Atlanta, we have the Call of Duty League. This is Major 3, folks. You want to go check out the Call of Duty League and everything going on over there? There are less than 100 CDL tickets left, okay? Scan this QR code. Go get your tickets now. It's a Pro-Am. Going to be 16 teams on main. Some challenger folks getting involved. It's going to be a lot of fun. You're not going to want to miss it. So much going on at DreamHack Atlanta, you know, let alone our open qualifiers into our finals here for DreamHack Atlanta to try to ship some people out to EWC, but also the Call of Duty League, Tiff. Everybody's going to want to be there.
Look, it's sick. I've been to DreamHack Atlanta before a few times. I've even streamed from their creator pods that they have there. It's a really cool time. You do see a lot of indie game devs that go there and they kind of all have setups. You can meet a lot of your friends. You pop by, you got Call of Duty action. Like, it is just a really sick environment. And plus, I don't know why everyone that likes to come to Atlanta loves to tout Waffle House. Sure. If you want to go get some waffles and then head on over to DreamHack Atlanta, I really do love that energy out of you, but I promise we have better food than that.
Yeah, I have hit plenty of Waffle House at 3 a.m. in the morning. But let's take a look at our leaderboard again for this competition, because we're not even halfway done with it. If we can pull up that leaderboard as the game's getting started, I think this is an important note as we at least begin to move our eyes to that bubble, right? We want to know who will win this competition. Will it be Ravens? Will it be Novo? Will it be T1? Who will it be? But I think this overall leaderboard is extremely important to pay attention to because our top 5 is really all that matters. So if you're in 5th, cool, nice job. Job's not even close to being done yet. And if you're not on this screen, if you're 11 through 15, those are the teams I'm actually worried about because you're going to have to drop some gigantic games to claw your way back into this competition. Still plenty of room to do that, but we're starting to run out of time here, Tiff.
Yeah, you really are. Look, if you want to turn things around, if you find yourself outside the top 10, okay, this is the time that you need some back-to-back games. And I'm not talking 17 kills in an 11th place in a map. You really need to get into that top 5 because there's a reason that teams that are inside the top 5 are staying there, and that's because that multiplier that's in play. We touted at the very beginning. It's no stranger to anyone in competitive Warzone. Your kills only matter if you can get towards endgame. Make them count. For Ninjas in Pajamas, sure, that last map on Rebirth, it was a little difficult over there at Chem, right? You kept running into the same team and they basically farmed you until you were a solo and you had some regain. But you're still into the top 10, which is all that matters, except for the fact that you're not in the top 5. But you're close enough to get there, right? We just need a win out of you and like 22 kills.
Yeah, that's
I'm manifesting.
exactly right. I love it. Well, I do want to walk back through what we've seen for the first 4 maps in particular, because we got a chance to see our map rotation for the very first time. First 2 maps were Havens Hollow. The first was, well, drop 1. It was a very interesting one, Tip, because we started with a Western zone pull. We started with T1 basically getting a free map on the Western side and Ravens Esports getting a free map on the North side, and both teams reaped the rewards of that, getting a ton of points to kick things off of the day.
Huge, right? Now, this is that pull we originally had towards Mansion. And of course, when you've got this cluster through its train rack, this is where a lot of those teams, you'll see the 2 3s on the screen that are going to be 2 members of Raven Esports dropping down, looking for kills. AG Global does it right by trying to stabilize over towards the side to get them well into that circle. However, doesn't go their way. They get a couple of kills, but really can't get things moving. For Gentlemates, they try a little bit of the same as well. As they start in Lumber Mill, it hasn't really been contested like we saw on the road to Birmingham. So very, very different scenario for them.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think as we looked to what happened in drop 1, everybody else was just trying to figure out how do we get to end zone while T1 had complete control. Now, this is the moment we talked about in drop 1 where Ravens Esports had a great map going and they decided to get really aggressive rather than trying to play for the win. Because of that, yes, Neeson was able to trade one out. Unfortunately, breaks his ankles on the way down. Teammates were in trouble. Yeah, the production was having a lot of fun with that one. Fair enough. T1 able to take control of Mansion to get their first win of the day, which is a great way to start things off. However, as a reminder, we just took a look at the leaderboard. They're not in first technically, right? Ravens Esports is in first, and Novo's up in there as well. But then looking at map 4, which they just won, what was a little bit different this time around for our second Rebirth game, Tiff?
You know, I liked it, right? They left Stronghold because they stayed there in that initial first go about on Rebirth Island for a longer time. And sure, they had tried to send some players up into living quarters to look for those kills. And I just want to go ahead and highlight the fact that we just saw Ninjas of Pajamas get slammed there in chemistry. Unfortunate for them because they needed to make it through. But they weren't going to get through them. They have to make it towards endgame Master 5K, and they do just that. However, back towards Prison, we still have all this going on, but then you start to see where T1 moves up into living quarters around this time.
Yeah, well, and I think the important note is the action that we're seeing, we stuck with the action. It was all down in Factory besides the early contest over at Turbine, right? And so because there was so much happening on the Factory side, living quarters wasn't as hotly contested or highly congested, rather, like it was in map 3, which is where T1 hardly could buy a kill because it was all Stronghold all day. So because there was so much action over here, now you can see T1, they come from living quarters and they're able to work their way into Factory late, which is good for them. They take down a team that was hot, that's Bonnie's squad, who are on double-digit kills, and they just keep working their way through this lobby. And then they get zone position while the other teams are fighting each other over here outside of HQ and Grandma's. It is a great win for them, and this has given them the opportunity to win 2 of our 4 maps. Folks, that's a 50% win rate. Low sample size, but still really impressive. And it came down to Echo's clutch here in the final moment. Eclectic doing a great job. Unfortunately, Echo, last alive, lands the perfect cluster over the top on Master 5K and Dragons after they wipe Eclectic, and then Echo just clutches up the 1v1 with hardly an iota of health. Watching that back makes it even sweeter. Every bullet missed by his opponent because of Echo's great movement at the very end. Yes, an Anchor, he's a shooter. He can move.
Yeah, it was honestly, so many times I could watch that and just be like, yeah. And especially if you haven't seen it and you haven't seen it from Echo's POV, go watch his reaction. It is so good, let me tell you. That man almost cranked a smile, which is great news for us. And even better news, I'm seeing Havens Hollow, I'm seeing a lobby, I'm seeing a map number 5 in our horizon. Where we started, where we're returning to, what is it going to look like? Do we go Mansion? Do Raven Esports reap a ton of kills and control the large majority of the map, similar to T1 from Train Station? Or do we go towards the east?
Well, we're about to find out, folks. Thank you for your patience. Time for map number 5. We're going to go back-to-back Havens Hollow, and somehow, some way, yet again, we have pulled to the west. We'll see what happens for a lot of these teams. Everything looking mostly the same. I will say I do see Gentlemates complete control. Nobody else at Lumber Mill. They are alone down there. We'll check in with them much later as we get straight into the action with this contest at Barn and Chapel that have been happening every map thus far here on Havens Hollow between Kadzu and this team number 12, which is that Algier Sinafran.
Now you're just getting a little jazzy with it. Okay.
You got to, all right? It's a tough name, and I feel good about it.
I don't know why, but I feel like you need to eat it with like an espresso, or say it with like a croissant and like an espresso or something.
Yeah, that'll be tough to say if I'm eating a croissant at the same time. But let's check back in with a team that did a fantastic job in Rebirth to kind of keep their dreams alive. Dragons Master 5K. According to our stats, it was kind of like a hey Rebirth where they can rack up some points, and in Haven's Hollow they just kind of need to survive. And well, that's exactly what's happening right now. Dragons just needs to survive to get the team back. They're able to come back, but he is not out of the woods. And frankly, he's not even in the woods. He's in the frying pan. This guy is cooked and out of here as his two teammates are flying in the sky. Bad news if you're an L8X ESC fan.
You just put your hands up at that point and know that your teammates came back, and you're just like, AG Global's not letting me out of here. They just give him the kill in the stairway, walk away from it. Elsewhere, Ninjas in Pajamas walking away from this coal depot. We're cut between two teams, deep into coal and one at research. So where do Vision and Wars need to go? We're split. We get King AJ back in the air. He's going to provide us some information on how the heck we survived this situation.
Yeah, this is classic. This is what we expected. This is what everybody knew was going to happen. Both teams knew they were going to be contesting each other here at Cole. And yet again, it looks like a trading of blows that goes both ways. A classic fight. We'll see how long it lasts. Everybody landing basically where we expected them to. Usually you don't switch things up until the second half of the tournament, and this is still technically the first half. As it looks like Prodigy may be in a bit of trouble or causing the trouble. We'll see if he's able to get one back. He is. Eclectic trades one out. AG Global, bit of a blender, especially with two teams in the area. Make it three. Dragons find one. Prodigy runs into the barrel of an unsuspecting third party.
All right, well, Master 5K's team on the horizon, as well as Team Bonnie. Even another roster AFS who is frying on Rebirth. This has been the hotbed of activity over here at Main Street, and it has been really tough to navigate because when you have this many people lurking amongst, similar to what we see Dragons doing, because what you're doing is you're hearing all these footsteps. You don't really want to move, but I will say those initial shots, you get your teammates to back you up, except he falls flat like a domino in Master 5K. You have got to survive yet again here.
Yeah, there's just too many teams around. Like, I don't even know what you do at this point. You just, pray that the next building doesn't have a team in it, and of course it does. Good luck, AG Global. Also, Geeke, who we haven't talked a little bit about in a while. They're playing on the south side of the map, outside of Main Street near gazebos, and Anchor's still hanging out there. So while the chaos in the Main Street position continues to ensue, I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in Main Street.
Count 'em.
The teams that do have anchors in a safe position, Geeke, Eclectic down at Riverboat, can just keep sending in their troops to try to find any kills that they can. Those are a net positive for them. Sure, they're giving away a couple points, but it's well worth it because they know they can restabilize in a position of power on the map. What you're not seeing teams do, or a couple teams do to kind of match that pace, T1 really haven't left train station in the meantime.
Nope.
Still anchored there, hanging out there, kind of gambling that somebody was going to chow them, and they don't.
Well, you know what? They'll just move on into that circle. We do see Ninjas in Pajamas be the first team out here on our return to Haven's Hollow. That one's going to hurt. I will say, Main Street, it's been the catalyst. So what we're not seeing is our anchor up in Mansion for Ravens Esports. They have their duo out getting crazy around Barn Center. Map T1, you're right, still over on the western side towards Train. But it's AG Global that I've been the most enthralled with, Goj. We're north of 5 kills on Prod almost, right?
Yeah.
We have been in the mix. What we can't do is we can't buy a multi or a top 5 to save our lives.
Well, this team, again, somehow restabilized. Master 5K doesn't have a plate to his name, but the team has been battling through the blender and they come out better for it. It's the same thing for AG Global, right? If you get kills in the blender and you're just able to stay alive, you look up and it's mid-game and you're like, wait, we already have 10, 11 kills. We can slow way down and get out of here. So some teams do thrive in the blender. Unfortunately for Gentlemates, not contested in Lumber and still hardly have anything going for them. Holland's going to be able to stay alive to allow Grom and Inkyo to get back into the map. So should be fine there, but they're not safe. They're on edge of zone. Don't really have to rotate, but there's 3-4 teams that are going to be running straight into them in just a moment. We'll check back in with them later as T1 finally getting aggressive. You can see Spam and Disrupt are going to get really aggressive as a duo here, because yet again, Echo is just chilling at train station.
With almost 20K, like plenty of money to get the team back in and just really focus up for endgame. I do see a reunion back in Mansion for Ravens Esports, so we've recalled our 2 players that are fragging out mid-map. No, they're returning back home to stand tall for the end game.
Yeah, it's kind of weird for T1. I think they have 3 kills total right now. Like, they really haven't done anything because of the zone pull. They're expecting the kills to come later. There's just so much action in Main Street that if 2 go all the way down there, it is very easy to chow Echo. They can't get back in time. So they're kind of on a short leash rather than a long leash, which means their kills are going to have to come in the late game. We'll check with them later as we get back into the action here with Geeke, who do find yet again Kirikal, who have been traded out left, right, and center, but still alive and still finding kills means they're getting points on the board, and that's all that matters. So Prodigy, AG Global there as well. These 2 teams have been battling back and forth for a while around Main Street.
Yeah, but if you could make it out of Main Street with all of this and rack up kills, but this is where I'm telling you, if you walk out with like 12, 15 kills and you fall in 10th place, it's just going to keep you outside the top 5. You have got to get into that 1.4x multiplier and let those kills and the math do the work for you on the leaderboard. For Eclectic, this one's going to hurt. You got Team Bonnie on your right, you got AG Global on your left, and AG Global has their backs against the wall. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain on that leaderboard.
Gosh. Yeah, and another kind of northern zone pull too means Eclectic's gonna have to go through everybody on the south. Reminder, this is the team, these are the boat boys, all right? This is the team that was down at Riverboat. They're chilling, they've got a decent amount of kills, but the rotation here is not looking perfect as Kibby's does go down. They do trade out. No, not even trade. They just wipe Versity's Bonnie out of here. What didn't look great, they do lose Kibby's. They wipe a full team of 3 and move on their merry way. We've lost a couple teams now at this point. Nip is out. JD is out as well. JD Gaming, after playing outside of Cole and wiping their competition, couldn't get into the zone. These Western zones are killing these Eastern teams.
Ooh, okay, well, Eclectic here, moving on in. I love that we're trying to lead the way there with the nades, trying to finish it out, but AG Global, they get back up off the ground, and now the shambles, the stims to save your life there, and we can nicely pick up some more plates here. Ooh, but we're seeing at least 9 kills for this team. I would hate to see you fall out here at 12, so drop the streak and rotate out towards the right, but you know who we saw over there was the Gentlemates.
Yeah, Gentlemates are still in the lobby, or in the lobby. They don't have a ton of points to their name yet. Oh, actually, I take that back. It looks like Gentlemates in restabilization have found their way to double-digit kills. So once we get a peek at their kills and who's the fraggers over there, I would assume it's going to be Inkyo, but we'll see as T1 now finally not in zone. They've been battling off screen. We saw it briefly in the kill feed with this Abwiz squad, Team 15 in the pink, who usually land Waterfall. They rotated up to Pond extremely early. Actually, I think they landed in Pond instead of landing in Waterfall. Frankly, a much better position to land because nobody else was landing there. They've been chilling in Pond since the beginning. Probably not a ton of kills, but they've been playing spoiler to what would have been a free map for T1 yet again for a northern rotation up to Mansion. This is very reminiscent of our map 1 that we played, where the zone pulled up to this Mansion position for Ravens Esports. Let's see if Ravens, who've been chilling in Mansion, will potentially not make the same mistake and not get too aggressive and play for the win.
Well, you still got Orglis on the eastern side. They're going to wrap around the back of Mansion, likely for Eclectic. You still have to carve out from the south of Main Street, the upper north of it, and go forward. With so many teams surrounding you, things can be difficult. AFS need a banger, right? And you've got Geeke out towards the left. Gentlemates back up to a 3. It's nice, but here's the test. The team ahead of you, they don't want to give up any space. They're probably watching these windows, so I love the caution that we're seeing from Enkyo here.
I do too. A great map for the Gentlemates. It looked brutal to start, but that's Resurgence for you. They're fighting from the furthest position away from this new zone. They came all the way from Lumber Mill, one out in the east, ratted out when they needed to restabilize. They've lost Grom, unfortunately, but they do take down, or at least help take down, that Master 5K team. They are out of here. We're going to do a quick listen in with Ravens Esports. They've been chilling in Mansion all this time, and finally don't get the zone pull. Going to have to move.
Je crois pas qu'il y avait du monde, frérot.
Y'a personne,
Je vais la ligne, hein. Viens, Choc.
Vas-y.
Ah, vas-y, c'est chiant.
T'es good,
C'est parti H.
Ouais, non, mais genre, je sais pas d'où ils arrivent, genre, je comprends pas.
C'est pas grave, ils viennent parce que le manoir il est énorme. On a déjà 16 kills, faut juste le top.
Je l'annonce, je sais pas où l'annonce, je vous jure, je sais même pas où l'annonce.
Et Scout, ils sont pas là, je crois. Scout.
Si, ils sont là, ils sont là. 100%.
Je joue en dessous d'eux,
Vas-y, ils sont pas de la zone, ils sont sur des balcons.
Je mets une piège, Choc, Zibois. Choc.
Ok.
Zibois.
Vas-y. Commence-moi, crack. Donne.
Descends.
Ok, attends.
Je remets un coup de téléphone.
Ils vont descendre le balcon,
Je les capte pas, gros, je te jure, ils sont partis. Je mets des coups de téléphone. Ah si, j'en capte un. Suizon.
Ah, tous ensemble, les gars.
Il est là. Il est sur moi, venez, venez. Là, fonte.
Ouais, il servi, il servi.
And there they go, siege towards the left. The last comm I heard, they basically jumped straight onto Orglis's face. One thing to note is I do believe I just saw a last-minute buyback, so the squad wipe is not there for Orglis. They should still have one member alive. For T1, they recognize the chaos, and they're gonna move straight in.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing that happened in map 1 just a little bit earlier as the zone did pull south more quickly. It allows T1 to play more aggressively and try to get to the backside of Ravens Esports before final circle. This is a big moment for those that are fighting at the top because we're not into the top 5 yet. Looking for top 5 for 1.4x. These two teams battling it out on the north side. T1 will win that battle. So Ravens Esports, they're able to get 2 back into the lobby. They're going to go flying into the chaos that is the south side over at Barn. They thought maybe a chance to regain there. No chance. Ravens Esports not out of it yet, but in deep trouble. By the way, during all that chaos, during our listen-in, and more chaos on screen, gentlemen, they are fully eliminated, by the way. For those wondering, they got wiped on rotation into zone. They are not in this lobby and are not a top 5 team.
All right, Heed's here, holding down for a top 5. And it's T1 holding down for a win. You send Authentics packing, Team Orglis out of here. Sure, some teams are flying in. AG Global, they get a top 5, but now they're out.
Top 5 is good for AG Global. They desperately needed that multiplier if they had a decent amount of kills. We'll see those scores later. But T1 yet again get the zone pull. They won this position. They beat out Ravens Esports for this spot. They rotated early and it paid off, and then they get the zone pull. It takes skill and also a little bit of luck to win these Warzone competitions. Let's see if they're able to win what looks like a free map for them, folks. This will be their 3rd win through 5 games if they don't scam here from a couple rats deep in the gas. And here's one of those rats peeking over the corner. Mantle's up. Weiss can't make it in time. Probably had 1 HP in a dream, and 1 bullet takes him down. This will be it, Tiff. T1 are going to win 3 out of 5 of our maps, and Stukek's not going to give him any extra points.
That is exactly what you need to do here to remain consistent inside the top 5. So congratulations to Echo Spam and Disrupt for another win on behalf of T1. Now, it wasn't as cool as what we saw Echo do at the end of that second Rebirth Island match, you know, but we'll take it. I said it doesn't have to be flashy. It just has to get it done. Victory moment on your hands.
Careful, he doesn't go far. Let's go 3-3-3. Yeah, the 3 on my yellow ping, they're smoking it and shit.
Yeah, they're going deep left, deep left, deep left.
Good
one. There's another one like deep left near my ping. He's near the stage.
Yeah, I see him, He's on the ammo refill. You might just sim up. I'm
Alright, watch right then. Solo on right. One of you watch women.
Yeah, just watch that kill on the left. I'm with you, I got clustered.
I'm playing back right wall. D, we got clustered, yeah? Keep holding that. Don't run. Squad at the wall. Come, spam. Shot this woman.
I'm one shot. I'm getting shot. There's a kill on me close.
Is that him?
Was the last one you guys, or?
It might be in gas, watch out. I don't know where he's at.
I don't know if I heard him.
Fucking hell, boys. Let's stop making it difficult. Let's stop making it difficult, bro.
Classic T1 comes. Don't make it difficult, all right? They've got more things to adjust rather than celebrate when they get their 3rd map win after a rigorous 5 maps. T1 gonna jump this leaderboard probably up to the top or close to it. A fun final moment for T1. Any other thoughts here, Tiff, as we take a look at all the chaos on the map as everybody's trying to rotate to new?
No, just honestly really clean out of T1, clean out of Ravens Esports there to get into kind of that end game yet again. But what do you expect when you go back to Haven's Hollows? You don't have any real challengers, a train station or a mansion early game, and you just get to kind of run the gauntlet that is Haven's Hollow through the entirety. I will say, big dubs here for AG Global to finally get a 1.4x multiplier.
Yeah.
I said they couldn't buy one, dude. We're into game number 5. It's happening. We get the highest multiplier we've seen. I've seen them fall in 6th place. We've seen them fall 1st. Now, moving into the back half, we have 5 more games to get us into the top 5.
Yeah, no, it's a really good shot. I think this important note on this map was, again, this early rotation getting paid by T1. Essentially, the only team they actually even have to go through to get to the north side of the map is that Abwiz squad who landed in Pond, who is kind of a thorn in the side of T1, not allowing them to play as aggressively as they wanted. When they finally get through them, they make it to Mansion. Yet again, it makes sense why, but Ravens Esports are out looking for blood. And while they're out looking for blood, T1 sneak into the top side of the map, take full control, get the zone pull, win the map. Great shot from the boys. They're going to be up at the top. And this, by the way, mimics the amount of wins they got in upper bracket with likely most of the same teams, rather. So they don't need any more wins to match that success. They could go 50% win rate on the day if they get one more win. Who knows? I don't know what they're going to do, but right now they look unstoppable. So, definitely unsurprising. And I'll be curious to see what they're able to do in the second half. If they slow down or keep the pressure up, they got a statement to make, Tiff, and I'll be very excited to see what statement they do make. And who else even plays for the bubble at this point? We're halfway through this competition. We've got to turn our eyes to the bubble. Any final thoughts here, Tiff?
Bubble teams better go off. Look, you got 5 more games to turn it around. If you want to go to DreamHack Atlanta, play for some real cash, and maybe earn yourself a chance to EWC, stand on business. You got to do it.
Stand on business. Well, folks, let's let the desk take it away and see what they had to say about drop number 5.
Halfway point is reached. T1 continues to dominate. Question is, who are going to be those bubble teams as we start to get a little bit further on? Enigma, you brought up a great point as we were watching the drops. Nobody doing anything spicy. Business as usual. Nobody wants to take risk as of yet.
No, I think a lot of teams are just struggling to feel comfortable, essentially, and as such, you don't really then want to take a gamble on something unless you're forced into that spot where you've got to put your back against the wall. I mean, you end up with Oki's team deciding to play it over towards pond. Other than that, it's pretty much as the script wrote, so a lot of teams then just kind of go back to Old Faithful. You are more comfortable with this landing spot, you understand it inherently, it's all about your pathing, your pace. And again, we're seeing a lot of these Western zones, so teams may have dropped 1, drop 2, and thought, okay, I feel a little bit of the pace in the way this is playing. If we end up with Western again, we go back to this location. For some teams, that obviously paid out. For others, very much so not.
Yeah, it just kind of watching sort of through that map and just seeing how different teams are trying to move throughout the map. This is insane, by the way. The fact that Enkyo gets this kill, looks up to the stairs, talk about spit on, dude. That was that's what I want to see from the Gentlemates, okay? That's what I want to see moving into the back half of the day here, because that's maybe a little bit of the fire. You know, maybe it wasn't exactly the best game for them, but it's better than they've done so far. 5 more games on the board. I'd love to be able to see it, but T1 yet again continuing just to kind of ride through the rest of this one, Taylor. I mean, it feels weird that we've gone through so many of these maps where we get down to like the final 2 or 3 teams. It's like, oh, it's T1 and Ravens. They have the entirety of zone that they can just hold. Right.
T1's Ravens, like, it's just a usual suspect, man. T1 just a dominant. Can they do this on LAN? My goodness, if they can, no joke, they could be champions. I mean, that's what we are looking at currently. And I firmly believe Birmingham was incredibly important for them to experience. Going into Atlanta, they're going to be a totally different roster. But yeah, they can't slow down. T1's looking great. Now that we've reached the halfway point, we know T1 is the most dominant roster today, Enigma. But who do you want to see step it up on the back half, right? Because T1, they're already fine. Like, they're good. They're smooth sailing. But who do we want? I would assume it's Gentlemates for you, because you always fly their banner.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Gentlemates for sure. I think that's the easy one at the minute. They are not looking a shade of themselves. I think hit and miss on contests. When they do pick them up, they're slow getting pushed out. They're not winning those fights that you so often see Enkyo and Gromlock handle very simply. And take a quick look here, the drop 5 results. 8th with 16.8 points is arguably their best return of the day. And we're so much more used to seeing them towards the top end of this leaderboard. I think other squads that I maybe want to see step it up a little bit, some further down the book, it is going to be seems like Ancient's crew and Lotus 8. These are squads that come into today hoping not to just be an existing team, if you will. They actually want to be a part of the conversation, and they certainly haven't. And those two at the bottom at the minute, JD and Ninjas in Pajamas, likely softening from the Western zones because they're landing over in Cole. But either way, you can't both be putting up performances like this, and that's back to back for these teams.
Yeah, it's tough to watch that, Dan, because NIP from last qualifiers to Birmingham to now just absolutely struggling. And we'll even look at that a bit further as we take a look at our overall. First, let's highlight, though, our top 5 teams up to the halfway point, Dandro, and really sing their praises, man, because these guys are stellar.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously seeing T1 and Ravens there at the top, just absolutely blowing everyone else out of the water for sure. And then Novo kind of surging from behind a little bit, now sitting in a very comfortable 3rd. Geeke not too far behind them. I feel like we haven't really talked about this team enough today.
Not at all.
And they're currently sitting in 4th with a very solid amount of points on their side, right? Like, I'm very, very curious. And we also have to shout out, of course, in that 5th place spot, the this Italian roster, Eclectic, Xanax, Keybase, and Freddy here with 77. So we're already starting to see some of these gaps get created, right? After 5, I think where we'd have to be a disaster class, as I would call it, from Ravens and T1 for them to not somehow be able to make their way on through. But for a couple other rosters, I mean, we're talking about Gentlemates, we're talking about Nip. Have a banger game and maybe just some okay ones, and you're right back into this mix. It's not out of line for them, I think, to be able to be looking at this leaderboard and say we still have a shot to get on through it over the next 5 games.
I agree with a lot of what Dan's saying here around any of these teams can make late runs. This is only halfway through, so there's no reason to think that any of those teams down low, especially the big squads, can put up the same points that we're seeing there for those top-end teams. I love that we're bringing up Geeky, though. They came a disappointing 15th, not even in the finals, but in Open Round 2 in Birmingham. And then for Novo, that was previously with Gabs, not with Fede. They didn't even make it through Open Round 1 in Birmingham. So both of those teams looking much hotter now. And if you can book an instant ticket to finals, isn't that progress as we warm up to EWC?
Well, that is 5 maps down. We got 5 more to go. The day is still young, but for some who are outside the top 5, now's the time to wake up. And we've been talking about it, playing it safe. Maybe you could do that in the first 5, but you can't do that in the last 5. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series will continue.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history. Doggy from above, the shots are firing. Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy. Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying. Twist and minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the Warzone Resurgence Series. We are in the European final, looking to send 5 teams, of course, to DreamHack Atlanta. Dan, Enigma here, getting ready to bring you through, of course, these last 5 drops. Enigmas, we're getting ready to hop on into map number 6. This is the point where some of these rosters need to really turn on the afterburners if they want to try and get those points and be one of our top 5.
Absolutely. We highlighted a couple towards the back end of that first half. And yeah, I mean, even still teams right now, I'm looking at the 10th place position here. This is Adderley's crew. They've shown 1 or 2 big pop-off maps, but the rest of them have been duds. You can't afford that when you're trying to close, what is that, 16-point gap already, and move a couple of teams between you as well, essentially making that space even further because you're hoping for others to slip more than you do. So yeah, a lot of work to be done, and we already know one big name that's going to be lower down on that leaderboard. The Gentlemates. Further on from that, the Ninjas in Pajamas, who started the afternoon so hot and then stumbled straight into Rebirth and continued that onwards. So yeah, this is a difficult place to be. And the further along this afternoon you go, say if it gets to the 8th drop, 9th drop, if you're still in that tough position, it's Hail Mary attempts, it's balls to the wall, and you don't want to be in that spot.
Yeah, it's really hard when you're in those scenarios, and now all of a sudden, like, game 8, game 9, and now is when you're going to try the crazy thing to get those points on the board, right? You can't be waiting until that time. I'm looking at some of these rosters saying, okay, you now have 5 maps of experience that you can now look at. We had a little bit of halftime here before we got into this game, right? Now hear what you can do. Have those conversations as a squad, right? Maybe change up some of the game plans, change up some of the drop spots, and then maybe figure out how you can play out from there. One more map here on Haven's Hollow before we shift back on over towards Rebirth Island. Okay, so maybe go ahead, use this as your opportunity, start creating that baseline, because we know for some of these rosters when they head into Rebirth Island, that's your real sort of a chance to get some more points on the board here, my friend. But let's focus on this map number 6, right? T1, they're keeping it hot, they're flying on through. Who can maybe to manage to hold it to them, because so far, man, these zones have all been on that western side.
Yeah, I love that you're bringing it up. I would love to see one pull off towards the east and see who profits from that. We know there's a couple of different drop spots in play. For example, AG Global, they've got about 80 different drop spots on this map, and they will likely go and play off towards the research side, maybe even contest servers. Whereas teams like Ninjas in Pajamas and JD, who have both struggled so far through this afternoon, every single time you got to think they're having to make that long rotation off towards the west. So definitely one that I think a couple of teams are also going to eye up immediately. Where are we headed? If it is that western side again, I think Nip maybe go back to landing on Geekay over towards Gazebos. JD, if you get called for free, you've got to be straight out of there and aim to be hot. Let's take a look as the boys load in and float over. It's more central, but it's still going to be slightly off towards that west.
Yeah, I think it's going to really be this next zone that we are going to be keeping our eyes on to see where we start to pull. But at the barn, already some early engagements happening on here between Gabs and Team Guts. Already some trades coming on through. You'll lose Kadzu in the process, but you'll hold on to the main building for the time being. Guts has managed to find an SMG in here, and you're going to double hit this if you are, and you're going to actually be able to find Gabs with a trade. It's a little bit too fast. Zakar will cut you on down, and you have no teammates there as well. Enigma, already this early aggression coming out from some teams who want to start putting some points on the board.
And this Gabs roster have done a wonderful job so far through today, just rocking up points in little trade fests like that. You see the teamwork coming through. Zeus takes looks over, tries to slow things down. You're going to have playing from Team 8 rocking up. That's actually going to be a member of AG Global, who's going to find a kill as well in Grandma's, and then a second knock as well comes through. So Gabs' roster all of a sudden in trouble, and well, JDG... No, I was going to say that's a fake wipe. I take a quick look at the map there. They're still alive, but in big trouble being hunted by Lotus 8.
Well, I'm also looking at our map feed and the kill feed there. Raven starting to flex on over. King Chalk, Nyson, they get dropped as well. I don't know, man. I think people are starting to feel it. Map number 6, the aggression coming out swinging here. Starting to see some teams move their way around the map. Start to flex on out. Find some of those kills. Athletic looking to try and be one of those teams as well. This is a little bit of a page out of the Falcons book, right? Get one player to sit boat. Send 2 of your fraggers on into Main Street. See if you can't play join the party. Grab a slice of cake if possible, and maybe get some of those kills on your own. But they don't want to extend it too much. But I like where Keybase is starting to put himself here. Just just a little bit of a ground loot LMG in hand, maybe can use that to catch somebody on rotation. But the Gentlemates, they're starting to start to flirt over here with a little bit of that. Maybe starting to, like you said, get some more points on the board for themselves as well. Start to climb their way up. You still have 5 games to do it. This is your kickstart here.
Certainly could be. It's interesting to see the Gentlemates have no longer sent 2 bodies off towards boat. Kept 1 in Lumbermill. They reckon that contest will be relatively free there. So just passive play at the minute. Shows a lack of confidence in them. But well, if it pays out in the long run, worth the investment for now. Gab's just going to tuck himself in here. Wait on Kadzu to redeploy. Let he and Zakar get themselves back up as a unit. I'm going to pivot over to Mansion, where the Ravens are incredibly comfortable. And, well, I've seen a lot of bodies on the floor. Not sure if that's going to be one of their own, or if there's going to be a couple of players already felled. Vortex and Blade find Havoc and Millsy. That's Lotus 8 suffering at the hands of Novo. Novo are going to gain a lot of space here in the northwest side of the circle and start to just walk on forward, take control of G2.
Yeah, I think this is a really solid idea. So as this zone kind of starts to shift a little bit more down, right, they can go ahead, like you said, mention flex on out, hold that bridge side. They have control of research. They can manage to kind of maybe poke their head on over into Mansion or down a little bit more if they want to. Main Street continuing just to kind of be a lot of these different teams trying to hold on through. The Gentlemates, though, back on over towards Lumbermill Enigma. JDG, we saw them get knocked on down. It was 1 player alive. It was a floater. They've managed to land back here towards Stacks. A little bit of a regain, but Enkyo thinks he might be able to get the jump onto 1. Some great early shots there. Snake it on out. Stims in hand. Can you bait them into your anchor? You'll get found on out. Hollow is here. Thankfully, Grom gets brought back on in, but JDG, they might make this realization and start to fly on forward and take control of main.
Certainly might, and a lot faster on the movement as well. Hallow's struggling to actually get his boots going. It might be a lack of sprinter in the setup or something, but either way, wasn't particularly hot with it. Wall bounce. Oh, gets 1 on the way back down. Can you get the support in? Crack comes through, and no. Gromlock Hallow finished. Enkyo looking to recover. Gentlemates, they have suffered so far this afternoon. The pain shall continue. You're landing directly on an AG Global member here. And I think they just decide we're going to part ways. No, they're swimming towards one another.
Oh, we know what Enkyo can do, but you're kind of flirting with this out of bounds area. You will be able to get the kill. You will be able to find FIFA kill. Not a wipe onto AG Global, but you'll take the point. You'll take the space on the map, but that's straight into the blender for the Gentlemates after they lose a crucial fight to JDG at the Lumbermill. So everybody trying to make some of these concessions, push their way on forward, gain some of this control, and it's not as easy as they would like it to be. And Main Street, definitely an area of the map that you and I know is that if you can manage to maybe find your footing, find your ground, you have a lot of opportunity to find some number of teams just trying to scramble for any amount of space.
Yeah, Main Street always hard for kills if you're flowing well. However, if you are in trouble, your anchor really has a pocket of safety. So high risk, high reward for sure. To give you updates on something going on elsewhere. It will be Lotus 8 complete control of Cold. They'll rotate in. Obviously, we just watched JD Gaming take control of Lumbermill from Gentlemates, who continue to suffer. You see that in the feed. Geeke will be the team that were wiped early, and they were the only team wiped until Momo and Co joined them. So, down to 14. Second circle. Squad's going to all start to compress. Ravens will hold the north. They're going to start to take a look over at 2 teams rotating in. One of them is going to be that northwestern side, and that will be Novo and Co. But elsewhere, AG Global, plenty to do so far this afternoon. Why don't we take a listen and see how the recovery's going?
I'm getting sprinted out. Fuck out.
I'm in bank.
I died.
They're flying in the street.
Wait, fuck.
I'm dead.
I'm safe in the bank.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and land on my old loot. I don't know if it's still here. Been shot out. Oh my god, my loot's here though. Fuck, bro.
20 seconds.
Just land on me.
Well, we came on in to listen in with AG Global, and it's just looking like they aren't able to stabilize. Scumman trying to fly back on in, grab some of his loot if possible. FIFA kill finds himself in, of course, this little bit of a shack. You're going to back down a player from, of course, that Gab's roster. Maybe just by the skin of your teeth, stay alive. That player gets to be a little bit more aggressive. That could be AG Global out, but thankfully that's not going to be the case. So they'll find their feet underneath them, and maybe the regain is here, but guess what? T1 are trying to play their way out of train here, Enigma. They want to be able to bring it on through. AG Global, you fly on forward. T1, the guns are hot, and just while you thought you could stabilize, you are cut on down by none other than Echo and the boys.
Incredibly ruthless that from T1, because honestly, the regain looked like it was on for AG at one point, and it was up towards bowling where T1 then squared, found the crossfire, and sent them into that blender initially anyway. So Gentlemates have fought back for Lumbermill here, up against JD Gaming, of course. Now, you've got a little bit of time to hang around. This next area of the Lumbermill will be inside zone. FLF's been picked. That's the anchor trying to escape. You've got another one close. You will still be getting the pings. Oh, big find onto Slappy. Melvin's trying to escape off into the wind, but he's actually being rolled upon by a Lotus 8 player. So JD hanging on by a thread. Melvin's knocked. Did they get the body back in, though? Trying to get confirmation now, but looks like JD Gaming are out of here.
They might be. What an aggressive move from Lotus 8 on that other side to move on down. They'll have to deal with the Gentlemates continuing their way on through. But back on over to Main Street. T1 continuing to try and cut a path forward. Rack up these kills. They're kind of playing a little bit loose right now, and they know that they've done what they need probably to get to Atlanta, but they're going to absolutely put the nail in the coffin every game here on forward. They've sniffed out Gabs in this building as they're starting to circle around in here. A couple of nades go through the window. Don't worry. You do have Team Wargless right behind you as well, so you can't get too aggressive here. But Zakar, he's trying to be able to hold the line through the window. T1 flies on forward. You'll grab Echo in the trade, but now you are all completely split apart. You find yourself directly into the line of fire of ninjas in pajamas, and just like that, Gabs getting picked apart by T1.
T1 now starting to hunt down ninjas in pajamas. On towards the boat they go, though, trying to flee. You'll get a quick look at the wide map there. Number 2, that's going to be Gentlemates. They've got control mostly of the right-hand side of the river. T1 trying to assert control over the left-hand side. So we'll likely square up on that bridge. That splits the two, and Gromalok will find Zags, the last member of Eclectic, trying to flee for the hills. And you will have the double up here. Enkyo goes high. Gromlock to pinch on the other side. And it's a valiant effort. But Freddy sent packing. The Italians knocked out of here. Again, just trying to hold on to this. But you can see a couple of the number 9s rocking up. This is Novo. They want blood.
I think they're flying in the air, actually. It looks like they're coming in off of the Resurgence. So maybe just seeing that fight break on down, and they're saying, well, okay, I don't know if we can land here for the time being. That's a huge win for the Gentlemates. They'll be able to just kind of move out freely out of here. Lumbermill, and you can see them start to flex on up to Cole. They saw those players fly on in from Novo. If they can continue to clear out this side of the map, they're going to be feeling good, because this zone is going to end up in kind of a little bit of a wide open area on that bridge, right? So while that's happening on one side, this Main Street, we're still locking it on up. 4 different teams in this area. T1, are you going to be the team to maybe find the angles and start to shred them?
Well, the interesting play here, by the way, Echo is pushed up right with you. Now, I know you don't have much distance to go anyway because of zone, but we were talking about, is he going to get more involved when it comes down to these moments for T1 in terms of controlling these late circles, this layer cake action that is so often held in Main Street? And the most wanted in hand as well could give them essentially a get out of jail free card or free information as soon as that rolls on through. So look them to slow it down for a moment, control anyone trying to rotate out, and profit and control, again, this entire western side of the river.
You have Vab underneath you. You have Nip across the way. Orglis not too far away as well. Zone at their back. Let's take a listen in Enigma with T1 to see how they're feeling.
Box if you want.
I'll go Sim, Let's go. I'm not further.
You need it?
Gonna need it soon, yeah.
I'm going.
They'll fight in.
I'm gonna mortar top left, bro.
Fucking stuck, I'm good. They'll find on the right now.
I got P8 as well.
I got P8. I'm just gonna go down and go in. Yeah, I'm in. Cracked. Go down 120.
You res maybe.
All dead. Crown. We have to get into that bridge in front if we can. Go right, maybe. Look at right.
Careful the kids right. I got P8 as well. I can't go right. We can't.
I got meaning.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play this like really slowly.
Yep. Let's chill.
And there's more stems there too.
Chill.
T1, they look good, Enigma, and the comms are feeling okay, but they fly on down, and they are in a sticky spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things about that playing how it breaks on down, but it's not going to leave you in a great spot because Enkyo's up over the wall to find one. His 7th already. You are sat in 3rd. And you have complete control essentially of the southwest corner, and you get a wonderful pull. The one thing is, on the north side of that bridge, Ravens are essentially mirroring you on in. Hallow's trying to slow them so your boys can get in first. Gromolok's going to be the initial player to arrive, but you lose Enkyo on the crossing, and that could hand the win to the Frenchman of the Ravens. And there goes Spam as well, looking in a great position to close this out.
Yeah, you are just looking for a couple of these few remaining players. One last T1 player out into the gas, so you're not even worried about them. You know where the gentlemates are, and you're starting to fly on forward. Enkyo and Gromolok are dropped. You lose King Chalk in the process, but look at Heeds. Look at Nyson. It's blood in the water. They fly up over the top. They take down their French nemesis as they are proving, hey, we know you got a little bit of legacy for you. We're the top French dogs here today. Ravens Esports take another map.
So much of it comes back to exactly what you raised there. The Nielsen, Heath, and King Chalk hit us so often being the team that is overlooked, the team that's barely talked about, despite many heroics happening just through last year, the World Series, if you remember correctly, managing to honor VP and go on a great run to finish so well in Vegas. But it's always been gentlemates. Let's talk about gentlemates. And while I have plenty of love for them, indeed, it is time to take note of players like Nielsen and King Chalk as they continue to make huge plays. There's a moment here. I mean, yes, this check back for Spam is glorious, but in this victory moment, you're going to see that essentially they managed to get the numbers advantage early, and for Enkyo and Co, you just don't have the bodies.
Really good stuff. Let's hear a little bit of the pop off here as they take this game. Yeah, I mean, even to just see on their faces there, man, it is just absolute light work. They're used to it. Let's kind of roll that one back to here, right? This is when we were doing a little bit of that listening with T1, where they drop down, they take out Team Bonnie below them, right? It's very quick, it's very easy. And this is where I think things get a little bit mixy, because in that, you know, sort of listen we were looking at, right? It's the PA comes up over the top. It's Echo has to be the one to fly on forward. I think Enkyo just reads this, and it's a little bit of a confidence play here, but I don't mind it. We're just gonna hop up over the wall, sees that there's one here. All right, great. Let me go ahead, bring you on down. And unfortunately for Echo, just neither of his teammates are there to try and look on over for that. But it's with that kill, they can now turn their attention towards the front. But you called it out. It's on this cross that you lose one, and that's where a little bit of the breakdown of the gentlemates happens.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's Enkyo just getting caught right there. King Chalk with the layup. And that's going to actually free them because Hallow had done great work before that to essentially stop Ravens on that northern rotation and let Gromolok in first. Unfortunately, once Hallow has to rotate back here, it's a hard route out because of the positioning on top of the small building there. Once Disrupt is finished, it's just going to hand you all the cleanup potential. And I mean, you talked about it. Look how fast they are on the hunt. Smell blood in the water. And went and cleaned it all up. So yeah, great stuff out of Ravens. Very punishing there. And I believe 14 kills, seeing off the victory. So incredibly consistent on the day. That's not even as many kills as most of their top performances so far. But again, 14 kills, 1.6. Looking real pretty, continuing on the path.
Looking very good. Hey, they won map number 2 of Havens in that first set. They won the second map at Havens here yet again. Ravens feel like they know how to play this map. Let's go back to the desk and see what they say about that map number 6.
Thank you, Dantro and Nigma here with Goj and Spider Tip this time around. Good stuff. Great to hear insights. Looking forward to it. More importantly, about NIP, Gentlemates, right? Big game coming out from them. Especially needed. Goj, one of the big talking points, NIP, I believe they changed things up, right? Going into game 5, the halfway point, this is the time where you maybe not too happy about your standings. Now you got to make a change. NIP does so.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot we can talk about with that map, but one thing that we needed to note was that Geekay was first team out because NIP land on the Mechazebas. This is what they did, I think, in game 2, so it's not totally out of the question. It's not completely changing the script. This time it just worked for them, and they rotate to boat. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute because, Tiff, it started off extremely hot around mid-map. Finally, we get a zone that's not way over at Pond, so it changes the flow for a lot of these teams. We see T1 get more aggressive a lot earlier.
Yeah, and instead of just sending 2 of their fraggers out mid-map with their anchor and train, it's like you actually have to commit, which is crazy when you see Enkyo here, half health, in flesh, on the water, just really in a tough spot, right? they make it towards that end game, and we see things start to turn around.
Yeah, it looked like a couple folks decided to try to like regain over there in Lumbermill, and because of that, it got the jailmates all in a blender. They had to go to the water, find a kill, and they finally get back into the map, which is honestly, Taylor, impressive that they're able to regain and still be a top 5 team.
Yeah, T1 is just a team that knows how to navigate, man. I mean, dude, Spam, by the way, Young Gun slaying out. It was Echo earlier. These guys are on fire, highly consistent, 3 games for the day. But it was Gentlemates again, a big talking point for them. They end up going through and securing a second place. It was a major talking point on the desk earlier about how they were a little bit too far down the leaderboard. A team obviously second place last year, EWC World Series of Warzone. This time around, looking strong in the first qualifier. This time, not as strong, but better late than never goes.
Yeah, better late than never. I think there's a lot you can talk about in the highlights there for a moment. You're like, hey, why is Eclectic all the way up in that random shack that they're getting swarmed by Gentlemates? Well, it's because of that NIP position I was talking about. NIP went out against Geeky. They rotate to the south side of the map, so they force Eclectic out. This gives Gentlemates some runway. They move all the way up through the shack, pick up a couple wipes, and then get to the final fight. They've won out entirely on the south side of the map, but Ravens Esports have won out entirely on the north side of the map. Ravens Esports get the win as they're able to get the early knock. They have player advantage, and then they just fly. I love the blood in the water quote. It's a classic because that's exactly what it is. You know you've got the positional advantage. You know you have player advantage. Fly at your opponent. Go clean them up. Raven Esports get another win. Now, I will say one thing about Ravens Esports win this time around. The North was empty. I think they ended with 14 kills. Yeah, there it is on our screen. Tiff, only 22.4 points, which for teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's a lot. For the teams at the top, that's frankly not very many.
Yeah, regardless, it's okay. Sure, they're map number 2. They had a 24-point game, I believe, as well, but they've been consistently in the top 5. I'm not worried about them. Gentlemates and Nip, they needed this, right? 21 kills and 18 kills, respectively. We're north of 25 points, and this is how we start clawing our way back. It has to start. However, some names missing out of this top 10 already. We saw AG Global fall early on, which when we were mounting that comeback for them in Rebirth Island, you had to be able to replicate here on Haven's Hollow, and it's proving to be incredibly difficult.
Difficult indeed, and I think the big takeaway is, again, going back to what Ghosh said, Geek, the first team out, which is really tough. We were just highlighting how consistent they've been. We've not really talked about them on the desk as much. You know, it's kind of been more highlights towards Ravens or T1s or the struggles of AG. But to see Geek be eliminated first off, I hope this isn't the turning point for them at the halfway point where they start to kind of fall off and struggle a bit. It's only one game. We're going to chalk it up to just, hey, it was just one struggle bus, no worries. They'll be able to snap back. And speaking of snapping back, Rebirth Island comes up, and now we take a look at our overall as we head back into Rebirth Island to kind of pinpoint what teams might be able to accelerate or move up the leaderboard. Gentlemates was a big talking point last time. I'm going to continue to harp on them, Goj. From Rebirth Island, they know how to play this map. They struggled on the first 2 rebirths. If they don't struggle this time around, top 5 is inevitable.
Yeah, this is a very big jump for the Gentlemates. Let me be very clear. The 2 teams that had the biggest games that rep was Gentlemates and NIP. They were in 13th and 14th place respectively. Okay, so this is a gigantic leap for the Gentlemates, all the way up to 79 points and moving their way into the fringe or bubble conversation. The team we were talking about, Geek, they were in 4th going into that one, and they haven't lost their top 5 position, but it's a little bit more, well, I guess accessible for some of those teams around the bubble as well. NIP do jump up as well. This is what's insane. We saw a gigantic leap from 13th all the way up to 7th. NIP only went 14th to 12th because of how insanely tight these margins are. Look at this, 60 plus points for 13th place and above. That is ridiculous when the top 5 are in the 80s.
Pretty incredible for sure. Big comeback indeed. Tiff, any takeaways as you look at the leaderboard heading into the next game?
I'm nervous for every single person aside from T1 and Ravens Esports, because nothing is going to be guaranteed with how tight these numbers are, as Goj was pointing out. Like, we can see a massive jump here, and there's still too many teams that are outside the top 5 that have the capability to put down a massive scoring game, and still 4 games to make that happen. You've got to be flawless, you have to be consistent, and you've got to lock it in.
Well, we're heading into Rebirth again. If you're just joining us, hey, Haven's Hollow, it's a map, so is Rebirth Island. We've got 2 maps to be played for our map rotation for the first time ever in Warzone Competitive. I'm loving it, I really am, and it gives a fresh take on what the competitors can bring to the table. You know, some teams struggle in Haven's Hollow, but Rebirth Island is where they show up. Same thing goes for Havens Hollow on the other ends, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. One thing is for sure, T1, though, all eyes on them. They've been highly consistent. I don't expect them to fall off, but do they finally get challenged at Stronghold? They got challenged last time, I think, around Circle 3, but off the rip, nobody's taking them, which means it's a slow-sided map. They can anchor in. They can send 2 players out to be nuisance. You look at Falcons from 2024 and them taking the championship. Goj, I put the pressure on you, man. Rebirth Island, we hop back into it. Obviously, I'm looking at Gentlemates. Who are you looking at to potentially highlight their skill sets as they head into this map?
I'm looking at NIP 100%. This is a team you have to watch. They were down in the gutters going into the last couple of maps. They finally have a big banger. Yes, they're still down in 12th, but you got to remember the margin for error at this point is tiny. I mean, you can jump 5 points right now and go up 5 places. It is ridiculous. And if we do pull to a northern zone, if they win out in Kim and they have less pressure to rotate all the way down to Stronghold, this could be a totally different Rebirth experience for this NIP team.
Well, let's take a look at our kill leaders, Tiff. We saw it earlier. We see it once again, and it is going to be the same story. Ravens leading the way.
Look, I mean, yeah, you got Niasen there on 43, King Chuck there 37. If 2 members of your roster are situated around 80 kills and you've got about 147 points, yeah, you love this day. You carry this momentum to the last 4 games and you're like, damn, I'm feeling good.
Feeling good indeed, bro. I mean, how could you not? Who else on this list for you, man? You know, I look at it, obviously, Vortex is there. Fede, for example, in 8th place. You know, in the beginning maps, that man was slaying out. Maybe he slowed down just a little bit, but still killing it.
Yeah, still killing it. I mean, my eyes are actually drawn to our 3rd highest record. That's Kippies with Eclectic. Like I said, we needed to get them to get more aggressive. We just finished, what, map 6? And Kippies had 36 kills through 8 maps in the upper bracket. So things are going much faster for them, and more aggression is paying off. They still have some work to do on our leaderboard, though. They are currently in the top 5, but again, raised within margins. I'm proud of the guys. They're crushing it, but job's not done yet.
You know, going into this next Rebirth, I do look towards AFS. I think AFS is going to have a good time. You know, go back to their map number 3 Rebirth. They tore it up. I think 20 eliminations. I want to say top 5, not mistaken, Tiff. And they are a team that is a team that could very well be top 5. They've been highly impressive. They've kind of been hit or miss, but I think this is the roster going into this next Rebirth that is about to surprise a lot of fans.
Yeah, if you've been hit or miss right now, you cannot miss it all. Like, you really have to lock it in for Rebirth Island. It's been incredibly finicky, but we've seen our teams that are outside the top 5 being able to basically gap the leaderboard and leapfrog their way up. Now, another team that we kind of talked about, Master 5K, L8XESC. They didn't land bio. It was uninhabited that first time we saw Rebirth. They go there in the 2nd map, and it actually bodes them incredibly well. They run chemistry. They take down Nip, cause them a hell of a lot of chaos. And now I think we go and focus on that. But other teams still able to make it happen.
That's it. Able to make it happen. Who's going to take it? Chat, let us know. And more importantly, Dandro and Enigma, predictions. Who's taking it?
Well, one of us already got flamed online for predictions earlier today, so maybe we'll leave that one in the back pocket, my friend. Listen, hey, we get to come off the desk. Now we get to react, right? We get to be React Andes for everything that gets to go on in. This is going to be a really fun map, though, anyway, because last time we were on Rebirth Island, the Des did a great job of teeing it on up. This is an opportunity for some of these teams to continue to get points and get back on into the race. For some of them, it was just the only map it felt like that they got points here. We could see that here again on the 2nd time around.
No, absolutely. There's several teams right now that are looking at this next set Rebirth drops as kind of do or die. You can't afford to be going into our last 2 as, all right, we've absolutely, you know, we've got to essentially hit 30-40 point bangers. That's a horrible place to be in. So yeah, JD Gaming definitely going to be one of those teams. You have to win this contest at Chem against Ninjas in Pajamas. It's a mixed bag thus far. The thing is, well, you've got to win it quickly, because if you end up with a zone that doesn't necessarily pull off towards that side of the map, teams from bioweapons are going to hit you quite quickly. You won't get that control of industries that a lot of chem teams like to get, including the Falcons over in North America. So JD got to be relatively ruthless here. I could say the same for Ninjas in Pajamas. They sit on the outside of that bubble as well. But all the pressure, all the talk, everything that comes into this, you'll be feeling it. There'll be a weight on your shoulders. You can lift it considerably with one great map here. Of course, we're expecting contests everywhere else. Gentlemates, AG, they're going to be off towards that turbine side. You know, the Gentlemates on that little bit of a run, but they didn't have it all their way last time out.
That's what has me being a little bit worried if you are an AG Global fan, right? The Gentlemates starting to heat on up. If they start to manage to make this contest at Turbine just look a little too clean, AG Global, they're in the same sort of boat that Gentlemates is right now, right? They're trying to claw their way back on in. They need some good Rebirth Island games. So contests across the map. Whew, it's definitely going to set us up for some fun as we get ready to drop on in. And, well, this is a little bit odd, Enigma. As I'm looking at that map on the right side, Gentlemates, they have Turbine for free is what it looks like. So we're going to keep our eyes turned elsewhere because Chemical looks like it is a party as JDG already looking to get a little bit of a scuffle with that IP.
Yeah, JD Nip, and you will get a bit of that LAESC roster rocking up as well as Dragons and Co. They tend to play bio, but they recognize they get it for free, essentially. So they get quickly hot on the heels of the teams at Chem. Dragons going to have to slow it for a moment. Kidaku has been cleaned up. And as such, yeah, he's going to back off towards his anchor. Just make sure you've got the numbers for this. Not encouraging this Lotus 8 roster. We've had a torrid afternoon thus far to push up on your final man. Slow it down, reset that fight. Let's take a look at Turbine. Gentlemates, you got this landing for free, but AG Global don't mind that. They'll happily rock up late with a couple of weapons that they found around, and I think that's a no EPA potentially coming through. You just get splashed by it. Prod and Fee find kills. Hallow swimming out for safety.
Wow, you saw the swing there. You thought you were going to be A-OK, but it wasn't. But AG Global, they're on the hunt. They want to be able to find Hollow, but I don't think it's going to be as clean as they would like. As Lotus 8, they're going to be the team to roll on up here, Enigma. You maybe weren't expecting this third party to happen so quickly, but I think Lotus 8, they say, we can't move over to Bio. We sure as hell don't want to go to Chem. Let us get on over here to Turbines. Maybe we can take advantage of this. The Gentlemates, they'll be able to get some of those players back on through, but all of a sudden Turbine, this didn't become the story of 2. This is now the ballad of 3.
Yeah, Lose might have just given Gentlemates a bailout. That being said, Gentlemates will of course have to deal with that company. Enkyo finds one. You see the trade in the feed. Let's take a look at August, Authentic, Swizzen, Sariel. They will be sat on that bubble. They are in 8th place, so a big game here will lift them inside qualification position. Prison, never a particularly nice fight. You're actually going to lose Swizzen in the engagement. Sariel's going to throw a couple of shoulders and does find Keybase, but the trades are there. The Italians all over them. Authentics, well, the escape route, tunnel out. He'll get there. Prison control been given over to those Italians who are doing a much better job at the minute. They usually play boat, by the way. They are incredibly aggressive compared to where they're normally at.
And they 100% are. You can already see here for that AFS roster that we hyped up so much. They did so good on the last set of Rebirth games. They were just frying out of living quarters. Seems like maybe that's not exactly the same case here. They got 3 kills on the board, but I'm looking at Momo, last one alive in the water, being surrounded by all these members of Geekay, and you have to try and stay alive here. Otherwise, you very quickly could be one of our first teams eliminated. And that just kind of seems to be the story, right, man? It's every time we come to Rebirth Island, it's let's try and regain in the water. And we've seen it time and time again where you think it's a safe play, and the next thing you know, you are sent back to the lobby. So hopefully that can manage to stabilize for some of our squads. But for the Ravens, they've made their way down here into Factory, and they're on the hunt.
Shots. We'll come back to it afterwards. Oh my god, going to be put down if you are Nielsen, but King Chalk's arriving. Oh no, gets 2 knocked, but then the crack comes through on the 3rd. You will be decked. It's Heat, though. Just staying alive in a tower. Nice and cozy. I like that out of Ravens, though. Last time we saw this exact zone, it came straight on top of headquarters. And Ravens struggled for kills because they couldn't get out and find them. They're quickly on that hunt this time to Factory. Didn't work out this time, but they'll be back.
Yeah, they'll be A-OK. You got 1 player in the tower. We all know how annoying that POI can be. You got somebody up there in the top. It's not going to be great, but for the Gentlemates, though, this is continuing to just be a three-team area, and you're hoping to maybe get a loadout. Looks like you're going to be able to, and Enkyo, he's going to actually be able to pop on up. Shots are there. He does find Havoc, and that might be a little bit of the opening that you're looking for. Nades up over the top, but it's not going to be there because Skinner is watching the cross, and just like that, it's Gromalok left alive again. 397 damage, not a lot, my friends. The Gentlemates had such a chokehold on this POI, dude, and it's just Lotus 8 playing spoiler. Oh no,
it's not good for the Frenchman. Geekay, though, they operate in that 5th spot, that final qualification spot. They've been a little bit up, a little bit down. That gap has closed now. There were only 6 points in the lead. However, just slowly through factory. Try and just slow walk it. Catch a couple of opponents by surprise, and they certainly did. Decky found Nielsen, but we move over to Freddy, who finds Authentics, but unfortunately his boys are actually down here, and it's going to be Swizz & Co rolling up through the back. So yeah, escape route is on, and get yourself as far down that tunnel as you can. Damage comes through. Freddy's just going to try and find a different path to play this out. Yeah, I don't mind to get yourself in some sort of protected spot. Zanks, the anchor, sat in the water tower. He's just going to look over, pick off any rotators. Already has 3 kills. But let his Italian brethren continue on that hunt around prison.
Yeah, I mean, this team's already started off great, right? 11 kills to their name. You're pretty early on. We're only missing 3 teams. If you're starting off this hot, this is where you can kind of slow it down a little bit, right? Start to prioritize a little bit of those placement points that you can manage to have. So while one team is maybe looking to slow it down, we're starting to see JDG start to heat it on up, as I do believe in the kill feed. We'll get confirmation. I saw all 3 members of Lotus 8 get taken on out. So that could be another team wiped off the board, and I think it was. So maybe if you are the Gentlemates, maybe if you are AG Global, that could be a little bit of relief for you on that side of the map. But as we kind of turn on over here, I don't think it is, because you've had a number of other squads move on over to the POI that you're trying to play on out of. Is JDG continuing to keep the guns hot, and they find yet again another squad wipe.
Absolutely love the setup for that play, by the way. One comes in low, one comes in through the doorway, and they set up that kill box. Timing was there, execute in brutal fashion. For Barney's roster, you were in factory, you've been forced out, you're now onto the boat, or I say onto, next to. Desperately hoping to hold in while your boys come back into the fight. Geek have now reclaimed factory. They were pushed out at the beginning, off towards that boat. So in a wonderful place to continue to grow a gap. The team that they've squeezed down there, Banny, there's them 2 squabbling over 5th and 6th right now, just 5 points separating them. So potentially a qualification swinging fight. You gotta look at the lay of the land here, but let's rotate back over to prison. Eclectic trying to hunt down what is left of Auglas. And there goes Swizzen, but did your boys manage to get back in? You do get 1 in the sky just in time. My lord, that roster is going through a blender right now, and they're holding on by a thread.
I mean, Eclectic just doing such a great job finding all these kills where they can. You got a member down below you of Team Vab, and I think if you could clean them up, you'd be feeling pretty good. Nip over towards that harbor side. Maybe could flex on up, but Versity here. A nice little 1v1 against Keybase. Okay. It's one of your top kill leaders right now, getting put on down, and that kill's going to be enough for you to get some of your teammates back on in. So Eclectic, they're going to have to maybe hold the line, pause the push. This is just a great job of stabilizing right here from Vab. Huge 1 to win. Get some loot, get some stuff underneath you, get your teammate back on in. You're staying alive in this map.
Number 4, by the way, on that minimap is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. Interesting to see them take the prison route instead of the harbor route. That's going to push them up against at least 3 other teams. Got to cross no man's land first, and Wars will knock Versity. That could be the door burst open, but you've got to be worried about Watchtower, because actually, and they wrap back beautifully for it to find a kill onto the Zanks, who was holding out there for Eclectic. So suddenly Eclectic are going to be unstabilized. Adley and Cole, they're trying to hunker in and pray to the gods for a moment.
You are hoping that JDG is moving on up here, and they might kind of alleviate some of the pressure that is holding you into this sort of hill here. Is Niacin has to go ahead, has to run away, as King Chuck has been knocked on out, but the trades are just too good. Slappy and Melvin getting dropped on down there as well. The shower's getting a little bit too steamy, it looks like, as you just have so many teams trying to all control prison, because where this zone is pulling, it's a little bit more towards control center. If you have the height of this prison POI, you're gonna be able to look down at everyone else, and those are some easy kills.
Yeah, right. Setting up for not necessarily a win con, but a position that will help you rip away a lot of kills. But if you take a look top right, you'll notice the Gentlemates have slipped out of the picture. That's because they're out of here, as are AG, LAESC, L8 as well, and AFS, all done with, dealt. We'll see them in the next one. For Adley's roster here, going to take the tunnel out. They're looking to maybe rotate through that northern side instead. Eclectic, dead. Full wipe, confirmed. The Italians that have been so good today and will sit still inside that top 5 will have to watch on and hope that all their rivals stumble a bit in the later stage of this one. T1 have found their way to headquarters, by the way. It will be very difficult to remove this player from the tower. You don't necessarily need to, as long as you can operate down beneath with efficiency.
T1 hasn't been, I would say, even a good map necessarily. 4 kills for the trio that has been dominant all day long. So we'll have to see what they can do. But towards top prison, you have GK. Let's go ahead. Let's do a little bit of listen and see how they are feeling as they're starting to heat on up.
Ich bin safe, ich bin safe.
All you.
Pass auf, nicht da runterspringen, nicht da runterspringen. Da bin ich geschaut, Bro. Die sind close. Backup. Geh out of zone resen. Du läufst in einen rein.
Renn raus. Laufen die hinterher? Komm hoch zu dir. Nee.
Geht out of zone resen bei prison.
DK muss machen.
Ja, warte, wo? Ist die Beine offen?
Unter uns.
Ja, die ist zu. Dreht um.
Pass auf wegen Tower ist. Top 5, 3 Places. Wir brauchen unbedingt Top 5. Lass Placement lieber spielen, als den Rest zu forcen.
Ja, chillt einfach hier. Geh nicht so weit vor. Geh zurück. Bleibt an diesen. Ja, hier.
Die kommen, glaube ich.
Watch die Zip. Ich hab die Zip auf Lock.
Offen von Tower. Einer muss in die linke Ecke. Ja, da wo du bist, Manon. Und einer muss andere Seite spielen.
Ja, ich hab Zip auf Lock.
Top 5 wird noch dauern.
Einer Zip maybe gleich.
Ja, Muniboxen und Sims.
Ja.
Ich habe keine Sims.
Die wollen zippen, glaube ich.
Well, as comms go, half German, half English is certainly different, but what I will say, I like that they've slowed it down. Recognize, actually, we're on a lot of kills here. We've got 14, lasers on absolute barn burner. I'm going to try and play for that top 5. We need 2 teams to die. What we'll do is let everybody else scramble over themselves. T1, Ravens going to engage. King Chalk finds Echo. Nielsen found that initial knock, will be knocked onto his backside. Chalk's going to be there to pick up his duo. Off that sound up cue, though, you're going to get the explosion out of Disrupt. He will get the finish and then back off. And you pop waits for a moment, but he's actually made the wrap and cleans T1 out of here. They won't see top 5 and only get 5 kills. A very quiet map for them. Unlikely to be putting them in any sort of danger position, but top spot likely ripped away by the Frenchman.
Huge play out of Heeds there to be able to make that pinch from the top side, clear that out. And while that battle is happening at control, there's another battle here, or down at control rather. Adderley, VAB still alive. Novo, they're going to be around here, as is Ninjas in Pajamas. But I'm watching that top left, and it looks like Ninjas in Pajamas just getting a little bit too caught in the scuffle, because JDG is kind of lurking on this outside as well. So many of these teams just trying to be able to clay their lay of the land here. A lot of different layers that you can hold on to at this control center, and it looks like for VAB, it's they want to hold this bottom side, beg anybody to try and make their way on through. But I'm waiting to see who has streaks, who has PAs, who has clusters, who can push some of these teams off the high ground.
But Novo was sat in 3rd coming into this one. They've got 20 kills already, having a heater in control. VAB, who are still in the picture, they were 6th and are currently 5 points outside of where Geekes sit. What a map this could be for them. Ninjas in Pajamas, we said they needed to come alive. They have got 13 kills and a full 3 alive as we square up as the final 4 here in control. The pull's actually going to be north towards the boat. So Ninjas technically have that positioning, but the height is actually going to belong to their rivals in Ravens, who can get out of this building alive and who's going to be cut down on rotation.
I'm getting a little bit of a flashback to EWC last year, my friend, because the Ravens, they have that high ground, and we've seen how this can play out here before. They are just going to be waiting for everybody to try their made away to zone, but welcome to Warzone, ladies and gentlemen. Stims are going to be in play. Wars goes huge, finds and adds Nyson, Versity taken on down as well, as it is just trades all the way through here. Novo, they don't even want to try and get into zone right now. They're going to hop on down. They're going to try and play on this outer side. Wars alive here. You've made it to the top 5. You won't be able to cut Novo down on rotation, but out through the gas, the Italians have started to do it. Who's still alive? It's none other than Vab, who desperately need this game if they want to try and punch their way into the top 5. They're on the low ground, but Enigma, they might start to sneak their way out into the gas. Can you find these kills? Vortex will be the first to drop. Only one last player alive from Novo. It looks like it. They're going to be in the gas. All 3 players are here, though. All it's going to take is one last little bit of a chow, but VAB, they're going to do a great job. Clean this one on up. Take our map number 7.
Yeah, they make it look incredibly simple in the end, but for Bani, Versity, and Adley, they did a wonderful job of just holding what was a chaotic situation inside of Control Center. I think that their strong suit was throughout all of it was almost third-partying every single situation that went on, allowing engagements to go off, we'll play cleanup. Different engagement goes off, we'll just rock off for cleanup. They went overly aggressive at any moment. You see that there at the end as well. We're in positioning. Novo, you can rotate wherever the hell you like. We're looking very pretty right now. But in terms of talking about the importance of a map, into this map, 6th, 5 points behind Geeky. We saw them drop with a decent amount of points. They were in the teens, somewhere around 15. Did they get that top 5 for the multiplier? I don't think so. So they could have well leapfrogged them. Likely. Eclectic were 6 points ahead of that. We didn't get to see a lot of that team. They suffered in prison. So for Vab, you could be going from the outside picture to well and truly comfortable in there going through this back half.
Definitely could be. Let's go ahead. Let's see how those final moments were felt from Vab. See here, they're already coming on in, and it's just, yeah, this final moment where it's just basically, you know, you're trying to hang on to the best you can, and it's like for some of these teams at Enigma, it's like, all right, let's just make the stim play, let's go on out. And I think that's why Wars just gained so much purchase in trying to be able to find those kills, right? He says, hey, everyone else is going to try and play on the gas rather than me try and play the stim off. Let me see what picks I can get, and it works out pretty well until Novo decide, hey, we want to try and push out through the high ground. And it's just that little bit of a timing that lets, you know, Vab be able to get this res off, and then it's just, all right, cool, we'll play inside zone, no worries. It's this big wide open space that they can hang on to and just try and cut you on down from across. Great play for them just to be able to kind of have a little bit of patience. And Novo, they have the kills. I mean, them being able to take this win would be insane, but I think it's the second you watch Vortex get taken on out, you basically kind of shrug your shoulders and say, well, we tried.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you're going to see this last player come rolling through in a minute. He does manage to get at least a knock, I'm pretty certain, but yeah, it comes through. You do get a knock, and actually, it looks like he managed to get a kill. So an extra, what, 1.4 points on the board. So, I mean, you'll take that, considering the position that you were in. It's great stuff from Novo. They put up a hell of a lot of kills. Control Center has been their lay of the land for some time. Lock it down early, have that buy station. Anything that rotated near them, they shred it to pieces. End situations, whatever it is, it's always chaos, but they're doing a great job with the young Italian trio.
No, looking great so far. I mean, that was such a fun map to be able to watch from beginning to end. A couple new teams who desperately need those points, making their way back on through. Let's head it back on over to the desk to see what they have to say about Team VAB taking that last map.
Big wins coming out from them. I believe 6th place, if I'm not mistaken, going into that game. That's a big win that should put them up in the top 5. You know, Benny and his crew, been looking at him closely because he's been pretty consistent. Again, a team that we haven't been highlighting as much, but they've definitely had stellar moments. Sometimes these rosters fly under the radar until they hit you right in the face. AKA in this moment. Big win, top 5 performance. Beautifully done. Coach, what do you like about this roster? What have they been doing well across the 7 maps we've watched?
Yeah, it's a fun team to talk about because they've been kind of under the radar in terms of like main broadcast. But yeah, they were in 6 going into this one. You got to remember, this is the same team that didn't make any roster changes going into this competition. They get 11th in the qualifier finals last time. Not incredible. They wish they would have done better, what have you. They said, let's just run it back. They kind of skate through our qualifiers and they get in as 16th seed. They quite literally get the last spot into this competition, and then we find ourselves almost 3/4 of the way through this competition, and they're in a top 5 position, making it straight to LAN. I mean, this is a sick job from them to get the win when they desperately needed it. My eyes were actually on a lot of the other teams that were on the map. T1, for instance, who basically never left Stronghold, and when they finally did, they didn't get a kill and got beat by, well, the team that won. And Tiff, because of that, all of a sudden we look up and VAB's in a great spot. Nip was uncontested in IP at Kim, so they come in late as well.
Yeah, and what you're looking at towards this mid to late game, and we're in 10th overall, is they're, like, they had to work for it, right? They're constantly in battles with heavy hitting squads through showers on the outskirts, taking down T1, just kind of always in the mix. Now, you mentioned your eyes were on T1, of course, Raven Esports over here at headquarters area. T1 tries to move in on them. And of course, with Heed there in the tower, he's playing this so kindly. Do it again. Keep it going, right? But they're thriving to try and stay in towards that end game, get the 1.4. Decky moving crazy. We got this all fast forward, baby. Let me see that again.
There's a lot of great moments, man. Ravens, I know you were hot on them, Tiff, especially when they started heating up. I mean, they've been so consistent, and it's been a pleasure to watch. But VAB steals the show, taking the win and stepping up when they needed most. And I love, Goj, that you put that story out there, right? You said, look, this is a team that barely made it here. Now that they're here, they're making the most of it. They're getting big wins. And, you know, these are 3 names that are looking to make make a name for themselves, right? I mean, when we talk about the Resurgence Series, we highlight Twisted Minds, we highlight Falcons, right? It's nice to see fresh blood such as VAB coming into the mix. But we talked about them, but also Novo, Goj. I mean, had a phenomenal game, just like Ravens in the consistency T1. Novo is also up there in the conversation.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Novo. Now, again, 16 kills in a win is fantastic. 25.6 points. For VAB, that's great. It's going to put them probably into the top 5 in a great position to play for that position to ATL. Novo also in contention. They were in 3rd technically, but not so far and above everybody else that they couldn't fall out of it. With this, they may be pretty much going to land. I mean, this is a huge play from them to get 2nd overall, 32.2 points. And frankly, this was a map they needed to do well on. Reminder, Novo Esports landed on control and basically never moved until the final circle, and they lost the final gunfight. The fact that they were able to pick up a lot of kills means a lot of folks came to them, Tiff, and because they all showed up at Novo's doorstep and Novo knocked them all down, all of a sudden you look up and Novo's got a crazy scoreline.
Yeah, I thought Novo was actually going to try to win this. If VAB didn't cut them down, it was crazy because if you look at our past games, T1, Raven Esports, and Novo were the only teams that had taken a win here in our series until VAB with that 25-point game stopped it. That's the crazy thing about it, is the team that's in the 16th seed, averaging 10th in placement, averaging about 10 kills per game, is changing the narrative here. And even so, they're doing it before it's not even too late. So now can they hold on to that? I want that. For the last 3 games, I want them to hold on to it.
Changing the narrative. I love that, Tiff. Heavy phrase. Ravens Esports up in first, T1 just behind them, but let's start focusing on our bubble teams. After all, we're about to hop into map number 8, and I do notice VAP jumps up, no surprise there, but GK Esports kind of slowed down the past 2 maps, right? First wiped in game 6, and now game 7, not the best performance. Goj, I'm putting them on alert. I hope they don't start slipping further.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, by the way, GK basically had a null map. They got wiped first in the last Havens Hollow map, and there was nothing they could do about it. So the fact they're even still on the bubble, and frankly, like right on the bubble at 6th place, is still impressive. They had a decent last map. VAB just had a better map because they got the win. So I wouldn't put them on like fraud watch or anything. Certainly still on alert. They're on the bubble. Orgla still moving in positions. And as expected, NIP, they were able to win kind of an early fight, not true contest on Kim, kind of an early fight, but because we weren't going all the way to Stronghold, they have a good map. They go all the way from 12th all the way up, continue to climb, and are in 8th place. Definitely well within reach of making a top 5 position.
Yeah, you know, I will say I'm very surprised though. Like even all our top 10 still has a very real chance to break in the top 5. I was about to start putting more teams on alert. You know me, I love to ring alarm bells, man. I like music. It is what it is.
The pot,
but I simply cannot because our top 10 teams are still looking pretty good and poised to make it up there. Now, I will say AG, I think they are in a lot of trouble. They've been in trouble. Yep. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Playing through open is probably going to be what they're going to have to do, Tiff. But hey, it's time to hop into game number 8. Let's get it going. Danjo Enigma, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Enigma, we are dropping on into a second Rebirth island. We got a little bit more central zone and then pulls on over to control, something new that we haven't really seen yet so far here today. New teams, they're able to reap some of that reward, but we also saw maybe some movement from some teams that was a little bit, I'm going to call suspect there in that last one, right? LA being able just to fly on over to Turbine, get a little bit mixy. I don't know. I wonder if we're going to see a lot of that same here in this next game.
It's a good point to bring up because for LA, this is a case of it's been a bad afternoon, so we've got to change something up. And you're likely to see more teams do this. At JD Gaming, for example, they may go, you know what, this really hasn't worked for us so far. It's go big or go home. And I know which one they would rather go with. At least if you're not going to make it through in that top 5, you've done it at the behest of your own calls rather than just essentially getting slaughtered with the same game plan and banging your head off the same wall. So yeah, I'm expecting it to get a little bit mixy, a little bit crazy, but does that then force other teams elsewhere? Do Gentlemates, for example, go, actually, you know what? I don't really fancy this Turbine fight if it's going to turn into 3 or 4 teams. Do they head off towards like a Bio or maybe replace a certain team over towards Chem or something like that? There's a lot of different movement that could go on to keep a close eye on these drops, ladies and gentlemen. It feels like it's been a long road so far, but the gauntlet continues yet. 3 more maps to go. And, well, as such, especially with how tight that top 5 is looking over their shoulders, still many more storylines to write.
This could be one last opportunity to earn some solid points for your team. Reminder, folks, we still got 2 more maps after this. We're actually be going back to Havens Hollow for map number 9, and then back here on Rebirth Island for map number 10. So this isn't your last chance on the island to try and earn some points, but who knows what can happen in these last 2 games, my friend. Could get a little bit wacky, could get a little bit wild, but we got to get through map number 8 before we start doing that. A little bit of a look at our map and some of the drop spots here, and I'm looking for the Gentlemates, and they've gotten a control to bring it to Novo. I like it, and I'm looking at that kill feed, and already for the Frenchmen against the Italians, it's looking like it's going a little bit their way, but we've seen this battle happen time and time again. And I know one thing, both these teams, they are going to force you to get on out of here before they are taken on down. As, oh my God, Hollow puts Blade down. Fede gets dropped. It's just on Vortex.
He's headed off towards the boat as a bit of an anchor in the moment. Usually that's your front man. So yeah, talking about a desperate situation for Novo. But we talked about bottom end teams that might need to change it up. Gentlemates have certainly done that. They'll take control of control. They'll give them a buy station. And honestly, considering just how these maps have gone so far, likely an end pull as well. Eclectic, by the way, no, definitely not confirmed out. Thank you for lying to me there, Codcaster. You will have at least 2 guys in the sky. So full lobby still at hand. We'll say Oki on 3 kills there. That's the best they've looked so far through this afternoon. 5th killing call. This contest will still continue over towards Turbine. This time they're against Lotus 8. It's not going particularly pretty if he's just trying to get the boys back in.
It's so weird. It's like, okay, great. Yeah, we get Turbine for free. We don't have to worry too much about this contest. Just for Lotus 8 to now want to try and maybe play third party again. This time, no third party to be found. It's just them trying to be able to push an AG Global roster. Down here at Factory, though, Geeke just trying to be able to stay alive as Gabs has started to make their way and get on into the mix, as AFS has also floated on down, and they are looking to maybe clean up some of these kills. So third party's happening across the map everywhere, and as we come on over, it's just scumming alive from AG Global. Thankfully, you'll be able to stay alive long enough to get FIFA kill back on in, but I mean, you're just trying to do whatever you can, hit as many boxes as possible, get your squad mates into the mix. A lot more movement here in map number 8.
And Kia will be knocked, but a confirmed kill onto Fede. Looks like he was knocked from distance because Novo will be set up over towards that control boat. You will have Action trying to arrive back in, doesn't get very far. Let's take a look at Factory here. Interesting that Geeke have given this up, by the way. That means they've essentially not really controlled either drop spot through this tournament, and yet still sit in 6th. Wild to think what they could do if they could actually lock something down. Be Momo out of the top window here, just kind of glancing over what is that Geeke roster. They're back to that boat, which they got pushed to, at least globally. Felt like they would have more control of a Factory in Europe. Back to control. Gentlemates squaring off with T1, who arrived for the party.
Slides on out. Hollow is here. The trades are through. You're going to be able to try and get that full if you can. It's just Enkyo alive, but look at this. Is he going to be able to stay alive long enough? No, Vortex has flown on forward. We'll get confirmation, but that could be the Gentlemates out here just off of Novo trying to move their way on up. They heard the shots. They want to get into the mix. And T1 here, they're going to start to get picked apart. But for Novo to be able to find this, Echo gets dropped. It's just going to be disrupt. Do you get 2 of the top teams out of the lobby back to back? You might have been able to. That's another one in the kill feed. Oh my God, what a beautiful play from Novo there to not knock out just the Gentlemates who were on a heater with 8 or 9 kills, but also T1. You fought for control. You'll get the ground you're looking for.
Yeah, Novo just third party that so well. T1 engaged first, drag Gentlemates to within an inch of their life, but Novo just flying through the backside, and the damage from Gentlemates has already been done on T1. So now it's just about making the most of the situation. You certainly do get control of a hell of a lot of land. Remove many of your biggest threats. That being said, Ravens now taking a little bit of a pop at them, so their afternoon is far from over in terms of punishment. VAB, one last map, lifted them to a very competitive spot now, just 0.2 points behind Geeke. Banny's just going to hang out on the water here. Zadley and Verzity work through the various layers. Honestly, right now, you can get Banny back to Factory. This team is set up in a great position. Never mind, Banny apparently just shooting incredibly well out of the water. Not an easy thing to do. Finds Oos. Momo was knocked as well. Racking up a couple of points. Actually, they're going to get aggressive onto the anchor here.
I like it. Verzity going to try and be the front man. You kick open the door. You find Guts on the other side. Knock, knock. It's the FBI. Unfortunately, you are not going to be able to do any amount of damage to maybe get that one to go your way. Really good ability to play there if you are the two of them. However, look who's made their way on it down. I'm looking at that kill feed. The Ravens, they heard some of these shots. They say, wait, we can be able to find some of these kills. And not only do you find 2 members of VAB, you find Gabs as well. But the party don't stop here. You got Nip on one side. Geeke, they've decided to get on into the mix as well. Nice and flying his way up onto that outside. It's a quick little hop up. Shots are a little bit too good. You find Decky. It's a spin. It's a turn. It's a burn onto Lays. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Nielsen goes huge.
A reminder, by the way, Lays is one of the straightest shooters that we talk about so often, and Nielsen puts him into the dirt. Reminding him he's in a very different league right now, arguably the best player in Europe, and gives everyone a quick reminder of his prowess. Take control of red here along the southern side. Zone's going to continue to pull north, though, after this one, so you got to get a bit of a rotation at some point. Raven's going to have to figure out their pathing. Is it in through prison? Geeke going to call a loadout in on the boat. This will only be available to them for now. Will disappear once we... Actually, that might be your free coming in, so... Wait, no, I'm seeing another one off there towards the far right-hand side, so you're actually going to have another for the next circle. No. Stukex, the anchor here, got to stay up. Will be correct. Stays alive for the moment. Sends the boys into factory to clean up this VAB pressure.
Yeah, I think if you can manage to get them to sort of get some of those shots, get some of those pressure from the other side, that'll give Stukex the ability to get off this boat. Obviously, gas is at your side. No worries there. If you can manage to get on out here, it's really huge for you. But just you're starting to see some of these teams collapse on in each other and manage to find those kills where they need to. I mean, being able to control factory right now, if you are Geeke, would be a huge boon to be able to play out the rest of the map.
Well, PA in hand could be glorious. Means Decky and Co can likely just play for the middle and lower sides if they wish. And drop it on the rooftop should they need to clear out. Lays going to head back towards the buy here, but what's the purchase? Dropping a hell of a lot of money. 18 grand in pocket if you are Stukex. Take it with another 6.5 just in case. Actually, looks like you've basically forced a evacuation of sorts from that VAB roster. They pushed off towards the harbor. Number 7, that's going to be Eclectic. They're considering pushing over towards this. But now for Geeke, it's a case of how long do you hold out? Next zone's going to force you inland, and it's either a headquarters rotation, prison, or harbor, none of which are particularly pretty.
You can see this zone starting to force teams to move is already. NIP and AG Global going to start to battle it on out here, but it's not going to be the only squads that are here. LAESC, they're kind of flirting around this industry side as well, as you can already start to see some of the movement come in from Ninjas in Pajamas to start to clean them on up. Now, if AG Global, Scummin and Prodigy, if they can find the timing, this could be huge. You could have this buy station that's on this backside of Industries if you can manage to find these kills, but you fly up onto the stairs and you're by yourself. Prodigy eliminated. FIFA Kill's going to be able to fly back on through, so you're here at Chem, but Ninjas in Pajamas, and they make this realization, but Scummin actually going to be able to turn the tides onto Vision. That's a huge pickup, but the Self will come on through. It's all three still back on up. Vision, gun still hot. Razor still shooting. FIFA, he's been at least been able to find some ground loot with a Peacekeeper in hand. Can you manage to find them? It could be enough damage that you've needed to stop Ninjas in Pajamas into their tracks as Vision slides down the stairs, found out by Scummin. Can you find one more? Stim in hand. It's giving you what you need. Here's another one. You almost get the 360 slide, but HA is there. Prodigy, he finds one more, and he could be the cleanup man you're looking for. He is. This is just a grudge match between these two right now, Andy.
Beautiful work, by the way, from FIFA Kill. Don't get me wrong, plenty of plaudits over to Scummin for what he manages to do, but Thief stays alive and repositions himself to crack 2, forces Ninjas to push them weak, and as such, that gives you eventually the advantage in the fight as Prodigy plays cleanup. They're far from through suffering, though. Team 5 might look over them in a moment. That's Geeke taking a hold of Prison Window, as well as the Water Tower, so they'll likely be able to look over that squad rotating in, and my god, Courtyard is a party, and everybody's starting to become invited. A lot of teams have just decided to play out this northern western side of the zone, and Lay is going to drop a PA on that team, force them to rotate and pick them off as they move.
Yeah, you're going to try and push them right, maybe see if you can find them, and look at that. FIFA Kill will get dropped thanks to that PA. But you're getting tacked up in your back because you can see on that mini map, you have the Ravens. They're not too far away. Now, my question is, I believe they're on the roof right now. Yeah, they have to be because the shots are there. Nyson and Heeds will line on up. You find Lays is dropped. So taking control of that prison rooftop is going to be Ravens Esports. While all this battling is happening on over to prison, Turbine continues to turn as where a lot of players are just trying to sit. But Decky was going to try and maybe run his way through showers. You hear some of those footsteps. You got to back on up as AG Global. They're still all three here. And I got to give them some credit. They've managed to the top 10. They're all three together. You ride the lightning here. You might be able to make top 5 yet again.
It's just a dangerous game, right? You just got to stabilize at some point and build your way into this map. Also, you'd want to see more kills. Currently sat at 6. Compare that to some of your biggest rivals. We're looking at 16, 19, 20 if you're Ravens. So you got to come online. Find some blood out here on Rebirth Island. Speaking of which, plenty of offering at Turbine. One body will be in the water, but it's Lotus 8 looking to lock it down as a full 3. Skinner will find Zax initially. It's whether or not you read where ninjas in pajamas are coming from if you're Havoc here. Remember, this man lit up Birmingham. Suddenly brought his name to the lights. And if you can make your squad at least even competitive here, what a step forward this will be for a roster that so many count out so often.
I mean, dude, they're on 20 kills right now as a 3. I mean, this is you even just make it to a 1.4 right now for where this team was sitting overall on the leaderboard. Is it enough to get them to the top 5? No, but it's enough to put them in position. That's for certain. As they fly on forward, Havoc, he's good for 2, and you take down ninjas in pajamas just like that. Millsy gets dropped on the rotation, but it doesn't matter. You're going to be able to get the res off. And for Lotus 8 here, dude, I mean, they are just doing such a good job. They found Turbine. They have found the kills. You just need to be able to focus on that top 5 for the time being.
Everyone will slow it down. Try and disengage. I say that. I don't think many people are going to have a choice in prison. 3 squads, to be fair, operating on 3 different levels. So they'll have an arm's length to each other for now. As well as the squad trying to rotate out through courtyard. That's going to be Geeky. They're going to square up. Actually, you'll lose one in Lays. Decky. Oh, my lord. Sorry. Decky was the one not. Lays just about gets that through. That's on Master 5k. Lays might not be able to hang out in this. Doesn't have the health. It ticks away at that. Not your armor plates. And as such, you may lose Decky in this engagement. And, well, he's going to back up for some resources. But I think it'll be just the German by his lonesome trying to rotate in. But you do at least get that top 5. Everyone else scrambling towards prison side.
Yeah, he was looking for some of those stims. He does find them, but it doesn't matter because, well, you got somebody who's just immediately looking at you. Speaking of stims, we'll come on over to AG Global. They have made it to the top 5 for the time being. Only 6 kills to their name, though, and that has me a little bit worried. Yes, you might be able to get up top here towards the prison, and you might be able to stay alive, but is it going to be long enough? Thief has some solid cash, so you can hit this buy station. If you lose Prodigy, you could get the double buyback. He's at least going to be able to one. Finds a streak. PA could be huge. But nice and towards the top. He's going to be able to make the correct rotation. You find Thief. You got one more member of AG Global. That is still on the outside. You turn, you find Prodigy. Out in 4th goes AG.
He's Lotus 8 as a full 3. Ravens as a 2, although likely buy station control. Nissan's going to send. Oh my god, finds Havoc plating, and as such gets himself a hell of a lot of space, and the buy comes through in the back as well. Damages are 1. Going to reposition for now to find the engagement collapsing through the backside. We might just take the entire sword to Lotus 8 by himself, and that's Oki out. We're down to a 2v3.
Here you go. Ravens are playing from this top side. They know exactly where these last 2 members of Lotus 8 are. Nyson is able to fly on down and find one for free, by the way. Just no trades coming in from the other members of Lotus 8. And you just have to look on down here if you are the Ravens. It's Hades from the high ground, but the trades will come on through and you'll find the kills that you need. Ravens, they will take yet again another map win here in the Warzone Resurgence Series. Absolutely insane for them. We saw so much action, Andy, happening all across the map. We didn't get a chance to tune on in with the Ravens. Maybe we should have, because they ended the game with a solid number of kills.
Oh, brother, they're gonna break 33 kills. Plenty of bread. 52.8 points out of 1 map. A ridiculous performance. But let's tune into their victory moment as they took the sword to their opponents and locked everything down.
Choque-toi. Dead.
Sur moi.
C'est où l'ast 3v2. Chill.
Les deux. Ouais, je suis chill, t'inquiète. Ils sont les deux là. Ah non, deuxième étage. J'ai mis une pied à droite.
Ok.
Ils peuvent pas sortir à droite, ils peuvent pas.
Ah, crac. Absolu, il est absolu. L'autre absolu.
Nice. Bien joué les gars.
Let's go, fucking go. 33 kills, gros.
Nice.
Eh oui, les gars, on l'a annoncé. On l'a annoncé, les frères.
I mean, dude, 33 kills for the Ravens. Now, reminder, folks, this team's already qualified to Esports World Cup, right? Through that Birmingham LAN. But that's not what it's about. It's about them proving they deserve to be one of the top EU rosters, that they deserve to be a force in some of these lobbies. Just kind of playing out of prison, man. I feel like that's what we saw. It was just their ability to flex out of prison and just fly on their way down to these various POIs and start to clean up some of these teams. And it's really just sort of Heeds, King Chalk, Nyson. We saw them just all the time working together to swing and chow some of these fights. Really good work out of them. They realize they come down, wait, it's a solo, it's a duo. We don't have to tweak here. We can be able to find one more. They do. And then it's just all eyes on cleaning up this Lotus 8 roster.
It's again just coming back to that ruthless efficiency that this team have built through this year. Last year, when this team came together, it was like, well, they have the potential every now and again to pop off with a big map, sure, but they're going to also have those dud games. You can see the growth just in the fact that they no longer do have those dud games. I think the worst game today was 12th with a 12 kills with the top 5. A lot of the teams right now chasing qualification position would bite your arm off for that very game. So yeah, 11 kills for Nielsen. That X Factor man coming through in King Chalk 13. He's really helped not only lift this team to being a top team, but also relieving that pressure on his duo. And he's with 9. That's much more like it from an anchor. That's where you want to see that player involved. The likewise that you see Twisted Minds and Falcons do. So yeah, great stuff from these three, proving yet again that they should no longer be talked about as this second French team. They're the top dogs and they're here to stay.
They are doing a great job of making that sort of narrative maybe come to fruition, my friend, as they have just been running some of these lobbies, including that last one here today. But we only got 2 maps left here today. And I mean, man, one more time to be able to go back to Rebirth Island. We got to kind of shift gears to head back to one last map of Haven's Hollow. An electric map that we had there, my friend. Let's throw it back to the desk to see what they have to say about it.
Thank you very much. Probably one of the biggest games we have seen, at least today, without a doubt. 33 total kills is incredible. Spider Tip, one of the things you've been highlighting all day about Ravens is their positioning, and man, their positioning has been on point. It seems like they're never in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it's really well done. Like, they start out in stellar spots, right? The fact that no one's challenging them on Haven's Hollow and Mansion is crazy off the start. But then you come into Rebirth Island and it's an interesting start. They move into living quarters. They stay there. T1 has been a lot more aggressive, right? Well, hold on. Time. I want to see this. Because this map was wild for Gentlemates, for T1. They all fall in early. It allows people that are outside the top 5 or, you know, just on the inside of it to really kind of gap them or try to and make sure that they're going into the last 2 maps solidified in the top 5. So anyways, back. Oh.
Sorry, go for it.
No, I was going to keep yapping, honestly. I want to hear myself talk.
Listen, there's a lot going on this map. And to be clear, it was utter chaos. And Tiff, you had a great point there. The fight with Gentlemates over Control is a really important fight because the Gentlemates change everything, right? They say, you know what, we're going Control, and they win it. What's crazy is that Novo gets paid because T1 also gets aggressive, and Novo comes in third parties T1 who get aggressive on Gentlemates, wipe them both, and says, bye-bye, see you later. They're both out with a point to their name that allows for this late game to end up like it has now.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, I mean, that Control fight really set the tone. You know, obviously T1 challenging, they have that ability through Stronghold going to Control. Naturally, then getting eliminated by Novo was incredible. But then we get over towards Prison, top 5, and it's Ravens still slaying out and tearing it up. Absolutely unstoppable. But also, there was a hidden, at least, contender in all of this. We're talking L8.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
I think,
just like, yeah.
Listen, I think Lotus 8 made a huge move up the leaderboard, to be clear. You've got Skinner, Millsy, and Havoc. They basically get to... they get to Turbine. They drop a 33.6 point game because they get to Turbine and just park the bus in Turbine. And not in the way it's usually used. They just sit there and park the bus, and then everybody says, well, I got to get in the bus. I'm trying to get out of here. Everybody shows up to Turbine. They just kill everybody on the map that the Ravens don't take care of. Those two teams top fragged by a mile. Gigantic map, 52.8 for Ravens Esports. But you've got to tip your hat to a team in 15th place, dropping a 33-point game to give them some hope. That is a good roster who's had moments of greatness, but they barely made it to this competition. We got to remember that a team dropped, and then they make it into low round 2, and then they make it into this competition. And I thought all hope was lost for a crazy storyline. We got hope now. I'm excited.
We have
hope, baby. We like hope. We like hope. Who doesn't like Hopium, man? Lotus 8, a big talking point. Obviously, Ravens were already there. We take a look at the overall. Naturally, still in first place, especially after that banger game. But the question is, how far did Lotus 8 elevate themselves up the leaderboard? And they're still not going to be on this top page, but that's all right. They still have very much a chance, especially if these next two can do quite well. Take a look at Geek managing to secure top 5 once again. Still okay, but look at Orglis. Orglis jumps up to now in 4th.
Yeah, not a bad game for them, right? They dropped some well-needed points, but Novo, even after that 50-something point game, they're situated around 150. So they're feeling pretty confident going into this, which is scary because then you're looking at Orglis and Geek and saying, all right, these are the two teams that have everything to lose in the last 2 maps, right? Because VAP just 1.8 points behind them. Eclectic right behind them. Nip, who got stifled in some of those Rebirth Island matches, basically by L8 ESC, who is right next to them on the leaderboard. It's going to get interesting. So I hope they can hold on for the final 2 maps. And for everyone that's situated right here, 11th through 16th, even Gentlemates, you're only 24 points outside of 5th place. I know you could put the biggest map of the day down. Do it.
Gosh, they would have to really do something special, man.
True.
They can.
They
can. Look, they absolutely can. Goj, what else do we see?
I mean, I think to be very clear about the stakes of 4th through 8th place being less than 10 points spread. That's a lot of teams that can move on our leaderboard. I will say, can we at least shout out Ravens Esports for breaking 200 points and being 60 points, 61 points over T1? Yeah, that is utter domination from Ravens Esports.
It is. Again, no pressure, right? They've already qualified. They came into this. They're just having fun. And speaking of having fun, team passes are up for sale. You have a chance to compete over at DreamHack. They're on sale this Thursday. If you think you're the best or at least just want to have fun, buy yourself a team pass, get yourself together, go out there, and maybe you make finals. Doing so, you have a real chance not only at earning $30,000 for first place and a $100,000 prize pool. For just Atlanta alone, you have a chance to compete at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Once-in-a-lifetime experience, potentially for $1 million. We've got a lot of experiences over at DreamHack as well for you. It is a big ordeal. It's a big event as a whole, and you have a chance to, I believe, not only get team passes, but also get your tickets, right? Going in for the CDL events. It's going to be Major 3 at DreamHack, and it's a lot of fun. You guys need to check it out, see your favorite players, and just enjoy yourselves, man. It's going to be a good time. We have 2 more maps ready to go. We're going to flip-flop. It's going to be Haven's Hollow and then right back to Rebirth. You do not want to miss it. In fact, you don't have to because we're about to sit at the casters. Danjo Enigma, take it away.
Hey, thank you, Taylor. I love that the team passes go on sale Thursday, Enigma, because if you're some of these top teams, you might need to get your org to fund them because it hasn't exactly been your day. But like Tiff said, you got 2 more chances for you to be able to potentially get those points on the board, cut into that top 5. It's a tight race that's here. We'll have one last map of Haven's Hollow, one last map of Rebirth Island. Who do you think really needs to kick it into gear for these last 2 maps?
I think obviously we're taking a look over our shoulders at Gentlemates. That being said, they're not as far behind as it may seem, sitting in 11th. They're currently on 90 points, which puts them 24 points really away from that top 5. They're more than capable of that. We drop into a Haven's Hollow next. That's where they look so good last time we were there. And if they go back to the team that we saw so often through Split 1 when we only played Haven's Hollow, then that's a cakewalk for them. They can put up 40, 50 point bangers. We know that. Being said, considering how close it is between so many different teams on that leaderboard, it's going to be a bloodbath, fighting tooth and nail, clawing for every inch or mile that you can, because the difference between having to take a look at those team passes and instead getting fully funded through to Atlanta.
Definitely could be. That is for sure. So we get ready to hop on in to Haven's Hollow here, my friends. One last time here in map number 9. Going to be very, very good. A little bit of reminder there on the bottom side of your screen for what some of these teams need to do. It's rack up a ton of kills and then be able to get into those placement points. Okay, so obviously getting that top 5 to that 1.4 is so utterly crucial. But let's get ready. Let's hop on in, my friend. We got a mostly central zone for the time being, but it's really going to come down to where do we see some of these teams land? Any new contests, any new hot movement here on the map? And well, I'm looking down, I'm seeing that bottom left, a little bit of contest, and well, Genomates, they might be able to get that lumber mill for free.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas landing straight onto Geeky. Reminder, Geeky just inside that top 5. Ninjas in Pajamas trying to upset that and steal the spot for themselves. Zakar, oh my lord, good pistol work down to King Char. That's not an easy gunfight to win. Gaps will play clean up. Kazu arrives though slowly from the stairs. Can you find Nielsen just in time? Well, honestly, if you lose this window, you might just have to back it up and reset this fight. There's damage through, but honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you don't want to push that doorway.
Yeah, I mean, 9 mil in hand, it's going to be very tough. But I like the aggression from Kazu here. Saying, we can flush you on out. You can start to put the Ravens into a little bit of a blender. Maybe you'll have some more success here as the shots look good. Not good enough. Nice in. AK in hand. It's a little bit too tough as King Chuck will be able to land and find that Razor. And while you thought you maybe were going to take it to your current front runners here, I don't know if you're going to be able to. And thankfully, Zakar is going to be able to hold the line and find that kill onto King Chuck. Definitely looking for some of those reductions on the Resurgence timer that you're looking for. But the Ravens, they'll continue to get mixy as a Main Street also is continuing to be a battle between a number of teams.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. You've got Engstein's roster here, although we might well just count them out of the picture for now, but also this LAESC roster sitting right on the cusp. We'll be in 9th, which sounds like it should be miles away, but actually not even 10 points from getting themselves through to Atlanta. Dragons has a bit more space than he thinks as he attempts the wall bounce. Gentlemates are already squeezing up to this, showing how aggressive they want to be in this map. They know big maps require a big amount of kills, so they're leaving nothing to chance. And Kyo and his duo will press right up against the rest of this lobby. The problem is you are meeting a lot of players inside a lot of buildings. Going to be SMG fights that will rue the day from here.
I would love to be able to see them just kind of position themselves, maybe engage in some of these fights from afar, right? You catch somebody kind of diving in and out of some of these buildings would be great. As we're starting to just get a nice little lay of the land. AG Global, they found themselves down here towards sort of the Regain Bridge, this train area. You can see some of the teammates over towards Nate Dogg, and they are trying to just maybe sniff around. But look, you got 2 members of T1 who they flexed on over here, Enigma as well, and Prodigy tries to take the fight. Spam will be able to bring you on down, and now Scummin's here. Open up some of these crates while you can. Get Spam Gola back on in, but for T1, I like the idea. This is what we're seeing, Gentlemates do, as we've seen them do time and time again, and that is just fly on forward as Disrupt wins yet again another fight that I really honestly think he shouldn't be able to, but I love being proved wrong.
By the way, oh wait, we'll come back to it. Prodigy finds Spam just in time. There's going to be coverage over the top. And actually, no, it won't be there for long enough because Prodigy's reset on the movement is going to be lovely until Wars arrives. But by the way, confirmation that Geeky are out early. They'll drop out first. They walk away with 1 point from the entire lobby. They were sat in 5th, already slipped into 6th. Now VAB become the target on everyone's radar. They'll be on 116 points, but look for Geeky to continue to slide here. They will watch all their hard work evaporate over these coming maps.
Yeah, but if you're VAB, though, you have to continue to still perform in these maps, because if we see them go down early, I'm looking at the top right of the screen of teams on the bubble. You have squads like Eclectic, NIP, LAXESC, who are all hot on the heels, have a very solid map here in map number 9. We only got 1 map left here to play. You tee yourself up nice and good to potentially be one of those top 5 heading to Atlanta. So hopefully VAB can manage to stay alive, but also that some of these other teams on the bubble can continue to find their kills. Orgless They're one of those teams that we were looking for. They were right on the cusp the entire day. Swizzon's going to be the one to surge on forward on the bridge. You find FIFA kill. You kind of turn your eyes towards back the gazebos, and well, you think you might find one more. But you're just going to hold the line here. Zone will continue to push you on inwards, though.
Yeah, Oglis. We're starting fourth coming into this. We'll be slightly ahead of VAB, just outside of that picture to your top right. That had to be a no-naughty PA that Sariel's basically just walked into, gets caught by the splash. Now slow his teammate down for a moment. Swizzon here just picking off bits and pieces out by the piers. Players that are trying to recover or just hang in for a moment. Anchor while their boys recover. And Gil getting keybase in the kill feed, keeping out for Gentlemates, making a big play here. But Master 5K's team, this LAEXC roster, also in conversation in 9th. Trying to square up, you're going to lose one. No, Master 5K does get the knock onto Momo, but there was support coming through. Confirms there. Stuck around for long enough, but Dragon's in trouble elsewhere. He's having to flee as this team's out of here.
Pistol in hand. Maybe you can make something happen, but a couple of these other squads making their way on over might be the blessing that you need. You can see T1, they're starting to fly on over. They're hearing these shots. They want to start getting involved here. Dragon's Mirage in hand. Good shots. You're able to find one. The stim will keep that player alive. You're going on the hunt, though. Unfortunately, you have dropped directly into the line of sight of Spam Gola himself. Oh, he's going to go up, pull up the irons, let it rip, pick up a couple just in a row here. So while that's happening on the main street, I'm keeping my eyes back towards Boat, and I'm seeing here in the kill feed, AB Wiz gets dropped, and that is going to be our first team eliminated. But the fun doesn't stop here anyway, because coming out of the lumber mill, they started to make their way over on Main Street, and I like what we're seeing out of the gentlemen. They take control of the boat.
Fake wipe, unfortunately, coming through in the feed there because two bodies get back in. Just confirm Woxian are still in this, but you do get control of that boat. That being said, AG Global, they've squared up. Gentlemen, everybody basically enjoying that over there. But Skinner and Lotus 8, quiet. Nice and easy. Just rock up for a second, let that redeploy timer tick through, get Lotus 8 back into the party. It's bowling. Where we're going to go next, Auglis. They are resetting, restabilizing. You will have T1 for company soon, as well as that LAESC roster, which is number 6. Swizzon, do you actually hear this pressure coming through? That's the important point, and the VST in hand. Difficult weapon to control over that sort of range is much better when you're basically barrel stuffing someone, so he decides to back up, reset the fight, and go again. This is a roster so close to that top 5 position that you want that multiplier, so it's worth staying alive. See you later on the map.
Yeah, Swizzon on that outside, though. Want to be able to try and maybe get some of those shots on the players at range. But VAB, we talked about how they need to stay in on this one. Some great shots here, though, as you find 2 members of that Woxian roster. But Versity, he's going to be the one to try and make you pay for it. Good shots up top on the Momo. Absolutely ripped with a Razor 9mm in hand, and you just have so many different players who are trying to kind of dive in and out of this fight right now, but you're going on the hunt right now. If you are Versity, you catch Hoos in the air, and you'll at least be able to clear them out of your building for now. Versity, understanding when to turn on that aggression and get that team out of here.
Confirm Gabs, GK, LAESC, and AFS all out at this point. They have 4 teams that will not see any multiplier. 2 more will join them soon. Wouldn't back going to be in Banny and Co. They're having a great time. Yet more kills in the feed for Gentlemates. They're currently on 14. 18 is Ravens leading the way. The whole cluster in behind. August need a hell of a lot of kills. And, well, unfortunately, that will be them full wiped. Or at least, no, wait, we do get confirmation that they're at least back in. Fake buy coming through. But JDG, I think that is a full confirm. They're dead. They're out of here. And all of a sudden, just like that, inside top 10.
I mean, if we could look at this map here, dude, you can just see from barn down, there is literally almost nobody. Ravens have control of this entire map. You got 1 member of Novo hanging out up towards Mansion, and that is it. All of the action is down here in this main street area. So hopefully you're going to be able to read this if you are some of these teams. I'm seeing Enkyo still in the kill feed, though. The Gentlemates are here. They realize they have only 2 more opportunities to get these points on the board. And so far, they've been doing such a great job of being able to find them where they need to. You've made it into the top 10. 2 more teams need to drop to put you into that 1.4 times multiplier.
Don AJ won't get away. That's Ninjas in Pajamas, I believe, wiped, but they will sit in 5th place as the live score stands in your top right. That being said, Eclectic, they're dead and out of here. August dead and out of here. Geeky also. It's only Gentlemates really that can close that gap, but they would need a hell of a lot more points, and they still have 2 players, a hell of a lot of rotating to do, though.
Brother, Gentlemates, they are on 21 kills right now. All we need is one more team to drop, and they'll be into that 1.4. You said they needed a huge game. This could very easily be it. It's only 2 of them alive, though, but I'm looking at that mini-map. You have 2 full 3 teams alive, and there's even a full 3 Ravens roster to your north, but it's going to be some heroics. You hit the buy station. You get the buy on through. That's a full 3 Gentlemates. Now that are here, can you get your feet on the ground? Can you get guns in the hand? Because you are going to need it to try and play out of this Main Street area. Adelie here on this top side, though, is starting to get sniffed on out. Is getting pushed by T1, trying to dive your way in and around this building here. Stims coming into play. Can you manage to find even one more? On the other side, though, LA starting to bring the fight against the Gentlemates as Gromalok gets dropped as well. You're starting to see these teams get collapsed and the fights are breaking on out.
Certainly are. Skinner's going to get the confirmed knock onto Enkyo and Gromalok. Was that? No, Halo's still going to stay stood elsewhere. Lotus have slowed this down, just slowly working in with the gas. They probably need more kills than that, to be completely honest with you. Adelie is somehow still alive. What on God's green earth? Trying to make a wrap, look for some cash on the deck. One stim comes through. This might give you enough to go and hit the buy, but it may not be active because it's so deep in the gas. And no, Echo reads it, turns, burns. So it leaves then T1, a member of Gentlemates, Ravens, and a little bit of Lotus 8 still in the fight.
I mean, Hollow here, you've done the needful. You have made it to the top 5 here. 22 kills in the lobby. These are the points you needed if you were this French roster. But speaking of French rosters, you're not the only one still in it. The Ravens are here, but King Chalk has been taken on out from behind. And it's a wide wrap from Lotus 8 that I think that's got to be it. So Smoke's starting to come on through. He wants to be able to try and come on over, but are you going to get caught here? Yeah, you jump up onto that side and you have to immediately turn your tail back to the barn. But your moment of solace is not going to be long as T1, they've sneaked on up in the meantime.
Certainly have. He spots them for a half second at the window. Basically, he hits one in the face with a grenade. Spam Echo Disrupt, laying siege to the barn. 3v2, guns up, crack comes through. Spam repositions for a second because you've lost Disrupt in the engagement. The reposition from Echo's going to lights, gets back together as a 2, but Nielsen finds the knock, and how the turns have come on through for this team. Nielsen clean it up, and that will be Echo dealt with, but then Gentlemates start to arrive in through the backside.
But Enkyo gets dropped as well, but the Ravens, they are taken on out. T1 is here. It's a complete scuffle all on this barn area, but it's just not yet because Lotus 8, all 3 of them, they're chilling, and they're going to be able to get the zone pull here as well. Still 4 teams alive. It's just so many solos in Lotus 8. You got one member of Ravens floating up in the air. In the barn, it's T1 and a Hollow from the Gentlemates that's there. But Skinner, he might be able to do a little quick mental math here and understand, wait, it's all just solos besides us, boys. Let's just go ahead. Let's play for some checkouts. Let's be able to bring these teams on down as we are in our top 3. If any of these solos win, it is going to be a miracle. But you can tell Lotus 8, they understand how the rest of this game is supposed to play on out. They finally see, okay, it's just one final member remaining. It's just going to be Hollow. And he's going to do his best to stay alive here. But I think Lotus 8, they're going to make the right call. Go ahead. Let's just play zone. If they die to gas, they die to gas.
Yeah, I think Halo has accepted his fate. He does technically have a Muni here and 1 stim on the ground. So could try and outlast this for a while. But Lotus 8 will just see another zone pull his way. And Halo's prayers will not be answered. So the Muni goes out. Potentially a reposition. But I can also understand if he doesn't wish to engage. Lotus 8 fully aware of where he is. Could full send this as a 3. And in fact, well, they decide to.
Yeah.
Although the wall bouncy could be better, gentlemen. You will clean it up in the end. A reminder, this team were 25 points off of a top 5 position, seemingly well out of it before this drop. But Geeke fell well foul, and everyone else now is squeezed together. What this could do for this team's chances of making it straight through Atlanta, Lord knows. Again, Havoc lit it up in Birmingham, did so damn well there. Skinner, Millsy have been a great part of this team. Let's listen into their victory moment and how they closed out drop 9.
Nah, leave him.
Yeah, go on. Still just fucking stim
I've got stims anyway.
I can't see him, I'm just shooting. Like, any chance, bro? What is it?
He's just playing sim, mate. There's gonna be so many sims in there.
I mean, I can challenge with stim. Have you boys got stims?
Nah.
No.
Don't even challenge, bro. Just wait.
Enemies are
I guess, like...
Rearming. He's in the corner, close right. Play not through.
One. Same. Bottom left, bottom left.
The regain's on! The regain's on!
Fucking go, boys. Holy shit. Well played. Big fucking win. We're fucking way too moving.
You heard him say it. The regain is on there. That's really the story here, Enigma, for so many teams. And this was a huge map for so many of them. All teams on the bubble, right? We watched them kind of get dropped one by one by one. And all of a sudden, we're looking at the top right, and we're like, boy, there's some new squads finding their way up into our leaderboard on the top right there. Lotus 8, they might be one of them. Gentlemates, they're going to be another.
Yeah, both of them are certainly going to be in the picture, but this Lotus 8 story is truly insane. If you come back to, even in lower round 2, right, they actually ended up finishing 9th in the end. They don't get through to the finals here, and then you end up in lower round 1, they end up finishing just outside, and then the teams that go into lower round 2, one of them decides to drop out, so it gives them a second opportunity to take part in that, which they shouldn't even been a part, and as such then get to play to get through to these finals. So insane now to see that they need those 2 big maps to really get back into the swing of things, and they've done it. Can't be many lives left on this cat, but for every single one that they burn through, they're taking full advantage, going to make that gap going into that last map incredibly interesting.
They're definitely teeing us up for a fantastic last map. I mean, this barn area, dude, was just so mixy from those final few zones all the way to the end, right? Kind of felt like we looked over at one point and it was Ravens, and I'm like, okay, they have complete control of barn, but they actually just get pushed on out as their attention gets pulled in too many different directions, allows teams like Team 1 and Gentlemates to roll on up. Fantastic map number 9 though, my friend, but we got one last map here to play, so let's kick it back on over to this, see how they felt about map number 9 and tee us up for our last map of the day.
Lotus 8 needed a couple of big games in order to break into top 5, and they're getting dangerously close to doing so, and they're doing the job needed. And more importantly, too, Gentlemates has done the same exact thing. Another big game from them, leaving it all on the line for the last map, Rebirth Island. Things have just got spicy, Ghosh.
Very spicy. Sometimes it feels like in these competitions, you get to the final 2 maps and it's like, okay, we know our bubble. There's 5 teams that can make it. I don't know what this final leaderboard's going to look like. I think there's like 10 teams in the flux for those really bottom 3 positions of our top 5. I mean, unbelievable job from some of our teams to win out early. A couple changes on the map, but overall, I was looking at Lotus 8 the entire time, and they said it best. They were in the regame blender all the way to the end, and somehow, some way, Tiff, they were able to make it there. But VAB also had a great game, and they desperately needed it too.
If you're on the cusp, Goj, things can be really scary. So I love that VAB, even though they were the 16th seed coming into this, they're confident. They're locking it in and just staying consistent when they need it most. And I love that we talked about teams like L8 ESC as well. They're trying to stay in there, but knowing that the bubble is so insanely tight with 1 game left, guys, I'm nervous.
Very nervous. Very nervous. Taylor, I don't know how this will end up. Again, I think it's 10 teams on the bubble at the end of this one, but this map continues to showcase that the top 2 teams are going to stay at the top, and everybody else, who freaking knows, man?
Well, you mentioned it, VAB, NIP, for example, also had a pretty decent game, right, with 16 total kills. Like, there is a maybe slight chance. You've got teams that we've been waiting to come up for some time, especially you go back to the qualifiers from Birmingham to now, and they're finally starting to do so. It's truly impressive. Team 1 on your screen, they haven't slowed down. They have been absolutely stellar. Ravens also, 27 total kills. A team that is leading the way, no pressure on their shoulders. They're just phenomenal. But then Lotus 8 truly really is stealing the show today. I mean, to go from basically last place to where they are now is a sensational story. And you even heard it in their celebration towards the final moments, right, about how excited they were. They understand the position that they're in, and they are owning it. 3 players that have really, again, just like Ravens, no pressure on their shoulders.
Wow.
A big game coming out for them. And you say wow and wow for good reason. Gentlemates, T1, Ravens, big scores, but again, VAB, excuse me, NIP. I mean, Ghosh, going into this final game, you've got so many teams that are just pouncing on the door to break into top 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're a Gentlemates fan, which I know there's tons of them out there, you had to have this game. I mean, ideally, you win it to make it a little bit easier, but you now have a chance, whereas otherwise, you basically haven't had a chance. Reminder, Gentlemates went back-to-back like a 2-point game and then a 1-point game. The fact that they're even in the conversation to be a top 5 team today is beyond impressive. Now, they still have a lot of work to do. This just gets them into the conversation, but either way, still really impressive. Of course, we've got to highlight Ravens Esports. They were already up by 50 some odd points. They then drop a nearly 40-point banger to add on top of it. There's no question those guys are at the top of the leaderboard there, Tiff.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and agree with that. I see Athletic there, 8th place, 8.4 points in drop number 9. They were within that top 5 bubble, so not really where you want to be in terms of points for a map at all. You cannot drop any mediocre games. It has to be flawless. And now I say that we have literally 1 map to go. I told you guys before we dropped into map number 9 that the Gentlemates had the capability of leapfrogging from where they were into the top 5. And what do? They threw a banger down. So I think we need to highlight that, guys.
Oh, let's take a look at the overall, man, and it is close as can be. All the way down from 10th place up to where Gentlemates is currently at. And shout out to Gentlemates, who have been on the struggle bus all day today, finally breaking into top 5. A chance for them to finish there is now a reality. But nobody is safe, especially for those bubble teams, Ghosh.
Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. Again, one quick shout out. Ravens Esports crushing the competition. Very well done. And it looks like things are changing a little bit more too. But as they come through, top 5. Oh, it looks like Gentlemates have actually gone up to 4th now. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy out here. The big point to make though is I count Novo out of there. So they're at 166. They're good to go. VAB, Gentlemates, Ninjas in Pajamas, Orgless, Eclectic, Geek have put up big games. All of them are in conversation. Is it 10 teams? No. I think Lotus 8 still have a chance, but they need a banger game and they need this VAB and Gentlemates team to not have a big game. So really, we need to pay attention in this next one to Orgless, NIP, Gentlemates, and VAB. Those are your main bubble teams, and if somebody else is popping off, we'll check in with them.
Yeah, well, let's not forget, Lotus 8s have dropped big numbers on Rebirth Island. They can absolutely do it in this moment. It would be wild if AG makes it, but they have a real chance. Let's see if they can do it, man. I mean, anything is possible, but anywhere down from VAB from 4th all the way down to 10th place, I'm putting them on alert. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is earned, and this is now the final race to top 5. After all, it's the final map. It's going to be the championship map consistently for EWC. Rebirth Island. Question is, who wants it the most? Tiff, do you dare? Well, actually, we're going to casters. I was going to get a prediction. I'm going to spare you that, okay? Dandro Enigma, I leave it to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Desk. Dude, it all comes down to this. I wouldn't have it any other way. These events get boring if we already have 5 teams. We're so far away from everyone else, right? We love it when it gets spicy. It comes right down to those final moments. Gentlemates, man, you're my #1 glazer. How are we feeling about them coming into this last map? Because, listen, you respect where respect is due. For them to be able to surge back from where they have, that's an absolutely hell of a performance.
Yeah, it most certainly is. I'm going to get you back for that one, brother. But yeah, this is, in considering the difficulties that you've been going through outside of this event as well, all the question marks, the doubts that have crept in over this time period, you have that monumental fan base in behind you. You feel that pressure. You see the words that they write and the pressure that essentially they put on to demand greatness. So yeah, the fact that 3 of them have bounced back in stunning style, they're not done yet, though. They've got to close out one last map. There's a team 1.6 points behind them that could ruin their whole afternoon. And, well, there's probably about 7 teams right now contesting for those final 2 spots. And that's not everything that we got to write about, my friend, because there's a lot to talk about in terms of kill leaders. And, my God, the Ravens duo are putting on.
Yeah, 70 and 69, #1, #2. And then there's about a Grand Canyon gap between them and the rest of the leaderboard. As Disruptor drop from T1, currently in third with 52. Vortex coming out, showing out here, 48 in fourth, and Swizzin in 44th, tied with Keybase there in the 5th and 6th positions that are there. But I think I'm looking at that number 9. It's Enkyo with 42 for a team that hasn't really been on the top of the end game results here, Enigma. To see the little young French prince there within the top 10 of our kill leaders, he said, no, not today. This is not how this happens. We will not play through the open. We want to be one of those teams that has made their way to DreamHack Atlanta. One last map, my friend. I mean, if you are some of these teams on the bubble, what has to be the strategy? What are you going to kind of be looking at? Maybe a particular end zone? Is there a certain team you might try and go third party? What's got to be the rabbit out of the hat here to ensure you're in that top 5?
I feel like we've seen a lot of the same end zones. I'm glad that you bring that up. I think something that pulls off maybe towards that eastern side would be a nice change up to see how the squads adapt, whether it be drop spots, whether it be rotations, and so on. But we got a quick look there as we were talking at the multiply coming up at the bottom of the screen, and it is so ridiculously important. The kills are great and everything, but if you are not getting yourself at least that 1.4, it's not only a case of, okay, well, we're not making the most of the kills that we did get, and maybe not getting some more kills that we would have gotten if we got that late stage. You're also watching and holding your breath, hoping to death that you don't watch other teams take away your qualifying position. And you cannot let that happen now.
No, you cannot. It all comes down here. For some of these teams, Haven's Hollow has been where they found their success. For others, it's been all about the island. But let's come on in, and we're going to land in here with the Gentlemates. And we're now at living quarters as well, going up against Team Eclectic. I mean, we're just dropping different places all the time, and I love it. Gromalog here. Oh my God, you catch Freddy out of the window. You find one more. Can you get the full though? No, you're actually gonna let the self go off. Thankfully, you get the cleanup yet again. Enkyo flies on forward. You're gonna be able to find Keybase as well. Living quarters is yours if you are the Gentlemates.
That will breathe a lot of confidence into Gentlemates. They've not had the greatest time with contest so far through today. They managed to get a hold of something. T1 will be set up in Chem. They've decided to give up strongholds and instead go to literally the opposite side of the map, claim what is typically the Falcons territory, and rotate in from there. Seeing the kill feed still lighting up with the purple of Gentlemates. Usenko finding kills as well. But this is what it's all about now. Hallow, can you get yourself set up in green and let your boys push out? You know you have company. You just heard footsteps on tin, and Gromlock's going to be back down, so there's a gap.
Oh, nice. Quick, clean, and easy. Those are the type of kills you love to see. It. Listen, hey, if you're the Gentlemates, you love that Eclectic is trying to maybe be a little bit stubborn here and fly at you for that POI, because you need the kills, right? We could very easily come into this map and see Gentlemates get to the top 5, but maybe with not necessarily the kills they need. So the fact that they're able to get some of these early on is so crucial. For Lotus 8, another team that we need to keep our eyes on, it's the same type of story. They need the kills, they need the placement. Being able to hold on to Bio here is sure as a hell of a way to do it, as Havoc in hand is going to be able to not only drop down, find one, but you're going to be able to rip a player off the heady. You find a second. So you're just going to do a great job here. You gain control of Bio. There's a lot of teams kind of circling around you. You might be able to get to that rooftop, Andy, and just kind of look on down and start reaping some kills.
Yeah, you heard the call outs in that victory moment. The comeback is on. It most certainly is, but they were 15 points behind coming into this map. A lot of points on offer at Rebirth, but not only for you, for everybody else as well. So you got to be aggressive, get pushed out of that bioweapon side. GK just trying to hold down Factory here. Feels like a moment ago that they were sat relatively comfortably inside that top 5. Now in 9th, 11 points back from where they want to be. Orgles, Swizzen's going to bounce in through the door, and you're just on a hunt here, but you also got players chasing in from behind you. Got to be very careful about getting sandwiched between multiple squads and cut down early.
It's going to be a very tough time. And look who's made their way on over towards the school. They're going to go ahead. It's the Gentlemates as they've started to take it on over. They've made their way out of living quarters. While all this action is happening, by the way, we lose Eclectic. So maybe, obviously, that contest hot off the drop, not exactly going to be their forte. As the French have now moved down on in, and I like the positioning here. You got one from above and two down below, but are you ready for this team to roll on up behind you? It's going to be JDG. You're going to have to turn your eyes back on over towards them, as I'm starting to see some of the players are dropping. Maybe some water plays having to happen. Enkyo on the inside, though. This is a huge fight. You have to win this right now. I'm just worried. Does Geeke move on over here in this battle? Do they try and third party here, Enigma? It looks like for the Gentlemates, they are going to be able to stabilize for the time being.
And Kyo's forward position there could be huge because I think the plan from Geeke is to provide backup from afar on the boat. Well, he has a PA that could certainly disband that ban, but oh my lord. Sniper comes out there, and I thought it had a glance onto Hollow, but actually he's going to get away with that for now. Just gets himself back into position. It's because of the coverage from Enkyo. He does activate, but he's going to get pressured instantly. Doesn't read it coming through. Stim's going to let him slip out. And while the Gentlemates are engaged in all of this, why don't we listen in and see how they survive?
L'autre me snipe, faut le jouer. Hein. J'arrive avec toi.
Depuis il y a du monde, faites gaffe.
Attendez. Ouais, 2. Un mort. Non, une balle. Et l'autre, il est dans la porte. Finesse. Ils sont self.
Il est crack,
Fais gaffe. Là, ça self encore.
Il sait pas que t'es là.
T'as la zone encore, une 22. On peut aussi prendre notre colis et jouer dans Facto. Hein. Mais bon, on va être à 3 collés, ça va être chaud.
Well, it was looking like a fantastic fight for the Gentlemates. All of a sudden breaks on down to, well, you got a little bit of regain having to happen there. JDG just being a little bit of a thorn in the sides for the Gentlemates. It was looking good. I thought Enkyo had it, but it's just, you know, you're getting shot from a little bit too many angles. Not going to be able to hold on. So we'll have to keep our eyes on the Gentlemates, see if they can manage to get their way back on into the map. For Lotus 8, though, Enigma, we saw them. They were frying early on over on this bio side and looking like they're still just continuing to try and find more as well a little bit ahead of them. You have a couple of teams scuffling here about in red.
And Ninjas in Pajamas already on 8 kills. Pretty much every team that you're looking at top right, they're a point split, are finding blood. Gentlemates though being knocked means they'll slow down for a moment. Warriors is found as well, so AJ and Vision might consider backing off here. Much more of a play to see the later stage of the map, and I pause for a half moment because no doubt so did Vision's heart. Skips a beat as he gets himself just inside a factory and slows it down. Lets his boys back into the fray. Orglis as well on 132 points. They're already on 10 kills, having themselves a hell of a time inside of prison. They've actually cleared it out. Now I've got to go and start a hunt elsewhere. And Visions perhaps overstayed his welcome at factory. Certainly has. He's down. Wars is regaining. All on AJ for now.
Yeah, it's had to be a huge map for Geeke, and they've just been putting themselves in the right place at the right time, finding the kills where they need to. Stukex here on the boat, though, just trying to stay alive, as it does look like 2 members of the Gentlemates have managed to hit topside and are looking to hold on to that land. What's rough about this for the time being is Stukex is out in the water. You got one more player who looks like they are top factory, but there's still so many other teams around you that if you try and make that cross here, you are certainly getting found on out. Gentlemates, all 3 players will be able to come on through. You'll be able to hold the line for the time being, but you have some members of VAB who are going to be nearby. You got Ravens and NIP a little bit north of you, so a lot of your top heavy contending squads around here. For Orglis, though, you lose Swizzin, and it's yet again still just Authentics. You're on the water tower, sniper in hand, but AG Global, they're going to hold the line.
He actually finds Authentics just as we pan away, which spells further disaster for Orglis. Again, they were doing a great job at prison, but once they had to go looking for kills, it's not their forte. Gentlemates, by the way, managed to get themselves set up again. AG Global not having a fun time of it with this contest at Turbine. It's going to be Dragon's roster rolling up. Scummins just trying to stay alive. Gets the buy instead. It's small play, really, considering he then drops. It says wiping the kill feed. That's not true, ladies and gentlemen. One body gets back in. It's FIFA kill, and he's going to have to head for some sort of safety, but I doubt there will be much at Control Center. The Italians are going to welcome you, and he only has $500. Tries to flee, takes damage, and gets just inside the Resurgence timer. So AG Global live to see another day, but Banny and Cole are in big trouble. Banny now into the water, and, well, hold your breath for as long as you can and get the hell out of here.
Couple more kills on to Geeke. They're one of these squads that's just on the outside looking in, but have they done enough is what we are looking at. Bonnie just trying to stay alive. You can see in that little bit of a slice of the minimap. Ninjas in Pajamas still here. Lotus 8, they've made their way on over as well, as they are going to try and maybe take this fight against T1. Skinner not going to be able to stay alive. So that's your anchor dropped on down. Havoc and Millsy, you got to play here together. You probably have a buy station on this outside, but Half Ninjas and Pajamas giving you the runway you need to hit it. You find King AJ, but it's not going to be for long because Spam has made his way on over. He's getting right into the mix, and he's going to be able to find purchase on a couple of kills there. Millsy just trying to stay alive. No cash in hand. But it's going to be banging doors and trying just to be able to make your way around. Can you catch one through the window? You can. You find Disrupt, and that's exactly what you needed to do to get your squad back on in.
Yeah, Millsy's done incredibly well because that could have been the end of Lotus 8's stay. They're currently sat in 9th, 125 points on the board, 11 from top 5. Might come back to that one later. Take a look at Gentlemates. They've set themselves up on the ball. Got to find a rotation through. Did manage to scoop all of their equipment out of school. Now, do they understand they actually have space at factory? They could lay claim to that. Maybe mop up a couple of the rosters that have vacated for now. It's August finding a hell of a lot of kills thus far. They've restabilized in prison, and this is where they like to go hunting.
Just so many of these teams that are on the bubble now have taken the call. They understand, hey, we need to be able to put up solid amount of points, and Orglis looks like they're one of the first ones that really have taken that 17 kills to their name, by the way. We've seen them in so many different parts of the map, just finding these 1 and 2 pieces like they are nothing. That's here. Sariel! Okay, couple of tags, and you're going to break the ankles of Spam Gola. Get a nice quick little one on the exit. As Orglis starting to heat on up here, Andy.
So many of these teams are still alive, by the way, just holding on by a thread, but that may be the difference maker in getting through to Atlanta for free. Vab are trying to recover elsewhere. They've now dropped into 5th place. Gentlemates, Ninjas in Pajamas hot on the heels. Geeky not far behind. Speak of which, they're trying yet again to hold factory down. We'll have Gentlemates considering pushing into this, and JD Gaming in the basement. What can you find? Well, Scomin's going to find absolutely everybody, and that might be AG Global, and it is AG Global out of here. They will not get through to Atlanta. They'll have to play into the open.
Tough scenes here on the inside, though. Swizzin continuing to shoot, slides on out. You'll lose Authentics in the process, and Sariel gets taken down by Novo, so blink and you'll miss it. Swizzin now, he's the only one alive, as Novo will fly on forward. That's Orglis out, but they made it into the top 10. At least a 1.2 multiplier to help out with the large number of kills that they were able to find. Novo, they'll control the showers. They find Disrupt. It's also T1 out of this lobby here as well. We're into the top 8.
The zone pull's glorious for pretty much everybody at factory. You just got to claim it before everybody else arrives. Gentlemate's going to lose Gromalock though in the process. You do have money if Halo can hit this, and Enkyo's going to back up instead, play height, and will get there and try and cover over his teammate. Hits the buy, gets Gromalock back in, but it's whether or not he can stabilize.
It's only 10 kills so far for the Gentlemates. It's not enough for them to try and ride this into the 1.4. They have to do a little bit more, Enigma. They're flying on in, and especially with VAB still alive as well, who's just ahead of them. The Gentlemates have to start to go huge, but they have so many teams around them, as they have been able to get all 3 here. Slappy found into the kill feed on the other side of Gromalock. You want to gain purchase of one of these layers of this factory POI. Go ahead, peek your eye on out, see if you can find any players down below, but you're basically just waiting for this next zone pull.
Ravens are going to zip straight past Gromalock's eyes. By the way, confirmation that Orglis, who was sat in 3rd, are out. 20 kills, yes, but certainly not the multiplier that you would have wanted. Novo, going to slow it down inside a prison, probably hunkering down for a top 5. See how long the stims can keep you in the foray. Blades and Vortex are going to have munis here, so you can last for quite some time. The zone pull elsewhere, by the way, drags everybody back to school. So any height gain is going to be huge for catching rotators. Barney's just trying to stay alive in the water. Bit of back and forth, and he's down and out onto Adderley.
Adderley swimming onto this outside here. Maybe he's going to hit this ladder and try and make their way up on top. But, I mean, you're here in the water. You have 1 stim at your disposal if you want to. But look at this onto the other side. Gentlemates drops on down. Hollow, he's going to be able to find Melvin here. Only 1 more team needs to go. He has the cash. Does he get the buy is the question. Yes. I think he does. Gentlemates able to stay alive. They make it, I think, into the top 5. They do. 1.4 multiplier for the French from behind. Geeke still here, though, on the outside, looking in. But Enkyo, he's here. He's been able to find Stukex. That's a full. He's into the zone. He's into the school. If he can hold the line, find 1 or 2 more, the Gentlemates may have just done it.
8 kills in hand, just looking for those rotators. Zone's going to continue to drag in his direction, so they'll all walk out in front of him. It's just if he can find one. The timing, the Ravens are above him. Could the Frenchman hand you a lifeline here? Enkyo going to line one up. Does get Nielsen, but is eventually dropped. And who comes out on top will be the Ravens yet again, but no idea when the Gentlemates actually scrape through.
I have no idea. All I know is 2 things, and that is that there's one thing that's certain. It's the French Revolution, my friend. And number 2, our admins better be good at math. That's all I can say, because it is coming down to such a minuscule amount of points to determine who will make it to DreamHack Atlanta, who will be having to play through the open. Let's do a listen in with the Ravens on those final moments.
Je suis peut-être safe, Dead. Ils sont morts.
Le mec au top, tu dois le jouer, Choc.
Je l'entends pas, gros.
Il est sur le top, Trust, allongé sur le...
Derrière nous. Ok.
Monte.
Je joue sur le top.
Ok, je crois qu'il est mort.
Ouais, je joue maintenant. Ouais, il est mort.
En l'air.
Dans les airs.
Je fais 2 fois. Je drop.
Trop bien, le last, il est en bas du top. Trop bien.
Ouais. Dans la school, on va faire clutch. Attention.
Tu main.
Nice. C'était NQ, ça dure, ils ont...
Oh baby. Là, ils vont se qualif, j'ai déjà vu.
Ils sont qualif, ouais.
I mean, it all started here, Enigma, where it's just the Gentlemates. They have the high ground, and so many of these teams are just one by one kind of just finding themselves on the edge of zone, and it looks like it's basically cleanup all the way through.
Yeah, it certainly is. At this point, I think that they were just making it up as they went. To hell with strategy, threw that to the wind, decided to let their guns do the talking. A lot of kills just on rotations, basically. The buy from Halo onto Enkyo is huge. It secures them that top 5. He also walks away with at least 1, maybe 2 more kills, and that could be the difference. Whether or not you make it to Atlanta, or will have to play in through that open with your org funding you. So, my God, there's been a lot of talk on the timeline about the struggles this team have seen in 2026. When they needed that man most to do what he was hired to do, to be the glue guy, to be the man that gets things done, may well have just seen them over the line.
I mean, even just think about this. With that buyback, Enkyo comes on in, he finds StuKX on the low ground, and then he finds one more in this basically final 3v1. Dude, they have a 1.4 multiplier. Those 2 kills is a 2.8 point difference. We've seen this come down to less than 1 point to either have somebody qualify or have somebody not qualify, right? So heroic plays from the Gentlemates. Was it enough? Was it not? I don't know here, my friend. But what I do know is that map number 10 certainly delivered on all the hype that we put up for it. It was absolutely wild. I'm glad we got to kind of kickstart our day on the desk. I'm glad we got to wrap up the day here in the booth. Let's go ahead. Let's head it back to Reflections, Goj, and Tiff, so that way they can break it all down and highlight our top 5, making it to DreamHack Atlanta.
Dendro Enigma, stellar job today. What an ending, pure cinema, quite honestly. I mean, you had, what, 4 teams who could break into the top 5 still alive in the top 10, and they were all jockeying, fighting for position. We have a rogue player go over towards the buy station, get the Gentlemates back in, maybe enough to secure the victory. I mean, it really was a perfect ending to a wonderful day of competition. Goj, walk me through it. Gentlemates, they started off hot and heavy, getting some eliminations, doing exactly what they needed to do to potentially break into top 5.
Yeah, I mean, Gentlemates had 1 goal and 1 goal only. Kill as many people as humanly possible and make sure that we get some multiplier. That's all they had to do. And they started out by contesting, it looks like, Eclectic early, which knocks out one of the competition that could have grabbed their spot away from them, by the way. But they didn't stop there. They kept pushing. This is where they put that Decky squad on their back heels, that Geek Esports team, continuing to contest people over and over again that could technically steal away their position. It was a lot of the same for a team like NIP. Like, every single one of these fights were incredibly important, and Lotus 8 started out with a banger. We still have 12 teams alive, and I think it was Havoc who was already on double-digit kills, Tiff. Unbelievable job from them. Unfortunately, they fell a bit earlier than their competition. I think they had a lot of kills, but they didn't quite get the placement they needed. I don't think Lotus 8 made the hero story that they could have.
I hope like that they did, but you're right. It could be just too little too late. But for everyone else that was basically trying to hold on, it made this end game incredibly fun to watch, especially for Novo Esports kind of down there in the showers. Gentlemates, though, the big question mark. We've been talking about it because it's really interesting that a team of this caliber slipped the entire first half of our series and leaving it down to the last 2 games to make something happen on plays like that, and then getting the bye?
That's crazy. Look at the just nanosecond of difference, by the way, of getting that bye. Perfect slowdown. That bye is unbelievably important because that bye and that bye alone got them not only the top 5 position, but also 2 more kills in a top 5 position. That is a 3.2 point spread just from those final moments alone, let alone the extra multiplier, Taylor. A crazy save, but yet again, of course, Raiden's Esports, you're the best. Nice job.
We love you.
Absolutely. We started the day right. King Chuck, the X Factor for the roster. Absolutely the case. Man, they performed incredibly well, nearly winning 50% of today's matches. They, in total, win 4 of them. Take a look at the drop 10 results. Naturally, Raven, shout out to you. We give you your flowers. You're the most dominant team today. But the big story is Gentlemates. Did they do enough? Possibly. But they also had GK Esports, who was hot on their heels. Ninja in Pajamas, Novo, right? Like all these, or excuse me, VAB. So many talented rosters fighting till the very end, Tiff.
Yeah, as soon as you say VAB, I like kind of tab over with my eyes and I see the 6 points and I'm like, that one hurts.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough knowing the fringe that we were looking at. Even with Orgless walking away with 24 points and falling in 10th place, imagine what they could have done if they could have made it into that top 5. They probably have another couple of kills plus that 1.4. And it just makes things incredibly difficult because I'm not a mathematician or a predictionist, okay? So
a predictionist.
I just gotta wait. I gotta wait for that overall. I'm scared.
Yeah, get all the score, get all that score off our screen. We don't want to see any of that, right? Like, we only care about the overall.
Give it to us.
That's right. That's right. But let's recap. I mean, for Lotus 8, though, I mean, what a day it was for them. Imagine if they get started just a little bit earlier, and they very well could. Let's say they do, in fact, go to opens. It would be incredible to watch them. I hope they stay together and just stay on the course that they're currently on because they have been out of this world. For the majority of the day, it was 2 Ravens members leading for the kill leaderboard, and they will finish the day. My Lord. King Chalk, 79. Nielsen was 76. Gosh, they never slowed down.
Yeah, they never slowed down. If anything, they just got faster and faster as we went through the course of the day. I think what they began to realize, or probably already knew going into today, is that no one's going to contest them. They pretty much can do whatever they want on the map with their HQ drop and their mansion drop. And when that was actually the case, and nobody really even tried to con their anchor until like late game, yeah, they just flew all around the map. So King Chalk and Nielsen have been star players. They've been on the rise. They've been around for a very long time, but this is truly them in their prime. This is an unstoppable team, the only EU team already booked a ticket to EWC, and some teams maybe that would make you complacent, but for them it's like, no, we've got more to prove, we've got more money to win, and no question asked, they will be, of course, at ATL just to try to grab some cash.
That's right. A wonderful day from those 2 players. We will be seeing them at Atlanta, potentially seeing them lift that trophy at EWC. But now we need to build it up because we've got top 5 moving on to Atlanta, right? Securing their spot. They don't have to play through open. The question is, who was able to secure it? Let's kill the suspense. Let's bring it up and see if Gentlemates did enough to break into top 5. And yes, they did. And Orgless also holds on tight, Tiff.
How? I mean, obviously they got kills and had a banger game, but my God, that is scary. And then you look at Ninjas in Pajamas being just under 2 points out of top 5 in VAB with that glorious win in map number 7 and trying to do everything that they could to hold on. That's 6 points in map 10 just cost them an invite to LAN immediately.
Unreal. Unbelievable. I mean, again, just to re-emphasize the point I made about the Gentlemates, getting the buyback to get Inkyo back onto the map, Gentlemates getting top 5, we thought just them getting top 5 was enough. Not only did they need to get that buyback, Inkyo had to hit the ground and get both of those kills to make sure they were in to the top 5. And he was able to get both. You can say what you want about Gentleman's. The fact that they were able to ice up like that, it is inevitable at this point. This team is really good. They got to figure out the early game. And Tiff, you made a great point. Orglis, the fact that they were able to be a top 5 team. I think they died in like 10th or something like that, but they picked up 20 kills on that last map. 19, they don't make it either. Unreal.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, bro. We have the king. We have Le Petit Prince going to Atlanta. Atlanta's going to be fun.
Atlanta's going to be fun, and so is our interview. We've got our winner coming in from Raven Esports. Niasen, let's go ahead and bring you in, buddy, because what a day it was. From Birmingham here now into the Atlanta qualifiers for the EU side of things. Brother, congratulations. First and foremost, how you feeling, man? Hey.
I feel good,
Unbelievable, man. And what a dominant performance. Actually, I believe you even bested T1's performance from the first EU qualifier going into Birmingham. So let's take a step back in time, man. First off, at Birmingham, you're the only EU team out of the wave of so many others, outside of Latin America, of course, to qualify already for EWC. First off, what was that feeling like, right? To qualify for EWC so early on in the Resurgence Series?
It's feeling good because yeah, no one believe in us, so it's good. Good
indeed.
I gotta jump straight onto that today. Were you expecting to win by 75 points today? Were you expecting to dominate, or is this business as usual?
Dominate, but yeah, T1 is really good.
I love it. I love the domination. All right, Niasen, tell me more about your strategy in that mid game. You guys always seem to be in a great spot in zone, and you really just stay consistent. So I want to know more behind the scenes.
Because people not coming around us because they know we're gonna kill them, so they just run away.
What do you want to say to the people running away?
They have no balls.
So obviously, first and foremost, EWC, $1 million. What would it mean for you to win the majority of that prize pool?
Nothing. I just want to win. I don't care about the money.
That's unique. I got to be honest with you. One of the first competitors to say that in an interview. That's pretty spectacular. You're a great player. Obviously, Ravens, you're a great representation of what the Resurgence Series is all about. Go ahead now, for you, whether in your native language, English, however you would like to do it, I give you the floor. Go ahead and talk to your fans and say what you would like to say.
I love the French. They are, I love them. And I don't know what to say after.
Fair enough, man. I think you said it all, brother. You don't care about the money. You just want to win. Congratulations, man. Such a dominant performance today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, boys.
Absolutely. Hey, guys got one mission. One mission only, and that is to win. And when they did today, came in with no pressure. They don't have to qualify for EWC. They're already there. They just want an additional 30K. Who doesn't, okay? Even though he says he doesn't care, I know deep down he would still take the 30K and spend it if he had the choice, okay?
I mean,
Ravens Esports first place. 100%. Okay, who wouldn't? T1, Novo, Gentlemates, as well as Orglis. NIP, though, first and foremost, keep your heads up high. You guys performed so much better than you did from the first qualifier to where you are now. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with that VAB. Honestly, Tiff, this qualifier was pretty spectacular for a number of different teams that didn't get the highlights that they did in Birmingham, as well as the initial qualifiers.
Yeah, and we were genuinely curious what that was going to look like with the map rotation, right? Everyone knows Rebirth Island. We've had it forever in the game. You've got it with Haven's Hollow, and it's all about being able to stay consistent while bouncing back and forth between those maps. And if you didn't, and you fell here, and you didn't get your advancement to LAN here, DreamHack Atlanta, I'm ready to see you in the open.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I think this is a good omen for the teams that were just on the fringe, but unfortunately, we have to say what everybody's thinking. Whether you get 6th or you get 16th, it's the same result. Good luck in the open, boys. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's like, again, just not enough in a moment. And frankly, too, I think it is worth mentioning because DreamHack Atlanta is over in NA, this is an even bigger deal for a lot of our EU-based teams. That is a long way to go on your own dime or your org's dime. A top 5 position means that you get there on, you know, the tournament providers of dime, which is a huge win. So this is even a bigger deal for the EU teams, which means we'll probably see more NA teams in the open. It's going to be tough for some of these EU teams to make it through.
Definitely is. You look at who's already qualified for EWC. NA dominates that list. One EU team, one Latin American team. But hey, the door is wide open now for others to enter in. We had a great day of EU qualifiers. Tomorrow is North America, and I seriously cannot wait. But I'm going to have to wait for that moment. Tiff, final words as we get out of here.
No, everyone played amazing today. It was really cool to see everyone adapt to the changing of maps like we've been talking about. Well, if you're North America and you know you're playing tomorrow, I hope you watch today because we know just how close it was, and you need to fight for every single point that is out there because it's going to come down to less than 2 points.
That's it. Goj, always great working with you, brother. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Yeah, I guess my words have to be wisdom to NA. They don't need to listen to us, but if you are, I'm going to echo Tiff's sentiment. Pedal to the metal. I think about DK today. They started out so hot. Taylor, you put them on alert. I wasn't so sure, and you were right. They just lost the gas that they needed to maintain a top 5 position, and I guess final words is the same as Nielsen. French are the best because holy cow.
Yes, they are indeed. Money, it doesn't matter. Winning is what matters at the end of the day. And speaking of winning, you have a chance to do so yourself this Thursday. Team passes are on sale, so you can play against the likes of the Ravens, the T1. See if you can truly throw your hat in the ring and make it to EWC to play for $1 million. But we also have our Major 3 tickets on sale as well. It is a wonderful show. If you want a chance to watch the best in the world play Call of Duty multiplayer, Black Ops 7, you need to go check them out. It's going to be a fun event. Catch some Warzone, catch some CDL action. It's going to be the best of the best. What a good day it was, and we owe it to all of you in the chat. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already, because we're going to be back tomorrow, North America, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Dandro, Enigma, Spider, Tiff, Gojo, Production Q, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back tomorrow, 6 Eastern, North America. We'd love to have you.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Let's believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Never gonna stop me, I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. Pushing past the limit, I'm never gonna break. I'm gonna go win it. Light it up, going up, going big, no retreat. Gonna win, going